Good morning. We are back with Final Fantasy XIV and with probably one of the biggest mindfucks yet that we had to deal with the incredible story of this game. And most especially the new expansion, Endwalker. So as you can see, we've arrived in Elpis, which is not only a flower, but rather a research facility of the ancients that we can visit through the Crystal Tower and with a bit of help from Emmett Selk in terms of ether procurement. The facility lies 12,000 years or potentially even more in the past. And we literally time traveled back to this time. You know, I was able to sort of unbend my mind a little bit yesterday, after having stopped at this point. I just, try to wind down a little bit before going to bed and just watched a couple of other streamers and how their journey started into Endwalker. So I just watched, them getting to Charlian and the first couple of cutscenes, and that really helped my mind calm down. But now I feel everything sort of slowly coming back, right? This is still such a... Well, of course it's incredible, but again, like I said yesterday, this is just... In a way, this is just too big to understand, right? It's literally too hard to wrap your mind around this. Because of everything that this represents and everything that this could mean, and probably the biggest questions being, well, if we can time travel to places even before Hydaelyn Sundered Zodiac, then, well, what is time and space really in this world? And what is the rift? Right? And then obviously, probably right after it, the second biggest question being, as far as we know, this really happens. We are literally 12,000 years back in time. This is not a different timeline. It's the same one. Presumably. Which sort of means that this meeting of Emmett Selks and Haslodius, potentially Bernard, we already did see her in the introductory cutscene, this meeting truly happened at one point. Without them apparently really realizing what was happening. But certainly with us, potentially influencing their decisions into a certain way. Or, and that's the reason why you maybe shouldn't watch, I guess, other Final Fantasy streamers if you want to wind down after a day of revelations like this. When you watch back the very first sort of big cutscene of Endwalker, where you meet Hydaelyn on the boat going from Limsa to Charlian, she speaks of a conjunction of timelines. I forgot the exact wording, but in that particular moment, you just, you take it as, oh yeah, we've learned about the ancients, we've learned about their timeline, about what happened back then during their days, and we sort of took that knowledge that Emet gave us and applied that to our own decisions. Because obviously Heidelin starts with saying, well, I've been a primal all along. And now you know that, right? And that's why she presents herself finally in her own form to us. But looking at this, without knowing anything about this zone so far, right? I haven't done anything here. I wonder if somehow through this time traveling, maybe we do in fact create a new timeline or a joined timeline, or because I was always wondering when they said that Endwalker would resolve the story of Heidelin and Zodiac, I always thought to myself, well, doesn't that also, or wouldn't that also include the resolution of the shards and the source? Because the Sundering very much is part of this story. You know, and there were a couple of possibilities. Obviously, the most sort of, I guess, well, nothing about this can be boring, right? But the, I guess, most straightforward possibility would have been that they would have just said, well, you know, we're sundered, and the shard still exists, the source still exists, but there is no threat of any other calamity because the Ascians are no more, Zodiac is, well, no more as we now know. So technically, if we figure out a way to stop the final days, and if we learn more about this Akasha and this influencing of emotions, then we could be able to live in a world where we're sundered, but there is no threat from that, right? There is no threat of a new calamity, so it would just stay that way for eternity, which would also mean that obviously the people on the shards would just go about their normal lives, which is something that was hinted at, right? When we went back to the Crystarium, and everyone said, well, you know, we do have our own struggles, but all in all, we live a pretty good life now, because there are no, you know, world-ending threats still looming about the horizon. In fact, I mean, Reen is actively trying to rebuild the empty. So, in a couple of 100 years, maybe thousands of years, there is a potential for the planet to be, you know, restored. That would be one possibility, right? That this whole thing just ends with us staying sundered and accepting that reality, right? Which, in a way, for us wouldn't really change anything because we don't really care about that. But at the same time, whether or not it will be true for the world at large is a different thing altogether. But, you know, with the revelation of us essentially being Azem, I also wondered, well, you know, with that knowledge, would we truly stay unsundered? Or would there be a way to join us back together? And again, I was wondering the same thing for the shards for the longest time, because we do have, I mean, we literally now have the technology to manipulate time through the rift, right? Maybe not, you know, to the biggest capacity, but certainly we can, in a way. And that knowledge and that sort of, all of that wisdom will only become greater with time. And there are other things. I mean, we were able to transport souls back from the first to the source. And I've said that in the past as well. Theoretically, given, you know, enough time and enough energy, which I guess that would be some sort of limiting factor, the available ether or energy. But in theory, we could be able to travel to a shard and just put all of their people into what is essentially white aurosite, take that with us to the source, and they could live there. right? Whether or not they would do that, obviously an entirely different question. I mean, it's definitely a very existential question, almost, or, well, sort of the same as the one that we are facing now with whether or not we want to go onto the spaceship that is the moon. And then again, we do have a crisis at hand, but think about a shard like the first that just exists. Would those people truly be willing to just, I guess, give up everything that they've built just to travel with us to the source? And then what would happen? Would those pieces of soul automatically sort of fuse with the pieces of soul on the source? And would people actually like that? Would people want that? Probably not, because they wouldn't know what would happen in the future, right? But again, theoretically, there might be a way for us to rejoin everyone without bringing calamities to the land. Although that would mean that only the souls of the people would be rejoined, not the source itself, the material, the planet, right? Atheris would still be sundered. But again, what I was getting at here is that these questions sort of, I thought maybe would be answered with Endwalker, right? Because I don't think that once Endwalker is over, we'll go back to these questions. I mean, maybe we will, right? There's always the possibility that certain factors will still be a thing in the future, right? That sort of, what's the word? Reversing the Sundering, while technically being part of the Heidelin Zodiac arc, if that arc is, complete in terms of story, in terms of our knowledge about it and all that kind of thing, then maybe just reversing the Sundering will be something that we'll do sort of alongside a new story. That could always happen as well. Although I kind of doubt it. And again, that is something that I'm truly wondering here. How is this going to resolve? How is our soul going to resolve? Are we staying the way we are, or are we rejoining? Are we building some sort of timeline conjunction here? Or what will happen with our knowledge that we take back from this place? And is this truly the same timeline, or are we just like Graha did when he moved the Crystal Tower to the first? Are we effectively creating a new timeline? And what would that mean for the other one? Which is also a question that we still don't really know, right? Does Graha's timeline still exist? Or did it cease to be the moment he traveled back in time? Because, well, are we able to travel into the future? That is also something that we don't really know, right? And apparently the rift itself also fluctuates, right? It doesn't... I don't know. Everything about that is kind of a mystery, right? Because in this particular instance, we seem to be able to travel to a very specific point in time. Maybe that was because of Elidibus. Maybe because of his knowledge about this place. I don't know, but we were definitely able to pretty much jump to exactly the point in time we wanted to go to. Whereas, first of all, Graha wasn't able to do that. Whoa, what's happening with the weather? I want my beautiful vista back. Yeah, whatever. We'll start here shortly. I just sort of wanted to reflect on all of that. Because I think my mind yesterday evening was definitely a little bit fucked. And not really able to process these things like one after another. But yeah, we don't know that. We don't know how time and space works, really. So I wonder if maybe the rift will actually be something of a future expansion. I mean, there's still so much we don't know, right? I always suspected that maybe the next story is going to be, well, not necessarily about Midgard Sommer and Omega, but certainly that would become part of it, right? Whatever the new thing is that we'll discover after Endwalker, that, and wherever we're going, that Midgardsormr and the remaining First Brood would still stay at our side. Because what's also curious, seeing Vitra in the CGI trailer for Endwalker, I wondered if we were going to meet the remaining dragons, which really only is one, I think, that we're still missing. We also, funnily enough, haven't seen Tiamat. I mean, we know that Tiamat's also fighting the beasts of the final days. They said as much to us, but it is rather interesting that the last dragon of the First Brood seemingly is nowhere to be found. And, well, Midgardsormr also still sort of slumbers away, right? So, And that's also been, I mean, I know that this is certainly speculation about, about the patches, and I don't even really want to go there because there isn't really any point without knowing how Endwalker is actually ending to speculate about the future. But I just want to say that that's something that I definitely wondered about is, well, if Midgardsormr's sort of being is still, like, if his existence is still there, how will our new adventure after this be like a small story in the beginning and then slowly sort of intertwine maybe with these threats that still haven't been resolved, like Midgardsormr and the reason why he came here? Although it's interesting that they did reference it, right? Vitra said as much. Like, he specifically said, well, this was the last bastion of hope, which is also, again, a very ominous description. Because what does that mean for Atheris? Did Midgardsormr realize, well, then again, there could be multiple sort of answers to this, right? It could also be a very straightforward thing, right? I mean, obviously, maybe I'm just overthinking it, which is maybe Midgardsormr specifically came to this planet because he realized that forces like Hydaelyn were existing here, and that might have granted him protection from Omega, right? Whereas other planets just might not have that. Alright, but that's been a very long intro, so before I'm getting kicked again, I mean, wouldn't be a big deal. By the way, something that I just realized sort of watching back certain streamers and, looking at the troubles that they have with queues and then reading the chat and everybody going crazy about, I'm in 6,000 player queue, whatever. I realized how really, really lucky I am to just be able to log in during the morning times, because I didn't have any kind of queue ever during Endwalker, except for launch day. And even on launch day, the longest queue that I experienced was 45 minutes with about 2,000 people after I got kicked. I didn't even have a long queue when I logged in, when the servers came up. There was only I think it was like a 300 player queue for me, and it actually worked. But I was on the server for about 2 hours before I got kicked. And then again, I just took that time to make lunch and then came back and was pretty much locked in right away. So, and every other day, the playing experience itself has been perfect. The servers are completely stable, and because I was logging in during the morning time, I never had any queue whatsoever. And again, even the queue yesterday after the maintenance was still, it was 1,000 people, but it was still very, very quick. It only took about 10 minutes, which I suspect was because the server still wasn't at capacity, right? It was just a lot of people were, but I said as much yesterday, a lot of people were just logging in at the same time, so they were placed in a queue But the server was still probably half empty, so the queue was really fast. All right, let's get the show on the road. I really hope that Emmett and Hyphlodius and all of the ancients that we know will, I mean, yeah, they will be the people that will give us the quests in this place, right? Which is, oh, if there ever was a place that I wanted to do side quests in, it's definitely here. Holy shit. It's a bit unfortunate about the weather, but, you know, I've stared at the beautiful vista of this place for the longest time. And also we need to remember all of the mobs and beasts that we see here are creations that they've done, that they're testing here. Funnily enough, right? Which is also, I mean, I kind of just need to get my thoughts about this, you know, out in the open, I guess. And that is that essentially all of what we know, all of what exists on the source and on the first, and all of the mobs that we're fighting anywhere, right, sort of originate from the creation magic of the ancients. And from the fact that through the Sundering and through the final days, a lot of the stuff probably, like even the beasts that they didn't intend to be released, you know, sort of publicly, even they now exist, right? Which is kind of funny to think about, that, you know, all the mobs that we're fighting, all of the enemies that we're fighting, sort of originated here, right? And were probably tested here, and then existed in records in the Bureau of the Architect and, yeah, and Anida maybe. It's just very curious because, you know, it would be incredible if we had some sort of notes about this, right? Like a book that would tell you specifically, for example, Behemoth, right? The ARR Behemoth. That's present in a, you know, in a lot of places, like that specific monster, or monster design rather, if you will. And that's, by the way, that's also the genius of this development team, right? Is that they sort of very, very effortlessly through this explain why some mobs just look the same, right? That's so funny if you think about it. Well, obviously we know this is an MMO, right? They have resources and a limited budget. They just can't create like a million different mobs. So some of the mobs are reskins, right? Some just have the same sort of bone structure. Bone structure meaning, you know, the animation model is the same, it's just a different skin on the outside. All of that, right? And that restriction on budget and on development and on resources that they have can literally be explained through the in-game lore. Because you can always say, well, yeah, of course. You know, the ancients back then created a certain number of monsters that they tested, and these concepts that existed, and maybe through time, you know, some of them have changed color or something, or maybe they even designed them with multiple colors in mind. But, you know, those specific creations now exist everywhere, but nothing more, right? Only what they created back then. That in and of itself is mind-blowing to me. That you can... they somehow are able or managed to build a game where even the sort of limited budget of the development team can be explained with in-game lore, and that is just crazy to think about. I mean, I don't even know if that was on purpose, or if that's just... But it's so effortlessly to explain, right? That is what I'm just wondering about. It's so effortlessly to think about this and say, oh yeah, of course. You know, makes total sense that it would be that way. That is quite incredible. But yeah, these are their concepts that they, for one reason or another, apparently want to test here and find out how they react in certain environments. Right, I should... Alright. To the west. It's over there then somewhere. Oh, hey, it's water. Hello, my beautiful friends. I also... You know, in a way, you could think about the sort of golden ornament on my robe as being sort of my mask. Although it probably doesn't really correspond to Azem. Have we ever seen Azem's symbol or mask? Does Azem even have one? Because if I recall correctly, there's only... Yeah, how does that even work? Aren't there only 12 of those ASEAN symbols? What's with the other two? And do we know who the other one is that wouldn't have one? Or am I misremembering something here? No means no. Just be grateful. I'm even willing to wait. And this is also... this game, man. This game. You know, I definitely, especially with hearing in the launch trailer that M itself would be the narrator for our journey through Endwalker, I definitely expected there to be, you know, cutscenes where we would be looking back on either their timeline, you know, certain events that happened during their time, maybe certain interactions that they would have with each other. I mean, you know, the interactions that we had on the moon, for example, sort of went in that direction, right? Where we saw Hyphlodius talking to Hades right before Van Daniel took over Zodiac, or, you know, right at that moment. And then also, you know, having interactions with the spirits that walked around there. You know, those are the kinds of things that I sort of expected Endwalker to have. That we would have, you know, cutscenes or shades or whatever, you know, things for us to interact with or to just see in a cutscene, you know, about the Ancients, about them itself, about the Convocation, about whoever, right? But us being able to literally walk around through an entire zone with them is beyond my wildest dreams for this expansion. Right? This is something I didn't even know I wanted. And now it's there. And of course, you want to go through this zone with them and learn everything that you can about their world and about their, you know, way of thinking and interacting and... Oh, and one last thing. I still need to finish my coffee anyway. Again, when I was watching back those cutscenes from the very beginning of the expansion, when you're talking to Heidelin on the boat, she also mentions a promise that she made to us, to Azem, back in that time. And obviously, again, at that point in time, in that particular cutscene, you just think to yourself, oh, of course, they knew each other, right? Venat and Azem knew each other, and obviously there was some kind of promise made from her to Azem. And, well, that would be something really important to the story. You know, that was quite obvious, right? And I thought, oh yeah, we we'll, at the end of our journey, we'll probably, somehow interact with Heidelin again, and she will tell us, oh yeah, this was the promise made, or whatever. Or we, again, through some means, would rejoin with the remaining pieces of our soul, would finally be unsundered, the new last of the unsundered, if you will, and through that would learn of our sort of promise that Venat, in that case, made to them. But now, with us having traveled back again, I want to emphasize that, over 12,000 years back in time, I wonder if she maybe made that promise to us, like literally to us, as a piece of Azem, or a Azem's familiar, as they call us. Can't wait to meet her. Let's get this. Wait, alright. Let me drink my coffee real quick. Alright. Whew. Let us begin. Let us finally begin. Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Petaludi. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the Petaludi first. Good luck. Of course, I can do that. Huh. So I'm a Zem's familiar, literally summoning another familiar, apparently. Alright. That's not those. Alright, so I need to... Oh, whoopsie. I need to capture them, right? Sorry. Didn't just want to kill you. That should be enough. This is always annoying. Alright. That's 1. That's 2. I still can't get over the fact that I pretty much chose the perfect glamour as well for Endwalker. Cool boy. You've caught the Petaludi. Come, let us see. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. There, it's ready. It's nothing fancy, but then we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. Won't somebody be angry with us for using those creatures? Oh, it's fine. There's no one around to tell us off. And besides, we can always make more Petaludi. They need only a tiny amount of ether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. This is another thing that I'm a bit confused about, though, right? The way ether works is still a little bit... I mean, in our day, right? In our present day, we have ether, energy. And we can spend that ether and our energy on magic, for example. Or in general, on anything, right? It's very comparable to what we in reality eat, for example, right? We eat something and then we can spend that energy, that fat and that protein that we put into our body, we can spend that on activities, right? And our muscles and our brain will use up that energy in order not only to be able to live, but to do whatever, right? But if they can literally create things, anything, with their energy, how exactly does this work? Like, if he's talking about them having energy, and, when we started this place, it also talked about Emet-Selch having more ether, or, just a lot of abundant, ether in abundance. And obviously that's sort of a way the ancients were distinct from one another. Some of them just had more resources, apparently, than others, right? More ether to spend on their creation magics. So I do wonder what that really means, what that entails, right? I mean, how does this work? How do they replenish their ether? I wonder if they'll touch on that, because that is something that wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense. If they can practically create anything they want, but they still have limited resources, how exactly does that work? How do they get those resources back if everything that exists around them is something they themselves created? Or I guess the planet still has ether as well. So while they do sort of change and create things like buildings and whatever, would they then still need to find actual food, for example, that exists on the planet? But that doesn't really make sense if the creatures themselves, of all the animals, were essentially created by them. I wonder if that's something they'll touch on again. It does seem a bit strange in a way, right? Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. I mean, does it matter? We could literally be an experiment that they are trying to test out. Like, maybe they want to create a tour guide for this location or something. Emet-Selch speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you're a familiar. Wait, but you don't know what we actually are. The question is, whose? Of course, Azem's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Okay, because Azem, I guess, was known as somebody who, was quite eccentric, I guess. Although then again, in the beginning, Emet-Selch was very, sort of stern when he talked about, well, if Azem wanted to be here, he would be here. Exploiting our associate's absence. For lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Ooh. Sophist's robe, trousers, and... wow. Cool. Huh. Do I want to go back and change my glamour? I mean, I kind of should, shouldn't I? Or do I have to, even? As dubious as it is, passing you off as Azem's familiar is probably the best approach. Should he take offense that others so readily believe his recklessness is to blame, he is welcome to mend his ways. Pass as a child in your original size? I think not. Augmented or no, your ether is still far too thin to be considered normal. You can't even be a child. In search of Hermes. If you are ready, let us continue along the path of Anagnorisis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could just literally change my robe, but my glamour just fits so perfectly. I mean, I know it's not perfect, obviously, because it's way too ornamental to be one of their robes, but I don't know. This is brilliant, though. And we could also do this and be like Heidelin's chosen, I guess. Huh. Difficult decision indeed. But if they don't force us, I think I'm gonna stay on this glamour. It's just, I mean, I know it would probably be cool to have this. I mean, much as I changed for Garlemald as well, to the robes that Tataru gave us. But I don't want to travel back to Gridania to do that. Nah. Let's just pretend that this rope is the one they gave us. Still can't get over this place. It's interesting, though, that even with my new form, I'm not able to attune to that aetherite, but I guess a way they're probably going to explain it is that aetherite back there is different from the other ones in that it's able to be connected to the other aetherites that existed during their time, whereas the aetherites here might only be for this particular zone, for them, that is. Then again, those other aetherites here make us be able to travel through 12,000 years of time? Huh. Philomethus Notos. I'd also expect there to be quite a few side quests here as well, and those I'm going to do on Paladin anyway, so, you know, the rope. They have unicorns. Why are they here? Why do they still need to be tested? Wouldn't they just be pretty good? I don't know. Just looks incredible, right? Anagnoresis. So I guess on this place they're also testing plants, or what's the idea here? I was wondering what she was examining, but it seems to be the bush itself. Let's see if this observer knows Hermes' whereabouts. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well, now, by your mask, I assume you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. Aquatic? Wasn't that also a field of research that La Habrea was in? Or what? What exactly was La Habrea doing? Because he was studying those things in the in that other dungeon. What was it called? Not Anida, but the whatever. The first the other dungeon, not the twinning, but the one that also got released with 5.0. Can't remember its name. It was something along the lines of Academia Anida, right, or Anida. Just slightly different, and it had these water creatures in it as well. Although only in the beginning, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I know that didn't we at some point find out what La Habrea was doing there? He was studying something. I just can't recall it right now. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Harmodius, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? So yeah, as I suspected, and that's why they call him Hermes as well, is at this point in time he's still not a member of the convocation, apparently. I wonder if this will be brought up. Maybe that's the reason why Emet came with us? To try and get him to be on the convocation? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Emet and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly, and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. Ah. So I guess that's at least one reason why Fandaniel chose Asahi's body? Because the hair is similar? I guess. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up. Special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Huh. So, wait. Are you telling me that you that it's difficult to see through your masks? Couldn't you design masks that literally make it able to be seen through from the inside out, but not the other way around? Guess that would be difficult if everybody is sort of wielding the same power level of ether creation, but that's a bit of an oversight in their design, isn't it? Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assure you possess any. Assume. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. The researcher in the back has their mask on, though. I guess they're working with plans. One thing that I also really like, what is that? One thing that I really like in the Endwalker zones is that I feel like they've done more with sort of post-processing color, apparently. I wonder what it is specifically, but the zones look really distinct from each other in their color palette. And obviously, you know, that's mainly through texture and design, but I wonder, sometimes I felt like they've done something else with the color. Then again, having said that, the Shadowbringer zones, while being distinct from one another, especially when you first walked through them, all also had the eternal light in the sky, so they did look, you know, a bit similar. But there seems to be this sort of sunny glow here that other areas don't have. Like a specific warmth that is very distinct. Whoa, what's happening to that bush? That shouldn't happen. Oh, who are you? Wait, I thought that was a player on a mound for a second. Aww, this looks cool. It's clearly enjoying itself. Wait, what's that? What is this? Is this the pool of cute creatures or what? What shall we do next, my little ones? A spot of sunbathing, perhaps? Oh, I just realized there are creatures everywhere. There's this weird, I don't know, water creature thing that is... Why is it there? Is it enjoying the pool? And then they have... shit, I forgot its name. Gobbler. Nikias. It's got somehow a bit of an angry look on it. Are you lost, my familiar friend? Anagnorisis is not the safest place to wander unattended. You had best return to your master's side. I wanted to know about that thing. Why is it here? I can't talk to those two. Sort of all of these different pools and places seem to be specifically for certain creatures. Where are you going? Oh, they're studying unicorns? Oh. Wait, what was that thing that was just flying away? My, what a curious familiar. I suppose your creator sent you here to learn our ways and perhaps achieve some degree of enlightenment. So, what would you ask of me? What kind of place is this? Anagnorisis is one of the most important facilities in Elpis, as it is here that we ascertain the various merits. Oh, there is again. Great creature. Ascertain the various merits and shortcomings of the various flora and fauna in our care. It derives its name from the ethos at the center of our work, that being the discovery of the creation's true nature. Only by allowing them to coexist in an environment such as this do they reveal unto us the essence of their being. Ah, there it is. It's a little unicorn! Yeah, I still wonder. I probably should have Googled that, but I also don't really... sometimes the names and their meaning are a bit of a spoiler, maybe? I mean, not really, obviously, but... I wonder what Elpis is. Is it a Greek word? Like most of my colleagues here at Anagnorisis, I am charged with observing the various creations in our care and assessing their suitability for life on Aetheris. It's an enormous responsibility, of course, though the sense of achievement from bringing new species into the world makes it all worthwhile. Where is Hermes, though? Couldn't be too far away. But there aren't that many pools here, actually. Observing voracious predators and the like is an incredibly dangerous occupation, which is precisely why I keep my distance, and leave the rest to your familiars. After all, I am far too important to risk my neck gathering dung samples and the like. Thanks for reminding me. Hey, Diaz. For a familiar, you appear quite inquisitive. Perhaps you were created to learn. Well, if there is anything you wish to know, I would be glad to explain. Please do! Huh. What are they doing here? Again, its temperament appears to be somewhat more stable, to be sure. I say we let it loose for a bit, see how it behaves. It's just, in a way it's just incredibly ironic and funny that, they're sort of responsible for developing our sort of dungeon and raid bosses, aren't they? It's just a sort of a funny, curious thing. Wait, where is Hermes, though? I don't see any NPC that would look familiar to him. Huh. There is never a dull moment with the Orei. Their fondness of minerals makes them highly unique, and I dare say they will be no less popular. Orei, they called, alright. Sorry that I've walked through your flowers. Wait, where is Hermes? Huh? Oh, there he is. Let's just take a quick look at these guys. Unicorn is still flapping about. Really? I mean, if I was an ancient, I'd probably create my own sort of cat as well. Hi, Kite Sith. Meet again. Okay. Bewinged girl? Short dark hair. Yeah. Whoa! What or who are you? It also has, I don't know, bird's legs? The hell did he create? They have such funny faces. Do they? Yeah, they do. Who is that girl? Let's see who the true Van Daniel is, or was, rather. Well, technically is.
Huh. You are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be...
I recognize that voice from somewhere.
Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
Whoa.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts.
Oh, only. Okay.
May we please be friends?
Who is she?
May we please be friends?
Ah, I see you found him.
And this curious girl. She is a bit taller than we would be, though, right? She's about half their size.
It's been a while. Too long, I think. Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
Right, I mean, essentially they work fairly directly with each other, but apparently they still, I mean, you know, they're both the chief of their respective institutions, and while the institutions are very closely linked, they still have all kinds of tasks, probably, that wouldn't allow them to constantly meet.
You were of the convocation?
Emmet Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
Oh?
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment.
Well, that's probably on purpose, I'd imagine.
Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
Well, if it's still here, he doesn't have to. Wait, does he?
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing.
Curious, to say the least.
But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work.
I wonder, I mean, this location is fairly remote, but what do they do with creatures that are capable? I mean, even well, not the unicorns, but that small flying Pegasus unicorn thing? I mean, maybe that's a bit too small, but a larger creature, wouldn't it be able to sort of just fly away from here? How do they deal with that? Or are we even further up in the sky than I'd imagined? Or maybe they created some kind of shield?
I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters.
A minute.
By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
They want you on the convocation, Hermes.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
I wonder if he's here, if he's been the chief of this facility probably for a very long time. I'd imagine he didn't really want to be on the convocation, right? Especially considering his behavior in present day. And obviously, it's still different, but you can at least already kind of guess that he was probably very reluctant to join the convocation.
What's wrong, Hermes?
The Nemostoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
But look how cute they are. I mean, for their size, their limbs aren't that short. And they have, fangs or something.
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The Ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
I'm sure Emmett will like that. Will be positively thrilled at that opportunity. Oh, for a second there, I thought that was the girl, but it's just somebody's character with similar kind of glamour. The tenet of the words of Metron is to create aquatic life both unique and beneficial. Aquatic? What would possess them to put this creature in the sky, and isn't even aquatic to begin with? That is indeed a good question. The ambystoma was submitted to the Bureau not long ago, and I'm pleased to see it has found its way here. We'll make sure these little ones don't wander off like their adventurous fellow. Go on, lend Hermes a hand. Where did he venture off to? I'm gonna take a very quick break though. Be right back. Alright, back in, ready to go. Oh hey MIDI. Alright, where is he? I also wonder, I mean, I'd imagine that the waterfalls here work very similar to the ones in the Sea of Clouds. But you do have to wonder, wouldn't they have to be sort of replenished with water-aspected ether from time to time? That somehow... Isn't that a bit of a... I don't know, resource... isn't that a bit of wasting of resources to bring water-aspected ether up here just so that it can fall down again? Maybe I'm missing something about those. Bird of Elpis. Where is he? There's the creature. Where's Hermes, though? Adventurous Abstoma. What are you doing? What happened? Hermes? You okay, buddy? Hermes, are you alright? He doesn't look alright. It seems Hermes and Meteon have found a quarry, a creature known in this age as an ambystoma. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The ambystoma! Hermes saw it high up the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. Do you need a hand? No, I'm fine. I'm a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Oh. Ugh. Couldn't you have just created a platform or, like, an additional branch or something? Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright. Yes. My apologies for making you worry, Meteon. Both you and, intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no, I had forgotten all about its fellows. Truly, what a relief. I must thank Ametselk and Hyphlodius when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way... As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. I'm already enjoying my time a lot more than you might probably think. Huh, a lot of other people have glamored their robes. It's cool. My robe's too fitting anyway. I'm glad they're safe. Hermes and the ambystoma. I like that it's called Adventurous Ambystoma. Ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome. Is that similar on purpose to hear, feel, think? Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Anagnorisis. I wonder what kind of fates they have here. Can only imagine what these creatures are up to all the time. If even these little ambystomas are, flying up trees and being adventurous and all. respect with his fellows. Perhaps it's only your imagination, but something in the creature's demeanor bespeaks proud defiance for having gone on an adventure. Yeah, sure. No more errant creations to distract us from the matters of actual import, I trust. You're a bit of an impatient one, aren't you? 'Twas blissfully uneventful in your absence. The little ones were on their best behavior. Well, yeah, the adventurous one had already gone missing. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the Amberstomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space, if you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creature slip away again. Will you be attending as well? If so, you should join the others at the building. You kind of wonder, right, why they made these buildings specifically look like that? Was it just aesthetically pleasing to them, or is there some other purpose? I mean, I'd imagine that the material is very different from what it just looks like to us, but... Extraordinary. It's not every day I see such a charming familiar. Why, I'd much rather observe a pretty little thing like you than all those brutish creatures everyone insists on making. Aw, well, thank you. I guess. Interesting, right? A lot of people are making brutish creatures. I wonder why. I wonder what kind of things he's selling. Weapons. A manganese sword. I think we haven't seen these, right? Wow. Wow. That looks cool. No, that not so much. Yeah, these weapons are pretty cool. Some of them at least. Wow. Oh wait, one thing. Can't they make like these weapons just in a glowing form for the first ultimate? Everybody would want to have that. Whoa, what the hell is that? Holy shit. That also looks incredible. Let's see what the book looks like. Well, I mean, it's not bad, but Ooh. Wow. Holy shit, that looks good. Huh. Yeah, these ones are pretty incredible. It's also interesting with the sage weapons. Apparently there are weapons that are arranged like this on your back, where it's in 4 different directions, and then there are other ones, like the one Alfinor has, for example, that, you know, are sort of parallel to another. Huh. What does a gear look like then? Scarlet Moko robe. Wow. Holy shit. They also have this... What is it even? Is it an eagle? Something like design? Wow, these look incredible. Definitely have to get these. So the healer ones? Might use this as a new healer glamour. Because I had my healer glamour for a very long time and it's sort of... You know, it's cool. I like my healer robes, but they're old Realm Reborn robes and I always sort of wanted to get something different. This would be a good thing. Wow. I mean, these had to have been good glamour, right? Look at this. Otherwise, I would have been severely disappointed. Huh. I'm always not the biggest fan of the ones that have, like, different shoulder pieces. Still looks good, though. Whoa, this looks cool. What the hell? Alright, well, I could get behind that shoulder piece. Holy shit. That's the ranged gear? Shit, I need more glamour plates. What the hell is going on with this glamour? Oh, I think the boots look pretty good as well. Cool. They also have this eagle-like thing on them. Wow. These are the ranged ones. Color scheme is cool. Let's look at the... I want to see these. Oh, well, they're very basic. Although the ornaments are still pretty cool. They almost look like you have, like little darts in that pouch. Maybe makes sense, but could be like, sort of your backup sage weapon, right? If you think of it like that. Oh, these ones look, we already had some of the ones to these. Only they were silver, I think. They do have a slightly different color scheme, though. Well, I definitely have to remember that. Somebody else to talk to? Not really. Got a chocobo porter somewhere. Can't just be a chocobo porter, right? Oh no, would it be on the minimap? Ah, it's a gemstone trader. I was wondering. I always forget that these are a thing. I wonder if it tells us something. No. Wait, what? What? Huh? What? How is this supposed to work? Why can we just attune to an aetherite that lets us travel back and forth in time? Can somebody please explain that? I have a distinct feeling that we get this particular mount during the main story, maybe? Which I was sort of speculating about ever since I saw it on the moon. I guess female characters are sitting, like, to the side? That looks cute. And what have we here? My role here, I specialize in the observation of flora. Some of the larger species, such as trees and so forth, continue to grow over the course of many centuries, which requires a great deal of patience on my part. Thankfully, I'm quite content to spend my days in these idyllic surrounds. Imagine that sort of being your job, right? Watching, like, trees grow over the course of hundreds of years. Well, I'd imagine there are probably quite a few researchers here on Earth that would, you know, give everything they have to live a couple of 100 years and being able to study, you know, flora and fauna in that time frame. I've decided to open a shop to keep my little creation fed. My wondrous wares can be yours for the right amount of bicolor gemstones. Would you please be so kind as to explain the reason why you specifically chose bicolor gemstones as the thing you need? I half expected these items to have some weird descriptions. Alright, that's the main building. Okay. It's just a bit of a shame, right, that they still haven't sort of... I mean, imagine if you would be able to just change one of your glamour plates on the fly here. It's just a... I don't know. Wow. Just looks incredible, doesn't it? It's just a bit of a shame that the glamour plates are still, you know, a bit wonky in terms of how they work. But once again, this clearly looks like architecture from the ancients, whereas the one on the moon that Heidelin created there does seem different in a way. But again, you know, this architecture has probably stood here for thousands of years at this point, right? And the things that Heidelin created on the moon are new. Well, new for the ancients. Obviously, it's been there for 12,000 years. While Emutelk has been accommodating thus far, he's the one who has business with Hermes. If you wish to attend, you will have to ask his permission. I don't know if you would like that, honestly.
This appears to be the place.
Got this theme every time.
And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
What if I tell you that I know what you're trying to discuss with him?
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
I have important things to say to him as well. Well, I mean, we could have done that already. There are reasons I cannot speak freely. Again, wondering, like, about this. Can we truly not speak freely? Because, again, doesn't our presence here already sort of, in theory, change the course of history? Which is why I'm assuming that this happened back in their time as well. So, technically we aren't, like, technically we would be able to speak freely because we wouldn't be able to alter the course of history anyways? Curious. There are reasons I cannot speak freely.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
You already have, you just don't know it yet.
I do not object to his attendance.
Oh.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe he can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise.
Huh. That one of the reasons why you created her? To be able to discern sort of the intentions of others?
Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
Oh? Yeah, he really doesn't like to be invited to the convocation, does he? If that's what they are trying to discuss here, but I presume it is.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
So, it's finally happened, then.
Yeah, so, well, I just sort of realized if Emmett truly is here to discuss the convocation, then somebody must have left it, right?
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor.
I wonder what the... That is also something that we sort of haven't really, I guess... I mean, again, obviously now we get to know a bit more about them, but before we had absolutely no idea sort of what the life of the ancients was like, how long they lived before the final days happened, and where they originated from. Because you would assume, I guess, because they are essentially immortal, apparently, most convocation members probably stay on the convocation for a very long time. At least, sort of, in terms of our way of thinking about time, right? So a couple of hundred, maybe even thousands of years. For them, that's maybe, you know, the equivalent of, let's say, 30 years to us, right? But yeah, there would obviously be people who would be stepping down from their post. And again, I guess sort of the main idea behind this is that they're probably, I mean, they're like scholars, most of them, right? So they probably also want to research and just do all kinds of different things, learn everything, right? So you would assume that people would regularly change, I mean, maybe not that regularly, but certainly at some points down the line would change places on the convocation, right? And I guess the interesting part about this is that we are very closely sort of related to the 14 convocation members that witnessed the final days. And obviously, you know, in a way, those are the most important members because they're the ones who probably had to deal with a situation that they never expected and never had to deal with, right? Before. But having said that, I do wonder who was the before Van Daniel. I mean, obviously that's just a title, Van Daniel, right? That was a completely different person with completely different, you know, characteristics Whereas the Fandaniel that we know, the Fandaniel that came to the present and ushered in chaos and took over Zodiac's heart, that's specifically this Fandaniel. Or Hermes, rather.
In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation.
One other thing that I was just wondering about is, you know, at the point of sundering, or I guess after it, the Unsundered Essenes, for example, Emet-Selch, I mean, we even saw that in the flashback that we had when the present-day Fandaniel revealed to us that he was Amon as well. Emet-Selch sort of convinced him to come back to the Essenes, right? To once again be part of the Convocation, I guess. But it is rather interesting to me, if you think about it, that somewhere, either, you know, sort of within Zodiac, or just wandering around as a sundered soul, there have to be rather, other former members of the Convocation as well. Right? Whoever was the former, or held the former position of Fandaniel on the Convocation before Hermes became part of it, that soul has to be somewhere as well. Either, again, they were part of the half of people that was sacrificed for the summoning of Zodiac, and therefore now is dead because the souls have dissipated that were trapped on the moon, or they are part of a sundered soul and within somebody else, maybe even somebody that we know, right? That's really, really curious to think about, that all of these, especially also all of the other people, heads of state, sort of, right? Because there wasn't only the Convocation, obviously. For example, in this particular case, Hermes was the head of a very, very important research facility, right? And you can imagine that there were all kinds of these places, like special facilities for special things, and the people involved with those, right? Those people, still exist somewhere, either now in the Ethereal Sea and previously existed within Zodiac, or they are sundered souls walking on Aetheris and its shards. That is, I mean, obviously it's very logical that would be the case. It's just, don't really I haven't really grasped that before.
I understand that you and Fandaniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis, after all.
Ooh, okay.
I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
What was his purpose, though?
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down.
Oh. It's also interesting that they were apparently fairly close. Although it does make sense in a way. I mean, it obviously makes sense. I'm just saying that. It's rather
Does this
interesting.
not mean that he will return to the star?
What?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
What? The hell are you talking about?
Return to the star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Aetheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness.
Finite time? I thought you were immortal.
To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it.
Wait a second, so they die not because of old age, but because they want to.
A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world.
I mean, that sort of explains another thing, obviously, that I was wondering about, which is, we clearly heard from the very beginning that we visited Emetzel's recreation of Amarok that there were, in fact, children in their days, right? They didn't just, I don't know, create children, but rather they had children. Just like, humans, apparently. So I was wondering, if that was the case, then wouldn't their population sort of rise indefinitely if they're immortal? But apparently they're able to just die if they want to. But, well, that is a rather unique concept to wrap your head around, isn't it? Although, I mean, in a way, it does make sense if you think about being, I don't know, tens of thousands of years old. I mean, obviously that would change your perspective by a lot, but then again, I guess even for them, there's only so much you can do, right? If you're that intelligent and that capable of doing this much, then I'd imagine that maybe even quicker than you think, there would be a point in time where you just have done everything there is to do, really. Everything you want to do, essentially.
And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
But then how does that work? So Aetheris, even back then, had to have some sort of source where they came from. So the whole concept of ether and souls returning to the ethereal sea is something that was apparently already present back in their day. Just it was different in how it worked, I guess. But then they are a lot more closer related to the very star they live upon, aren't they? I mean, that depends on where the ethereal sea is supposed to be. Again, as far as we've seen, it seems to be within the planet. Or is it within the rift? Or what?
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return?
No, I think he doesn't want to lose a friend. He probably has struggled with sort of... I mean, if you think about, again, present-day Fandaniel and the weird things that he did as a Mon for Zande and things like that, I think he struggles with the very idea of, you know, being born and then dying and what the whole meaning or reason behind that is, right?
Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just... I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all.
I mean, he probably knows that other people can do just as much good as he can.
Oh no. I've made her upset.
I wonder, she seems to react to emotion a lot, right? I think he's actually researching whatever this Akasha is. I mean, it would make sense, for the story at least.
Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
It's also maybe why her ether is so thin. Again, I said, I thought that he probably did that on purpose, and, you know, if she is some sort of being to be able to research this emotional ether that we don't really know much about, and they apparently didn't know either, otherwise they would have been able to sort of discern where the beasts during the final days came from. If he created her specifically for that, then it would make sense that her ether would be sort of as thin as possible, really, right? Because that would mean that he could really study the effects of this other form of ether. Which I guess both Hythlodius and Emet-Selch, because they don't really know about that, they would only see the thin ether in her, right? And nothing else. Most would jump at the chance to serve in the convocation. And yet... And it is quite interesting to see, right? They're, like, how unusual it must be for them to see somebody sort of actually questioning their ways. Which Hermes is doing here, right? He's really questioning, well, why would somebody want to die? Which apparently for everybody else is just a normal thing. Yeah, of course, you did a lot of good, then you die. Why not, right? If you feel like your time has been spent well, don't mind us, my friend. Please tend to Meteon. Forgive me. I will make it up to you, I promise. I'm sorry. I didn't mean... A walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk. Wonder what the cage is for. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. It's how I am, how he made me, see? That is... Oh, right, we already knew that. I completely sort of blanked out on that up until this point, but... Well, who said that to us? We know that the fan Daniel, back in these days, was the first to discern why the final days were happening in the way they were happening, and also where they would happen next, right? Where those phenomena would happen next. And that's because this was already one of his research projects. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? Now I wonder, I just had a thought. Maybe that's not true at all. Maybe I'm completely, maybe I'm completely wrong here. But what if, for some reason, this Fan Daniel either because he himself sort of became desperate on purpose, or through his research by accident, maybe he was the one who created the final days. Again, either on purpose or accidentally. Maybe that's completely wrong, maybe that's not actually what happened, but there is a possibility, right? You want to learn about Alpis and Hermes? Ooh, teach you. I could teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something. Sounds like fun. The waterfall is very loud, by the way. At least for me. It will be. Where to start? Ah, yes. Let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. Yeah, I've already talked to her, him. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead. Cool. I wonder if there are places we can visit with her. Oh yeah, apparently there are. Let's go and talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. It's a very loud fountain. Are there other places we can talk to her about? Not here, apparently. Maybe she will explain how the Aetheryte works? Or why it's able to transport us back and forth in time? Discuss the Aetheryte. Ah, the Aetheryte! Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere. Not to the ground or other isles. Ah, see? For that, you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. Aha! So they have different kinds of Aetherites. That is interesting. They have actual teleporters. That is really interesting. So I wonder what the difference with a teleporter would then be. Because for us, an Aetherite is a teleporter, right? Huh. That is... I mean, again, also one of the reasons sort of Emet-Selch's downfall, right? Is he vastly underestimated us, I think. And he sort of admitted to it himself. He was very taken aback at Graha Tia being able to transport the Crystal Tower to the First. And, well, he didn't know how he did that, right? Which, again, the sort of knowledge that we acquired about Omega, about Alexander, all of those things, there is knowledge there beyond what the ancients knew. So while we are still sundered, right, and maybe not as powerful in terms of ether manipulation, or obviously not being able to use creation magic, sort of the wisdom and knowledge that we have in the present day, in certain respects, actually exceeds what the ancients knew. Which, in a way, is logical, because what you need for that is time, not necessarily intellect, right? I mean, all the intellect in the world is worth nothing if you don't have the time to actually use it. So, again, through time, we were able to discern truths and knowledge that they had not. So, in this specific case, I'm just wondering, maybe, for some reason, they weren't able to use etherites and had to resort to, like, a different kind of teleportation, or a different sort of way of doing it. And maybe we, in the present day, are just able to use teleporters. And then, also, if you think about, that's a research project in Charlian, right? And they are apparently researching ways of teleporting to places you haven't even been to. Although then again, maybe that's specifically what makes the teleporters different. Maybe that's how they work, right? That they can transport you to places you haven't even been to. Whereas the etherites can only ever be used if you've already been to them. Right, that could be it. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, your ether is quite thin. Assume you are a familiar, like Mateon. There is something you need. Could you teach him about Elpis? Ah, a newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well, I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. I wonder why they think that. Why is it their duty? Because they've, at least to our knowledge, very clearly placed that upon themselves, right? It's not necessarily their duty, it's just what they want to do. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Again, maybe that's a slight hint towards where they came from. Why do they exist? How did they come to be? Right? Maybe that's a hint towards maybe whoever created the ancients, either that or, I mean, maybe they came from somewhere else, I don't know, but somehow this duty has had to manifest in the first place, right? I mean, at first I sort of thought about it as just them being, you know, that they want to pursue knowledge, obviously, and so they just thought, well, we have this star at our disposal, let's just use it and, you know, make it a better place for us. But this very much seems like there was some outside thing or idea. Although maybe I'm misinterpreting it as well. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. God, once again, I'm sorry I stop all the time, but I am wondering, some of the concepts that reside here now exist on the planet. Although, I mean, well, technically there could be a million different reasons for it. Maybe through the final days happening, this facility, I don't know, crashed down on Earth, and released whatever was stored here, but it is curious that the creatures that apparently exist here now roam down on Earth. Although then again, there was still some time between this and the final day, so technically, I don't know how quickly that process, is done. Because even if there is, let's say, 10 years between this point in time and the point in time when the final days came, or maybe even 1 year, that might still mean that during that year, tons of new creatures came to this place, and all the creatures that we see here now were already deemed, positive for Atheris and therefore brought down to it, right? The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So heed your masters well and be good, do you hear? We will, Memnon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. That's all. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Wait, what? Where did you come from? From the Crystarium, I guess. From a place facing a great threat. There's such a place? I had no idea. But this place is important to you, I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. I already suspect what it is. That's also interesting. I feel like the surrounding ether sort of changes aspect. Maybe on purpose even. Maybe they research how sort of different aspected ether influences the creatures that live here. Because now it seems like there's more wind aspect ether in the air than usually. Wait, what? To the north? Maybe it's behind the main structure? Sorry, Mateon, but I think it's actually behind the building, isn't it? Let's take a look. Is that another aetheryte over there? Oh no, it's down there somewhere. Ah, there it is. Let's just jump down. Philomythis notos. I wonder why the bushes look like, why they have this weird form. Maybe they deemed that beautiful? Or maybe there's a reason to it? Maybe they fulfill some sort of special function? Yeah, I'm not getting that. We're probably going there anyway at some point. Are there? Let's see. Now it should be here, yeah. Elpis. Huh. Interesting. I was just wondering, right? Because during Heavensward, what they actually did was that the last zone, Azizla, they, like, it was very focused on the main story, right? Which is also something that they did in Amarot. It's just that Amarot was sort of only half of the zone. So the first half of the zone with the Sahagin from the first, whatever the name was, still had like normal side quests and stuff, right? But then, as soon as you went to Amarot, there were no side quests there. It was only like 2 side quests that also gave you a Wind Ether Current. And so it was sort of very focused, which made sense because it kept up the pacing of the main story very well. And they did something similar in Heavensward, where Azizla actually did not have normal Wind Ether Currents. It only had 5 quest Wind Ether Currents. At least if I recall correctly, but yeah, I do think that was the case. Or maybe there were 5 normal ones. It was only 5. And you sort of got them while you were going to the zone, through the zone anyways. So I was just wondering if they might do the same thing with the last zone, but then again, maybe not. I don't know. But, I mean, obviously, it's already crazy enough that this is not the last zone, right? So, yeah. I mean, whatever happens then is probably gonna blow our minds anyways. What are you doing here? I wonder if the Shubil is actually Emetzelk's familiar? Maybe he specifically created it to actually, you know, sort of keep watch for him? Or is some form of... to being able to, I don't know, observe certain places? And then maybe even though Emetzelk is no more, his familiar endured somehow? And that's why we see it all the time? Discuss the Spriggans. Spriggans? What are Spriggans? Oh no, we call them Orei. Orei? Orei? If there's many, it's just one, we say Oreas. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them. Why would you create such a species? I mean, I guess they're tested here, right? Well, it seems kind of dangerous if they can just run away with... Well, I mean, they probably wouldn't be able to leave Elpis anyway, so... Hello there. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new. Or perhaps Emetzelk brought it with him. Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. She can read minds, so that, I guess, reading minds... Wait a second. So what we're talking about here, right, is this other energy source, this Akasha. You know, with a, for lack of a better name. And it's sort of able to react to emotion. If she can read minds, then that's also part of it, right? Is that also part of the echo? Is that why we can see into the minds of other people and experience what they've experienced in the past? Is it because maybe this Akasha is stronger in those people that have the echo? could be a possible explanation, couldn't it? I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read. Curious. Maybe Emmett Cell created this bird specifically to sort of... like, maybe it literally serves as sort of a drone for him, and while he's not controlling it, it just sits there emotionally and, you know, doesn't have a mind on its own. Wait, please wait. I'll try again. It's you this time. Wouldn't she be able to read our... like, if she's able to read our mind, she would know where we're from, right? Greetings. Can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. Are we able to do that as well? Not really, or maybe we're just not able because we don't know that we can? Fuck, why am I yawning all the time? This is really interesting. What the fuck am I yawning? I am not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, even should they communicate via unknown languages or other non-verbal means. Whoa. Does this mean if we could wield this power, if we would understand how it works, we could talk to animals and the like? As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. So, once again, I'm wondering, if we look back, for example, to the Pixie Quest with the beavers, you know, the game sort of conveniently makes it so that you understand the intent of the beavers. But what if we actually can? What if, because of the echo, because we can, in a way, without us actually knowing about it, we can wield this power as well, to an extent at least, and therefore we are in fact able to discern, you know, the intentions and feelings and, you know, thoughts of most beings, even if they are animals or in some other form. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Good. Now it's my turn again, so what are you good at? Fighting, crafting, gathering, playing? What does playing mean? Playing Final Fantasy XIV? A critically acclaimed MMO with the critically acclaimed expansion Heavensward? that includes a final trial, whatever. Fuck, I don't know how you say that. Yeah, well, I am definitely good at fighting, I guess. I wonder what she says when you say playing, but, you know, kind of want to be honest here. Ooh, fighting. That must mean you're strong. Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight. Even when creations fight him. Hey! What are you looking at? Emmett, didn't you say that it was rude to stare? I think we might be bothering it. That's one, 10 stare. Let's keep going. We'll go and see Uwain's next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row. Oh, I think that's where the next Wind Eater current is. Maybe. Wasn't it to the west? I think it was. No, it's... yeah, well. Never mind then. Where was the staircase? Or maybe we can talk about some of the other things here? Fortunately not, it seems. Oh, do we go into one of these buildings? Oh. You ain't. Well, if it isn't Mateon, I see you've brought a friend today. Greetings, Uranes. An apple. Could you make an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with him. Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat Mateon. You weren't made to do so. But I like to. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. Oh, they know about that. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. I'm sorry. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed. Tell her what you like. Oh, that's what you like. Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? What are you doing here? Between you and me, Hermes' eating habits are atrocious. What? We may not be reliant upon food to the extent that our smaller creations are, but our diets eventually catch up to us. If we don't consume the requisite balance of nutrients, we grow weak and lethargic, and yet Hermes consumes candied apples as if they were a staple. Okay. Sure, judge him for his eating habits. Why not enjoy candy? I mean, I don't like them. I don't really like sweet fruits. I mean, I like sweet fruits, but not fruits that are, covered in sugar or something, or chocolate. Excellent timing. It was a refreshing constitution, I hope. Constitutional. What? Back already? Pity. A bit longer and we might have snuck away without you. What's wrong, Emmett? What have I done to you? I mean, don't answer that. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Mateon good. He wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate your keeping Mateon company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emetzelk and Hythlodius will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too? I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylaeon. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy his presence brings Mateon, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. He's kind, really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming, of course. To watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots. And I want to. That's why I'm here. Cool. This time we all get to go for a walk. Isn't it exciting? Ooh, side quests. I see side quests. Lives apart. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Umbastoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. Let's see what these side quests are about. Is there one to the... Wait, that is the east, I'm an idiot. I wanted to know whether or not there was a wind ether current to the west. I mean, there probably is, but... Have I talked to you before? My role here. I specialize in the observation of flora. Some of the larger species, such as trees and so forth... Oh, right. I did talk to you. Sorry. 4 side quests. Vivacious? Is that how I say that? Breaking the ice. You, my dear familiar, are precisely what I need. Pray help me with my research. One of our new creations has an extremely varied disposition. Try as I might to go near it for observation, it senses my ether and flees. As a familiar, your ether is thinner than mine, yet you seem more intelligent than your fellows. That being the case, I believe you may succeed where I have failed. Come with me behind the building. I will take you to the creation. Well, that would have been our chance to get the wind ether current. Whatever. 4 side quests? I guess let's do them first this time, because I feel like there's going to be more here, maybe? Wait, what do you have there? Sweet Temptations. What is that? Looks weird. Bah! Where in the world could the rest have gotten to? Ah, friend familiar. If you have a moment, I require help rounding up our Agavoid's young. You know what I just realized too? These side quests make even more sense than other ones, because they think that we're like a lesser being. Obviously, they would put their tasks on us. It's kind of funny, right? 6 remain unaccounted for, and I would be most grateful if you could search for them with me. The creatures secrete nectar from their tails, which attracts insects. Where they swarm, you'll like to find an Agavoidus. Agavoidus? When you do, use this etheric rope to catch it. Small as they are, I don't believe they will be too far away. Let us endeavor to find 3 each, and then reconvene here. Alright. No, there are even more side quests. I think I talked to her. Her, him. Paramonos. Kick some asp. What? How curious. A familiar bearing armaments. You must be special indeed. As it happens, I may have a use for you. Would you care to assist me by capturing a few fions? In exchange for a reward of sorts, naturally. I should warn you, however, they tend to be rather uncooperative, aggressively so, in fact. The familiars previously recruited for this task all met with most unfortunate ends. A terrible waste, but let us not dwell on such things. Here, take this ethereal-imbued rope and use to restrain the Ophions. Remember, I require living samples. They are extremely valuable, so if you must choose between their lives and your own, do the honorable thing and let them kill you. Oh, sure. Once again, let's turn off the main quest for a while, so that we can focus on the side quests here. The all the merrier. I think that's the second quest that does a plays with the word all. A visitor touring our facilities, are you? If you wish, you can assist us with one of our latest arrivals, the Aureus. The creatures are identifiable. The creatures are identifiable by their long ears, which are used to detect danger. They're also keenly attuned to minerals and can find deposits even in pitch darkness. Now, we were just testing the effect of minerals on them when they reacted acutely to mana stone. Becoming visibly agitated, they each grabbed the stone and scurried off. We knew to round them up again, and could use a helping hand. If you're up for it, please seek out my colleague who is out searching. She should be somewhere between here and First Bloom, and can give you instructions. So we have to search for a variety of creatures, apparently. Let's take a look here first. So 2 more quests? Is that it? Or are there even more? The agavoid's young lies moving, attempting to lure butterflies, it would seem. Come with me. Bloop. Are all of them here? Ah, shit. I should have probably done this on Paladin, shouldn't I? If I discover new locations. The agavoid's young lies moving. Yeah, honestly, I should probably do that. Let's just switch to Paladin, even though I don't have such a cool rope, but whatever. It's just for side quests. Third one is here as well. Nice. Wonder what they're doing with the Gobue. Oh no, there's even one more quest. A colorful concept. Ah, you there. Yes, you, the familiar. I need you to do me a favor. A colleague and I are supposed to conduct some tests at the Thalasai, but said colleague is late to arrive. I would go and find her myself, but I have preparations to finalize. Could you head over to First Bloom and tell him to hurry up? He's an observer with blue hair. Oh. Digestive problems. I don't know whose familiar you are, but won't you let me a hand? A plant creation has recently dropped its fruit, and I'd be grateful if you could gather a few samples for me. You should find some along the northern edge of this isle. Large as they are, you won't mistake them. Be warned, however, that the fruit are covered in an acidic secretion, Before you handle any, you'll want to apply the steel-skin balm on your hands. Okay. Whoop, whoop. This is probably the last side quest, right? I'd imagine. Kalias. Clutch devastation. So much to do, so little time. Ha! A volunteer? How would you like to earn the respect and gratitude of Elpis' most gifted researcher and require assistance in gathering axe? A simple task, really. Axe gathering? The very reason I came here. Excellent. Why, I sense your social standing rising even as we speak. To business then. I seek Daedalian eggs, that I may ascertain their ability to produce and raise offspring. One somewhat disconcerting trait of these winged wonders is their proclivity for laying eggs here, there, and everywhere. That is the reason why I'm finding it rather difficult to keep track of the damnable things. I've neither the time nor inclination to go chasing after them myself, but I'm sure you don't mind. If the parents take offense at you pinching their eggs, you have my permissions to slay them if need be. Okay. Southwest. Ah, that has to be the edge there somewhere. Wait, is that really? Or maybe it's further away. This doesn't look like 400 yards, right? This is a very windy place, though. Come to help us find the Aurier, you say? Much obliged. 3 of the critters have been sighted yonder. When you find one, use this Hypnos potion on it. It should put it to sleep and allow you to easily capture it. Should the potion fail to work, as it occasionally does, you can simply exhaust the creature into submission. Okay, wait, there? Let's go there first. Southwest. Yeah, there probably is on one of the other isles, right? The Wind Ether Current? I'd imagine. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe we can even go there from here? What is that back there? What the hell are those? Are they walking trees? Yggdrand. Seems so. They look funny. Southwest? Yeah, it has to be here somewhere. Probably at that tower? There are no eggs to be found here. Oh yeah, there it is, I see it. This is a huge place. Another weird tree. I mean, they're probably experimenting with their sort of form, I guess. I wonder also if these towers serve some kind of purpose. Maybe maybe they're built out of some sort of ether that keeps this whole island floating. To the west, yeah, that's over there, definitely. What the hell? We've discovered a Daedalian egg, delivered to Kalias to free yourself from his service. Whoa! You're quite a bit bigger than I imagined. Yeah, I don't know. Especially compared to the new Summoner, Paladin could have really used some off-globals. I mean, well, then again, during normal sort of encounters and raids and stuff, there's definitely a couple of things that you would have to do with your defensive cooldowns, so those are your off-globals, so to speak. That's an A rank. Interesting. That looks exactly like the boss from, again, the dungeon where I don't remember what it was called. Academia? Why? Academia something. Not Anida, but the other one. Wait, I can just look that up. I'm an idiot. I can just look at the dungeon name. Shadowbringers. Oh, no. I had it wrong. Yeah, this is Academia Anida. The other thing is Anamnesis Anida. Completely forgot. A quiet corner of Amarot stands an unremarkable entrance to a most remarkable institution, the Academia Anida. Within its hallowed halls, the star's ancient overseers toil to perfect the godlike art of creation magics, their research and experiments bringing into existence myriad forms of fantastical life. Yet even if these creations be naught but reflections of reality, mere phantasms woven from ether, the techniques which engender such miracles are a source of undeniable power. Step now across the threshold and behold the glories of a civilization lost to the ages. I wonder what this was then. So the Anamnesis Anida, that was the place to store the blueprints, right? The Academia is the place where they came up with these things, and then I guess Elpis here is the place where they test them. Yeah. I honestly didn't remember that both dungeons were called Anida. What was the meaning of that? Anida. Oh. So for those, we have to go back there. Do I want to mount already? I mean, the place is really beautiful, but it's also really large. I wonder what these circling towers are. Although maybe they are how this place keeps afloat? Like some kind of rotor? In a weird way? Oh, I've already done one of them. Yeah. Let's see to the other 5. Because at first, obviously, they look more like sort of either simply lights, but they could also be observation towers. But yeah, now that I'm looking at it, maybe there really are sort of rotors that literally keep this place flying. Oh, these things. Did I have to do something with them? Noxious fruits. Use the Ore. Yeah, I need to weaken them and then capture them. Of course I'm missing my damn attacks again. Can I already capture it? Yes, nice. Of course I missed. Bye-bye. Well now, there's a familiar I'm not familiar with. Ha ha ha. Apologies, I couldn't help myself. So, is there something I can do for you? The test! So deep was I in thought, I completely lost track of time. In my defense, it was these very tests I had been pondering. Lest you wonder, they are for a species of fish that purifies the sea by devouring carcasses. Small as they are easy targets for larger fish. Thus did we imbue them with poison as a defense mechanism. Once again, this sort of makes me wonder if before the Amrutines existed on Aetheris, you know, obviously sort of there had to be another point of creation where they came to be. It almost feels like Aetheris as a planet was just empty, sort of devoid of life, right? And they came up with, well, everything, really. Not wanting the poison to outright kill, we kept it weak. Even so, it gradually accumulates within the predator's body, and testing has determined that it will lead to mass death. Well, that's not good. Though we wish to avoid this outcome, the concept for this fish is truly marvelous, and I would be ashamed to abandon it, but what to do? You could give it warning colors. But of course! And so doing it would reduce the likelihood that they will be preyed upon. Yes, I believe we have our solution, and it's all thanks to you, my brilliant familiar. I'll go and join my colleagues at once. We have a test to perform. Wait a sec. Do you suppose you could fetch something for me? For the test I have in mind, we'll be needing some bird of Elpis feathers. These can be had from a colleague of ours who specializes in avians. The man should be somewhat back on the main isle. My thanks again, and see you shortly. Again, I'm wondering here, did we just sort of invent a species that now in the present day only exists because we went back in time and told him about this? Doesn't this already alter the course of history, at least for this one particular aquatic species or whatever? Right? I mean, that's what sort of this would allude to, that we now created something that already existed during our time but wouldn't have if we hadn't traveled back in time to make it exist, I guess. Why am I always choosing the wrong thing? Somehow I always think that the journal isn't actually the first thing that you get when you open up the menu. Like when you go to this tab, it's always on journal first, and somehow I always forget that. What is that? Oh, that's for the quest. I thought I was seeing yet another like hunting ring. Whose familiar might you be? What is it you require? Bird of Elpis feathers, you say? I assume they are for your master. Here you go, then, and run along. Cool. And we've done enough, right? Yeah. Let's still mount up. This place is huge. Northeast. There's one of you little fellas. You should use the Hypnos potion on the Aureus before you attempt to capture it. This one. It falls over. The Aureus tries to fight the potion, but eventually succumbs. It's probably at the bridge there. Where did they scurry off to? Sometimes it's actually hard to see quest objectives behind these bushes and stuff. There's another one. Oh. That's the already captured one. Bloop. Down you go. Oh, the next one is over there. Alright. It's a ridiculously huge structure over there. Yeah, it's definitely on that island. I wonder. I mean, we'll get there eventually, but let's just grab them. It's always kind of better to... the morning dew, to grab them right away, because then they don't interfere with your main story and stuff. Also, that means we already have discovered this place, and the experience gets added to my paladin and not my summoner, because my summoner is definitely overleveled. Alright, there's the next one. Quest, yeah, that's the other one, alright. What are you doing here? I love my work, yet at times such as this, the mind wanders. Where might I go? What monuments to man's ingenuity might I see, had I only the time to spare? Don't you have, like, all the time in the world? Why are you so... I wonder if there's more to them dying. If it's truly a choice, or if there's some other... constraint on their life. Oh, it's too agitated. Well, that's not good. Wait, did I capture it or did I kill it? I just noticed these are even moving. I wonder if they're experimenting with trees that can be shaped into forms for some reason. Maybe through this form they're testing how well they can be formed and how well they maintain that particular form? It's up here, right? Oh no. Notice 666. What have you done? A creature bearing a strong resemblance to a Pysa stares unflinchingly at a bowl of fruit on the ground. There it is, Notice 666. New as it is to Elpis, the creature has yet to be given a proper name. As I mentioned, I cannot go near it. Indeed, this is the closest I can be. I want you to approach it, and then do something to show that you are a friend. What do you think will work? Perform a dance for it? An excellent idea. If it sees you moving in a whimsical fashion, it may well lower its guard. So go on, try to perform a dance for Notice 666. I shall watch from here. Best of luck to you. course. Let's be dancing for a paisa. Wait, am I supposed to... What am I... Oh, dance, yeah. Slash dance. What the fuck are you doing? That's what that thing thinks. Notice 666 scurries off, leaving behind the bowl of fruit. Was this supposed to happen? I witnessed it all. You did very well, my dear familiar. Notice 666 is designed to facilitate the proliferation of fruiting trees by bearing their seeds to faraway places. While their young are still unable to forage for themselves, 'tis the duty of male creatures to bring them food. In leaving you the fruit, it appears to have taken you for one of its own. I wasn't sure how it would respond to your overtures, but I wasn't expecting that. Go on and take your gift, and let us return to Anagnorisis. You deserve a reward for your troubles. Great. A Paisa thinks we're its friend. And other people are dancing for it too. Alright. Let's go over there then. I already grabbed this wind ether current, right? To the west, we'll probably get there. Oh, what happened here? Did they accidentally eat of those? Creations lie prone near the fruit, alive but insensate. Insensate? Whoa! Anguish. One of the side quests has like another objective, it seems. Let's go this way. Just giving you a dot for like 60 seconds, what the hell? It's quite the strong dot. If you were to fight with this, you would be in serious trouble. It's stronger than your natural health restoration outside of combat. There's something. Thanks to your invaluable cooperation, I was able to acquire some very insightful data. Well, the fruit, they're rightly yours to enjoy, so go on, enjoy them. The fruit looked good, but it tastes even better. Each bite a small piece of heaven in your mouth. Well, they're perfect fruits, aren't they? Judging by your expression, it would seem Notice 666 saves the choicest fruit for its young. Though it has but come to us, I have a good feeling for the creature. When the time comes, we shall have to think up a suitable fine name for it. Please don't call it Paisa. Here's the reward I promised. Thanks again, my dear familiar. Ah, you are returned as well. I managed to find 3. How about yourself? Wonderful. This accounts for all of them. We can finally release the creatures. Lest you wonder, the agavoids were created to curb the insect population. They have passed the first phase of determination and thus will be provisionally sent out into the wilder world. Though few steps remain before they can fully take their place in nature, I have no doubt but that they will make our star a better place. This isn't much, but please accept it by way of my gratitude for your assistance. Right, we've gotten a couple new pieces. 539. This needs to go here, and this is the necklace here. Alright. I'm still, like, whew, thankfully I cleaned my inventory. That would have been a heck of an annoying thing to come up with a place to store these coffers. Have you brought the specimens I requested? Well, to overcome such ferocious creatures and live to tell their tale, Your maker certainly placed great importance in durability. As for the affiants you've brought me, they will be delivered to the Academia in Anida. Aha! Like the other creatures in Alpus, they are currently under observation that we may determine their suitability for existence beyond these confines. Samples are carefully selected and sent for further study. If they are found worthy, they will receive official approval. Only then can they be submitted to the Bureau of the Architect. As even you can imagine, the evaluation process is particularly strict for voracious predators such as affiants. It would reflect rather poorly on those involved if they were to wreak havoc when unleashed into the wider world. Not that it is any concern of yours. Here's your reward. Now run along, would you? So the Academia Anida is... Well, at least they interact very closely with this place, right? There you are, my clever familiar. You have the feathers, I trust. Here they are. Yes, these colors are perfect. We shall grant our fish the same to warn would-be predators of its poison. I say it was the familiar who conceived of this idea. It was. Thanks to him, we won't need to revert our fish to ether. So not only did you find my colleague, you thought of a solution to our problem and fetched the feathers. You've been very busy on our behalf and we're grateful. Here's a little something for your troubles. It's interesting that they don't think more about a familiar coming up with these ideas, but... Ah, you're back. Were you able to get the fruit? Oh, such marvelous specimens, my thanks. You may be wondering why the fruit is covered in acid. One day, each fruit will become a carnivorous plant that preys on herbivores, keeping the population in check. But until it matures, it needs protection from those self-same herbivores. To that end, we tried giving the mother plant the impulse to spray its fruit with its digestive secretion. The fruit you brought we will examine to determine its resistance to the acid and make adjustments as necessary. My thanks for your help. You're looking a bit unwell. You must have gotten the secretion on you, you poor thing. We'd best treat you at once. There, you'll be fine now. You did well to endure the pain, but you should have used the balm. Remember to do so next time, alright? Oh, whoopsie. I guess I forgot. Could I have really used that? I was wondering why the dot was so strong. It's because you literally are supposed to use a different item on them first. Whoopsie. I assume you haven't returned empty-handed. Splendid. And now have ample evidence that the Daedalian are breeding as expected, then all we need to do is wait for the concept to be officially approved. But wait, if even a mediocre familiar such as you can steal their eggs, how are they supposed to propagate in the wild? No, this will never do. We shall have to find a way to improve their natural defenses against such threats. 2 heads, perhaps. Fire breath? Cover their eggs in spikes. That might make them rather tricky to lay. Well, it's certainly given me food for thought. I shall have to discuss this with the others. Oh, are you still here? I suppose a word of thanks is in order? Thanks. There. Satisfied? He doesn't seem too clever if the only options that he apparently comes up with is to give them either 2 heads, spiked eggs, or fire breath. No wonder there are such weird creatures roaming our present day, if that's what they came up with. Ah, there you are. Were you able to catch the ore, eh? Thank you. Now only 2 of the critters remain at large. I've received word that they've been sighted in another area, so I'll hurry there at once. In the meantime, I'd be grateful if you could take the 3 fellows you caught back to Euclides. These are all, right? I didn't turn off any others? Alright. Oh, 'tis you again. How did you fare with the Ori? Ori? Still don't know how you pronounce that. Well now, then you should bring the creatures yourself. I hope they didn't give you too much trouble. What was Ori? Their abnormal behavior was most certainly caused by the power harbored in Mana Stone. Still, we have the highest hopes for the Orias. In their digging for minerals, they prime the earth for plant life. If we suppress their sensitivity to magical influence, this will surely be a beneficial existence to the star, and you, my friend, can be proud in having helped to bring them forth. Once again, considering we are in the past, literally in the past, all of the species we were just helping with only exist in the present day because of us, in a way. At least partly. I mean, I guess they would have been able to do the same thing without us. But still, it's just funny to think about. Alright, that's the ring. Alright, so far so good. Let's go back to Seminar and continue with the main quest. Where has Hermes run off to? Ah, there he is. So beautiful. Petaluda. I hope they make it into the world. I think they have. Ah, yes. The Einstein Petaluda, one of the newest species on the ever-popular butterfly. You're still bothered about your robe. Don't be. The few specimens we repurposed won't be missed. Oh. All vim and vigor now. When we were discussing his nomination, he was melancholy incarnate. This year is a new species of Petaluda we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it into the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? What? It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. So he's saying normal sort of... So all the species that they create here, they don't have the soul? No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Okay. I'm not sure I understand that. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. That's an interesting way to define that. What? So, for example, if they create a tree with their creation magic, it has a soul. But if a tree grows on its own without them having created it, it doesn't? Am I understanding that correctly, or... That's a weird distinction. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. Why? What? That definition, that was weird. I still don't really understand what that's supposed to mean. So... What? So if a creature endures and is actually able to sustain its own life, then it has a soul. And otherwise it's just a creation that fades over time? Huh. That's a weird way of defining that. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Beacon? In the Aetherite? No. Oh, I guess that... they call that beacons? Interesting. So what? Beacon? Are they some kind of lighthouse? But if this place was specifically placed here in order to not be able to... maybe he will explain it. Wouldn't really make sense to have a lighthouse here, would it? Oh. Interesting. I think now I understand a bit better what he meant by that. So these are sprites, right? And they're just sort of a manifestation of ether? Not an actual living creature, so therefore they don't have a soul. That was still a weird description somehow. Interesting. You're interesting too. Tell me, how did you find the Abystoma? We're meant to be observing Hermes, but instead we're stuck with Meteion. Well, I suppose she herself serves as proof of his prowess as a researcher and creator both. That's true. A fascinating creation, much like yourself, little one. Renowned as Hermes is for his flying life forms, it's a rare privilege to be able to see one of his works in progress. I think they're both not quite realizing what she is and what she represents. Ah yes, lightning pneuma? Just as the report said. Although we call the structure a beacon due to its form, it is in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne. As I said, I was right, and maintains the climate thereupon. So it doesn't only keep it airborne, it also does other things. But yeah, so it's literally some kind of rotor that keeps these platforms afloat. That's... wow. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Meteion is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the pneuma? You can feed them. By using this lightning converter, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Okay. Isn't that just a lightning crystal? What? Oh, am I supposed to put it on the destination? Oh, okay. I misunderstood what they wanted from me. That's why there's only two, because you hit both of them with this one. Perfectly done. Look. See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions, despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petaluda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Mateon a living being? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodius, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you finished already. I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. We missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Emetzelk's gonna be thrilled. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Yeah, I don't know. That's sort of the one thing that is truly sort of, how do I put it? I was thinking of creation magics in an entirely different way up until now, I think. I was, weirdly enough, putting it sort of on a pedestal, thinking that they were truly sort of almost godlike in what they could create, right? But in fact, they're not really. I mean, obviously, creation magics are exceptionally powerful, but at the same time, they're still very close to us in the way that they approach things, right? They test it out. They, through trial and error, find out what's the best course forward. They're not, all-knowing beings. And they definitely have a lot of faults on their own. They're by no means a perfect species, as we can see. I mean, in a way we've known that, right? In a way we've known that that's also probably a reason why they perished during the final days. And why they weren't really able to sort of cope with that situation at all, is because they, I think, sort of overestimate their own abilities. Yes, they are very, very powerful, and they can do and see a lot that we cannot, but at the same time they do also share some imperfections, and through that probably sort of overestimated their own ability to handle everything, right? That's adorable, but beware it sneeze. Hermes went flying once. Oh no. Yeah, I know all about it, sneeze. Ah, this fellow has been the talk of the Bureau. A combination of a carefree aspect and endless rows of fangs is strangely charming. Yeah, it is weird, right? They are very peaceful creatures, and yet they have a lot of fangs. Was there a guiding theme or any method to the madness that is this random assortment of features? What? You don't like Gobue? Gobu? Aren't they pronounced Gobu in English? Gobue?
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
Ampelos.
So, how are we coming along?
Well, hello there. I know you.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis.
Why do they share a name with a place, though?
Entelekis. Like me.
Entelekis?
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace.
Okay. It's interesting that they would specifically name those the same.
A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
That's a big question, isn't it?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Hermes knew about these.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
Dynamis, alright. But they knew about it, at least to an extent. Maybe they just didn't consider it important enough, or... Because their emotions were always so much in check, right?
And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekis.
Entelekis, alright. Yeah, and Atea is an Enteleki as well, because she works in the self-same way. He doesn't know a whole lot about this.
Me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation.
How was it created then? How did you create your familiar?
What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis.
So only creatures whose ether are very, very thin can use it. I mean, if we theorize a bit here, as far as we know, or not as far as we know that the people, the people that live on the shards have a lot thinner ether than we on the source. And especially shortly after the sundering, that was true for all of the reflections, right? Including the source. Wouldn't that sort of mean that... well, I guess I'm thinking about it in the wrong way. Because I thought that, wouldn't people with... No, I mean, I thought about it in a bit of a wrong way. Because I thought at first that, people on those reflections with a very thin soul would maybe be able to... Or would have way stronger emotions. But that's not true. They don't have more of this Dynamis. They have the same amount. It's just that they have way less ether. So shouldn't they theoretically be a lot more sort of susceptible to emotional influence? Unless the sundering also meant that their Dynamis was split as well, making it so that the sort of level of Dynamis and ether would have been the same. That could also be true. Who created this flower then?
'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Meteon? Meteon? Well, obviously to study it.
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it.
Oh. So, yeah, it is true. The ethereal sea seems to be something that is part of the very star itself. So compared to other planets, what makes Aetheris so special is that it has essentially a core of pure ether, I guess, which we just describe as the ethereal sea. And other planets or stars do not. Weird.
However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%.
Making it eerily similar to dark energy, right? The energy in our universe that we can't see nor interact with, but that has to be there in order for our physics to make sense. Oh boy.
A more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities.
Or bring about the final days,
'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river,
Yeah, I more and more get the feeling that maybe Hermes was the reason why the final days happened. An experiment gone wrong. It almost feels like, right? Again, it's just, I find it so interesting what parallels they drew with this in terms of real world physics. Right? Because that is a very question that exists in our world, is that is it called materia? Wait. What's the word that I'm looking for here? 1 second. Fucking Wi-Fi doesn't work. Matter. How did I think? Yeah, well, because I'm playing Final Fantasy, duh. Matter. That's the word I was looking for. So, I guess in a way, you know, our Earth and all the other planets and stuff is comprised of matter, right? Physical matter. And one thing that's so weird is that I think logically, I mean, obviously there are other theories about it, but at the beginning of the existence of the universe, there was both matter and antimatter in equal parts. But for some reason, in our universe today, we have far more matter than antimatter. And then there's also this dark energy that seemingly interacts with nothing, but has to be there in order for what we observe to make sense, right? And in a way, isn't this like it's a very interesting thing that this dynamis seems to be very similar, right? It interacts only in a few select ways with objects, but not in a way that can really be perceived or in any way felt. Much like dark energy or dark matter seemingly also probably, you know, sort of crosses our bodies and is there and interacts with, or, well, it doesn't interact with us, right? It's there, but it doesn't interact with our own matter. And, yeah, it's a really interesting way to think about it, right? The dam of ether barring its path. So in this case, though, the more ether there is, the less of this dynamis there seems to be, or not necessarily that there's less of it, it's just far harder to observe if there's more ether.
Not that I have such grand ambitions.
Not yet, anyway.
Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse.
Oh. Wait, what?
The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
Whoa. Hold on a second. So what he's saying here is that, so the reason why we can teleport on Atheris is because of the ether, right? So we're essentially using its vast resources of ether in a way where which we can sort of flow through the planet to another place. And because space lacks, again, it is dark energy. It literally is supposed to be dark energy in a way. Obviously, with the exception that dark energy, as far as we know, doesn't really interact with our emotions or anything, right? Although, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I haven't read about that, but maybe there are some, like, philosophical texts or theories that it might interact, because there are themes like that, right? If you look at the ending to Interstellar, for example, or I mean, I haven't read about that myself, but from a philosophical standpoint, we're still sort of trying to figure out what the soul and our sort of consciousness even is, right? So while we have a lot of knowledge about how our brain works, for example, and the chemical and biological components it's made up of, we still don't really know what gives us this conscious decision-making process and how we are able to sort of be self-aware, right? And I do think that there are probably people out there speculating if there's like another thing that we just can't observe or interact with that makes us this way, right? A soul, if you will. Then again, I mean, we can observe dark energy, right? We can see its influence on space-time. It's just that we can't interact with it in any way. We know it's there, it has to be there, but we don't know what it's made up of, how its, physical properties are. We just know that it has or creates, or it has influence on space-time. It creates gravity, right? So yeah, what I was saying was that in order for a means to have space travel between stars, I guess, Hermes is looking for another form of energy, because there is no or very, very little ether in space. You, at least from his point of view or from his research standpoint, you wouldn't be able to traverse space through teleportation the same way you are able on Etheris, right? So instead, he was looking towards another form of energy that might be abundant in space compared to ether, so that you could use that. If you could create a flow of that force, in theory, you would be able to use it as sort of a highway to travel towards other stars and other planets, correct? Wow, this is such... Holy shit.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Correct.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an Endwalker. Like me.
But more dense.
So, are we the same? Endwalkers.
Are you serious? I mean, I said so, I think, a couple of minutes ago when I was speculating about the Echo being, sort of this very force, right? Being able to read minds, literally read minds through their emotions. It even, of course it works out. What the fuck? It even makes sense. Think about it. That was a very same, wait, who posed that question? But when we were, I can't remember with whom we spoke about this, but we spoke about how our Echo works and couldn't quite figure it out. And the weird part about this, maybe it was with Kryl or somebody, but the weird part about that, what we were wondering is, why does the Echo always only appear in certain situations, right? We aren't able to actually control the Echo by ourselves. It just happened, and we were able to read their minds, essentially. Read their... what they would remember, right? Even through, through their ether, so to speak. Like, not even only what they specifically remembered, but what their soul remembered as well. This is the solution. This is literally the solution to this. What the fuck? Of course, we were able to use the echo in situations where the person whose mind we were reading was in sort of a particular strong state of emotion. Like when they were dying, or when they were, re-experiencing something of historic proportions, right? That's the exact point in time where we are able to read their emotion. Because that's the point in time when their emotion is sort of highest, when they, when their dynamis is particularly strong. And then we react to it. And in the same way, I guess, that's... Holy fucking shit, it all makes sense. That is why the buff that they give us in duties and stuff is also the echo. Because it's the very same determination that makes us stronger than everybody else, why we are the warrior of light. Because we have the echo and the ability to transcend, literally transcend our limits, is what they are always saying. Right? Why the echo gives us this ability? It's because we have an abundance of this dynamis energy. And therefore, through pure determination, we can do way, way more than other people. Because of this form of energy. What the fuck? Why does it fit so perfectly with everything? I mean, of course it does, right? But how the fuck were they able to come up with this? How, what? The only question that remains now is, aren't we part of a Zem? And we're also rejoined. So our ether is actually thicker than most people on the source, for example. I mean, obviously still a lot thinner than the Amroutines. Although, then again, about half as much, right? Because they're whole, we are 8 or 9 parts of 14. So why do we have an abundance of this dynamis? Especially as somebody who's the sundered soul of a Zem. And there are other people who have the echo, right? So there are other people who have this abundance of dynamis, apparently, or at least more, probably a lot less than we do, which makes them not as strong as we are. But what does this mean exactly? Are we special in that we have maybe an abundance of both ether and dynamis? Is that what makes us special? But why did a Zem have this? Or did he? Maybe that's something that only we are able to have? Through some special kind of... Well, because of what history made us? Again, I wonder if Vernat knew that as well. Or at least had some knowledge about this power. Maybe she was specifically looking, as the heart of Heidelin, maybe she is specifically looking for people with an abundance of this power to be able to combat the final days. Huh. Let's go with the second answer. Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
Yeah, if you're ignorant about it, it does sound like it. If you're actually interested in the inner workings and knowledge behind it, not so much anymore.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Enteleki make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it.
Which is apparently a thing that at least some members of the Convocation did. I mean, also because they probably didn't really even know about it, but they definitely underestimated it. I mean, that was Emetzel's demise, right? Yes, he underestimated the determination not only of me, but also of Artbird, which in a way is me, but yeah, whatever. There was another thought that I just had, but can't quite recall it. Yeah, the question of, aren't we also really strong in terms of our ether? Yeah, I mean, there has to be a reason why we specifically are both strong in terms of ether, in our manipulation of ether, but also seem to have an abundance of this dynamis force. I mean, as he just said...
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
You know, as he just said, having thinner ether makes it easier, I guess, to interact with dynamis, or to see it. But just because you have thicker ether doesn't necessarily, you know, it doesn't necessarily logically follow that you can't interact with it at all. Especially the more you have. I guess it's about the balance, right? So, let's say if a being has... You know, it's not about the absolute amount. It's about the balance between the two forces, right? And I guess we, as the Warrior of Light with our Echo, have so much dynamis that even though we also have a lot of ether, you know, the balance still works out in a way where we can, in fact, interact with it and use it. I wonder how this came to be. I mean, we're sure to find out, I hope. Never before had I heard of dynamis or entelekis. I can only assume the Elpis flower was submitted to the Bureau before I joined. Yeah, and that also remains to be seen. What is, or why does this flower exist? Who came up with this? Maybe it was the other Fandaniel? The one that's now leaving? I mean, it would make sense, right? Since the flower is here. I wonder why he never shared that knowledge, though. Or maybe he thought that his colleagues wouldn't... I mean, Emetzel was very fast in sort of disregarding it, which, again, sort of proves they are not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. They have the same flaws, basically, as us, right? This sort of overconfidence in their own knowledge, I guess, is mostly the downfall of humans in our real life as well. I mean, our current situation sort of proves that, doesn't it? People think they themselves are superior, right? They think themselves as more knowledgeable than others and aren't really willing to accept that they are not very intelligent, right? It's very, like, most humans wouldn't really admit to not being intelligent, even though a lot clearly aren't. At least in terms of, for example, knowing about physics and about math and being able to solve equations, for example, or, you know, in all kinds of other manners that intelligence manifests. I mean, there's also, interestingly enough, I would say, emotional intelligence, right? Being able to socially interact with people. But even that is something that a lot of people lack, right? And, you know, most people aren't really willing to admit to their own faults. Or at least, even if they are, I would say that most humans tend to overestimate their own abilities in a lot of cases. I mean, the easiest way to sort of confirm that is to just look at traffic, right? And how everybody thinks that they're a better driver than everybody else, even though they clearly aren't. And interestingly enough, that same weakness, this the same overconfidence is displayed here as well. With Emet-Selch disregarding something that should instead sort of, you know, make him very, like, it should spark his curiosity. He should be willing to learn more about it. But instead, because, you know, maybe it's about emotions, and that is something that is sort of, you know, not like, they don't really like to display their emotions, right? It's sort of a thing that is not regarded as something you should do in their society, right? Sort of really show your emotions, display your emotions. That is not something that is really part of their society. So Emet-Selch here disregards this, even though he should be instead, he should be really willing to learn more about it, right? Because it could prove very beneficial. And again, that's not even about the final days. This power could prove very, very beneficial in a lot of ways. But yeah, he disregards it. Intellect, you know, we're friends. In thinness. All appears to be well. This shouldn't take long. Their greatest contribution. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew. Yeah, but isn't that what makes it most curious? Why you should try to learn more about it? Just because you don't know how to make use of it right now doesn't mean that you couldn't in, you know, the far future if you really try to learn more about it. But it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. Well, at least he does seem to be curious. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the celestial, he would be a welcome addition. That seems to be quite the oversight, right? But again, serves to prove sort of their overconfidence, their weaknesses, right? Which is something that Emet-Selch sort of touched upon during Shadowbringers, right? Their or not, he didn't really explicitly say that, but it was, you know, if you sort of read between the lines, that was quite clear that they thought of themselves as perfect. I mean, that is why Azem apparently was such a special personality within the Convocation, because he seemed to be the only one who was willing to expand his own horizon, really. Whereas all of the others seemed to think that they were pretty much already perfect. Of course they would, you know, try to come up with new creations for Etheirys and make the world in itself a better place, but that was more out of their own sort of self-indulgence? Is that how you say it? You know, they did that because that's what made them happy. That's what sort of proved to themselves that they were powerful, right? That they could, in fact, do this. They could they were literally sort of playing God to the planet, right? And while they sort of purposefully tried to subdue their emotions and, you know, purposefully not sort of display their own, you know, talents. I guess that was sort of their downfall, right? That they weren't really honest with themselves in that regard. And that ultimately is also why they didn't admit to it, but they were very sort of inward looking, right? And therefore also didn't really care about anything else beyond their own planet in this case, right? Although Emmett Selk in a way does seem to recognize that fault or that problem. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Ooh, two very interesting questions. What do you specialize in? Aha, you wish to know why Emmett Selk was chosen for the convocation. I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten. We're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Oh? Now I'm even more intrigued. What now? I want to learn about the convocation. If you would accompany us, suppose you should at least know that much. The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines myriad policies. Our goal is to ensure that all is right in creation, that our star may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the Council is comprised of 14 offices, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the office, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field or possess skills that would facilitate the performance of their stipulated duties. The former category includes Metron, specialist in aquatic life, Logriff, specialist in terrestrial life and husbandry, Halmarut, specialist in fungal and plant life, Emerald Emerololf? How the hell do you pronounce that? Emerololf, specialist in medicine and healing, and La Habrea, specialist in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. As for the latter category, there is Ultima, advocate of the arts, Igion, champion of enlightenment and rhetoric, Pashtarot, preserver of discipline and order. And one more, isn't there? Oh, Emmett Selk, keeper of the ethereal realm or underworld in the vernacular. I have a feeling this raid series is going to be quite as mind-bending as this fucking story has been so far. Shit, I should have... I mean, a million different people will overanalyze the fuck out of what he just said here. I mean, we knew a bit about that before, but seeing it sort of laid out like this with really, you know, just saying these 14 different people and what they're good in. Fandaniel, pursuer of extant phenomena. And Azem, treasurer of the world and counselor to the people. What? Should I be revealing such details to you? Don't be silly. Even children know this much, and you would do well to remember it all. I try to. I'll tell you the tale when we're away from sensitive ears. Please do. I want to know what mischief Emmett was doing in his youth. That's a cool chocobo. It's very fearsome. Alright, before I continue, I'm gonna take a short break. Yeah, this is so much and more. What is it, Hyslodius? Why are you looking at me so? Whew, let me take a short break. I'll be right back. All right. So in about 45 minutes or something, I need to figure out something for lunch. Not quite sure that I actually have something that's really good here, unfortunately, so... Well, by the way, I should probably put these down here. So that I can put them into my glamour dresser. Once I have the opportunity. Alright. Let's see how this continues. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released into the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. Charybdis? That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. Alright, we're east. I already got the ether current here, right? Yeah. Let's mount up. That thing? Oh, there are a couple of them. That looks pretty, fearsome. Wouldn't you be exceptionally wet standing here? That water would spray all over the place. Why is this one blue and shiny? Oh, forgive me. I thought another member of the convocation had come. This is turning out to be an eventful day. Well, I mean, technically, you know, a serpentine bird or a winged snake. There is a slight difference in etheric balance between these Charybdises? That is, it may be assumed that they aren't the original creations but their offspring. Aha. This is the original? That's a loud waterfall. I mean, it is quite realistic, isn't it? A waterfall of that size would be incredibly loud in real life as well. I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis. Charybdis, right? Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind, yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. Aha! Once again, seeing how this emotional part is something that he knows about or suspects to influence a lot of their creations, whereas everybody else sort of immediately just says, you know, it's not good enough, let's just do something else, right? Which, again, another flaw that they have, right? Because they're so powerful, because they can use creation magics, they're very they sort of, I guess, I wouldn't say disrespect, but certainly they see these lives that they create beneath them, much like Emmett Silk saw us beneath him, right? Even if they create them, and as long as they aren't perfect or deemed perfect by them, they aren't, right? And therefore sort of shouldn't live. Whereas Hermes in this case recognizes that these very sort of weaknesses that they have may lead to other important or interesting sort of factors that others may immediately disregard and just, you know, sort of destroy this particular creation and just try with another one. Whereas he tries to make something out of his flaws, I guess. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless, shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that when transformed I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the life of these creatures? Again, he really, really respects these creations. He respects life and what they, what they are. Whereas everybody else just sees them as, oh yeah, there are creations, you know, let's just destroy them, let's try something different. It doesn't really matter. They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmet Selk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight. Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Herm has committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. It is a very obedient creature, seemingly. Such bother when we could simply begin anew, but I shall defer to the Chief Overseer. We must help the Charybdis to fly, or else they will all die. Hythlodius is a man of ideas. I wonder what he has thought up this time. Emmet Selk is out of sight? Good. Let's speak to the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmet Selk train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. What? Emmet Selk can fly untransformed? What? Really? I want to see that. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. I want you to go to Emmet Selk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Okay, off you go. Now and good luck. The chat mode and say... use the keyboard to end of the phrase, I have a favor to ask. Uh-oh, I have a feeling that he needs a few more words than just that. At least it's a bit quieter over here. Where the hell did he go? I do wonder though, right? Having seen how Hermes acts, and potentially also, you know, if he regards his friend Fandaniel with such high, you know, esteem, and if he also is very reluctant to let him go, I wonder if the current Fandaniel as well is, you know, sort of has a lot more respect for imperfect creatures. Oh, it's not here then. Couldn't be up there though. Has to be on that platform, right? We'll go there at some point, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean... I already talked about their weaknesses, right? But I wonder why there aren't more of them whose characteristics are more like Fandaniel and Hermeses, right? Maybe it's just that the way their society is, they sort of get drowned out in a way, because they, sort of their manners and their, what's the word? Sort of their etiquette, right? Is that they don't really, they want to be very uniform, right? They want to be this one perfect race, I guess. And that does reflect in their in their etiquette, right? In the way they talk to each other. And I suspect that because of that, any sort of doubts or any kind of thoughts towards imperfect creatures, for example, they probably just get drowned out, right? They are just, nobody really talks about that because nobody wants to admit that maybe they feel differently to others, right? So it's sort of a not a self-fulfilling prophecy, what's the other word? Devil's circle? They're sort of stuck in their ways in that regard, right? I guess the only reason why, in this case, Hermes is a lot more sort of open about these things is because he is the chief of Elpis, and therefore, not only does he have, I guess, a bit more weight in terms of how he decides to do certain things, but also, obviously, being here, being responsible for these creatures and constantly seeing them, dying essentially because they're imperfect, that has to have changed something about his character specifically, or not changed, but his character in general is just a bit different, and he can, I guess, more openly display that compared to a lot of other people who, because they can't, probably just sort of put those thoughts aside, and it's just not really in their mind, I guess. I have a favor to ask. Wait, what? What? Oh, whoops. Wait, is this the... I want to check something. What? Why is favor in American English? I never noticed that. Don't they usually write things in British English? That's weird. Oh no you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Hyslodius is up to. I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hyslodius is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-wary Emet-Selch. Alright, please, Emet-Selch. Please. Emet-Selch. I actually thought they would make you say a third thing.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis. and should be quite willing to do so.
Charybdis.
And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emet-Selch. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Isn't that essentially saying, or else he will run around naked?
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emet-Selch. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Oh, that's how he flies? He has a mount?
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
I'm all for it. He literally has a mount. So that thing we got with the, well, I don't have it, but that you would have gotten with the Shadowbringers Collector's Edition, I think?
You were wondering why Emet-Selch joined the convocation.
It's because that's Emet-Selch's mount. But let's see. Alright, why did he join?
Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office.
Oh.
I was. On the strength of my ability to see ether.
Okay.
But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even.
So their special eyes, is that a hint towards how well they're able to see ether? So Venat was as well? Able to see ether, I mean?
Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it?
Well, that depends. If you're far better at perceiving a problem than other people, and you have, you can delegate the task of actually addressing it to others, then that's pretty much the perfect description of somebody who has to sort of govern.
Emet-Selch has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them.
Which was why he was able to recreate Emerald so faithfully.
Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend.
Oh.
A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end, but much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star.
If only he realized that it might take about, 12,000 years or so for that idea to hopefully be fulfilled.
Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you.
Weird. I wonder why.
I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
It's really cool to know that, and it's really, interesting to see why they were friends. And it's really, really sad to think about what happened now, right? I mean, they wanted to return to the star together, the three of them. Not only weren't they able to do so because of everything that happened, they were, well, one of them was sacrificed to Zodiac as Lodius, probably because he wanted to see his friends live, right? One of them remained unsundered for reasons unknown. One of them was sundered, but then ultimately killed the unsundered one. That's... And to think that even through all of that, they still remained connected and essentially remained friends. I mean, Emmett Selk, I think, when we beat him, he probably was proud how strong his friend still was, and probably also sort of had faith in his friend to do the right thing and to, well, at some point maybe join him in the ethereal sea once again. Now, knowing all of that, it's just... Wow. If I didn't know better, I'd say Emetzelk is enjoying himself. Not that he'd ever deign to admit it. Look how well the Charybdis flies. It's flying. It's really flying, as if it were born to do so. Thank goodness. Just needed a little bit of encouragement. Wait, oh. Wait. Emerging from his reverie, Emetzelk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And him and I should relax and have a pleasant chat. Could relax. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion, if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I beg you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes. You know, I have a feeling that he was... Maybe that's why he became, the Van Daniel that we knew. Because he was just so disappointed with his kin. Because he was so... he thought that their disregard for life, and I mean that's true in our time as well, right? All the struggles, all the death and destruction that we've been through, especially seeing, and I guess that's what mostly triggered it, right? He was so elated by the prospect that the unsunned were gone. And I have a feeling the reason for that was because he just couldn't and wouldn't witness them sacrificing thousands, millions of lives just to rejoin the shards and get back what they had before. And in that wake, sacrifice, again, millions of lives just to do so. And I think, through the connection that he still had with this Van Daniel, the Van Daniel of our time sort of subconsciously felt the same. Right? He but maybe he wasn't able to sort of come to terms with that, or rather he didn't know what else to do. And so his plan was to literally destroy all of creation because he just couldn't bear the thought of people constantly killing each other without a need to do so, right? And these sacrifices, and that has to be part of it, right? I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnoresis for now. I mean, that has to be part of it. I have a feeling there's still more that we don't know about both this Van Daniel, or rather, he's still Hermes at this point, and also the Van Daniel of our time, but... All those players? I think so, right? Yeah. But yeah, I have a strong feeling that... I don't know. I mean, there must have still been something else, because obviously the Emet-Selk's desire to rejoin the Shards obviously only happened after the Sundering. But there must have been something else, right? Something that Hermes, I guess, didn't approve of. Or maybe he started... Because I have a feeling like he seems, and all of this talk about the, about dynamis, was it? This emotional energy. I wonder if he's also just very susceptible to it himself, right? He just can't bear the thought of living creatures dying, even if they're, not up to the standard of, the researchers here. And so maybe some specific event triggered a very strong negative emotion in him, and because he was maybe the most susceptible to it, maybe he actually, he may have been the first, or blasphemy as we call them. I wonder if that is what happens. All the creations are happy. That makes me happy too. Or maybe she is, because he feels so bad? I don't know. Now you've seen what I do. Was it everything you were expecting? I actually wasn't expecting anything, because this just blew my mind. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. At the end, most of all. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Sure. Just admit you liked it. Ooh, side quests. I'm tired. Leave me be. Ether to ether. Tell me, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis. Dynamis seemed promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Icon? How do you pronounce I and Y? Iwakaon? I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupieds, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupieds were keeping a wide berth. It's the nature of the Archaeon that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I've no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there is no point in postponing the inevitable. Doris will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where's the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doris is still there, however. Say what? Are these 12 Wonders the very wonders that I think that they are related? You know what? I think where the Alliance Raid series starts now. Did I say I think where? I think I know. That's what I meant. Hermes, wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. But first, side quests. That should be close to the next Wind Ether current, I think. Alright, back to Paladin. The 12 Wonders. Yeah, I wonder if those 12 Wonders really are the 12. If there's something that they created that, you know, comes close to them or whatever. We'll meet again. Oh, don't believe we've met. As much as I would like to engage in more meaningful conversation, I'm actually in the midst of searching for someone. It's my mentor, who taught me practically everything I know. Now, she has relinquished her role and is ready to make her final journey, but before she does, there is an important matter I must convey to her. The last concept in her care, a beautiful winged creature, has been approved for life on Atheris. Please, will you help me look for her? There is a strong chance you will find her at Philometh's Notos. Her most distinguished feature is her chestnut-colored hair tied into a single flowing lock, much like a monoceros' tail. Oh my, aren't you adorable? Actually, there's something you might be able to help me with. A visitor from the Bureau of the Architect has arrived at Propylaeon to deliver new concepts. I would like you to offer her the warmest of welcomes. Normally we'd have our own familiars attend to such duties, but most of them are already entertaining other guests. There's been rather a lot lately, you see. On the other hand, this would be the perfect opportunity to show her an entirely new and... what's a nice way to put this? Idiosyncratic familiar. That being you, of course. I'm sure she'd be delighted to meet you. Okay. Ooh, there's the first Wind Ether current quest. Nothing to sneeze at. A familiar come to observers, are you? By what are you called? That's a fine name. I am Pheidias, a researcher here at Anagnorisis. We are currently preparing a section of this isle for a new creation. For this, we need to expel those creatures that inhabit said area, but they'll not interfere with our tests. The simplest way to do so is to have the ampullus sneeze. The explosive noise never fails to send nearby critters fleeing. We're just about to tend to this task, but seeing as you are here, how would you like to give it a try? Yes, please. I'm very familiar with its sneezing. I knew you would be keen. To look at you, 'tis plain you are an inquisitive sort of familiar. Now then, my beastkeeper colleague is already on site to the northeast of here. Seek him out and he will tell you what to do. There are 5 quests, so let's once again turn this off. Or do you think there's more quests? I see 5. Touring Anagnorisis Part 1. Ooh. There's definitely more quests behind this. Welcome, friend, to Anagnorisis. I am Socius. Soclus. And I manage this region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head overseer of Elpis. And you are... Oh, how unusual, a soul-bearing familiar. Familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for the purposes of observation? Yes, that must be it. In which case, you need only mention my name to Charmion, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in. I order you to relax. A familiar and all alone, I see, and look at how thin you are. If your remaining ether were to be exhausted, you'd simply fade from existence, and we wouldn't want that now, would we? I suggest you visit the Morning Dew. You'll find the winds blowing in from Leith most invigorating. Perhaps while you're there, you might seek out a friend of mine and invite him to share a meal with me. It's not too much to ask, that is. Seems no other side quests currently. Oh, there is another one. Yes. Yes, what can I do for you? An overseer Soclus wishes me to act as your guide. Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I'm simply wondering why the overseer chose to send you to me, of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Until quite recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia Anida. Surely there are other, more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive, This crumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? The task was given to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities the best of my abilities. After all, it's not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. We can commence the tour this very moment, if you like. Wait a second. I'm just gonna accept that last quest over there. Labors of my fruit. Zen, what in the blazes are you doing here? Hold on. You seem thinner somehow. You have much in common with him, but it's clear you're not one of us. A familiar, perhaps? I suppose it's just like him to send one of his minions to poke its nose into our affairs. But since you're here instead of hanging around like a bad smell, well, don't you make yourself useful. I want you to take this latest work of mine and your variety of fruit to my colleagues. In the meantime, I will be cultivating more specimens in the chthonic horns. Yes, you heard that correctly. Cultivating, not simply conjuring with creation magics. The fruit I produce is a labor of love. Now that my newest masterpiece is close to completion, I would have my fellow researchers sample its delights. I wish to hear their impressions before I make the final adjustments. Unfortunately, for all their wisdom, I find them intolerable at the best of times.
Never mind when they are critiquing my work. For that reason, I would have you go in my stead. And be quick about it, lest the fruit spoil as a result of your dawdling.
Okay. Back to this one. Oh wait, there's one right here. That about the fruit, I guess? Kindly observer. Are you lost, little familiar? Taste this fruit. Is that a strawberry? For me? Why yes, I should love to try a piece. I don't mean to be rude, but this falls somewhere between rather foul and positively revolting. So bitter, it's practically inedible. More important, however, is the question of whether this fruit would serve its intended function. While animals cannot bring themselves to eat it, the seeds will never be spread. I can't imagine this creation being approved in its current state. Okay. Then let us begin. You know, rather than have me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here in Anagnorisis would prove more beneficial. I will point you in the right direction, and you can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once we've completed the circuit, we can return and speak to Overseer Sockless. Let's go here first, then. This will all be in this area anyway, right? Ooh, now we're gonna learn what these are about, huh? Charmion. Oh, and who's your friend? Them's familiar. Why, you appear so stout and deliberate in your thinking. Should very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Oh, do forgive my forwardness. It is my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is given special dispensation, once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. Oh, but of course, if Azem might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyze. And on that note, we really must be moving along. Is that lively? Right, I forgot to take off my helmet, by the way. Not that it matters all that much, but, you know, for these side quests, it's a bit annoying. Can I still do the other quest? I should be able to, right? This is probably about the fruit as well. You wish to speak with me? My impressions, very well. Good gracious, what is this? So outrageously bitter. Something akin to a wave of icy cold has spread throughout my entire body. Certainly wouldn't eat this out of choice. But it could be made into medicine for staving off the heat in arid environments. Oh, sounds promising. Who do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure? Yes, I am accompanying him here on a tour around Anagnorisis at the behest of the Overseer. A tour? Feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain, and do not take kindly to intruders in their territory, especially the specimens found on the other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. While I am sure you're quite capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. Will we proceed with due caution? You are the familiar who arrived with them at Selk and Hathlodius, yes? What do we have here?
A new species of fruit, eh? Let us hope it tastes better than it looks. My word! What an unusual flavor. Equal parts bitter, musty, and tart. And not entirely unpleasant. I'm curious to know how such a thing was created. Grown from seed in the chthonic horns, you say? In my experience, leaving such things to nature leads to wildly varying results. To have bred such a specimen must have been incredibly time-consuming, not to mention inefficient. Huh. Curious. Well, if they usually don't do that... I mean, once again, this does, to an extent, illustrate their sort of want for, what's the word, uniformness? Right? They probably sort of pride themselves of all having the same sort of general, likeness for the same food, right? So, I'd imagine that their tastes, or the tastes of most people, are quite similar. So they probably try to create sort of the perfect food for them, and then everybody eats that. Much like most Charleans eat Archon loaf, right? And obviously, creating that food specifically for that purpose, rather than growing seeds like that in nature, obviously also automatically leads to them being very similar and having very similar tastes. Whereas, we can already see, because this fruit has grown naturally, there is quite a bit of difference in how it's perceived, right? Somebody likes it, another one doesn't. And these differences probably usually don't really manifest between them. I really like the subtle way of them sort of showing you the problems with these, with the ancients, right? Hello, Charmian. Was there something? The overseer asked that I give this familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that was to show him what we do here firsthand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, and in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence in the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wished to know? Yes, that was perfect, thank you. I think we've covered the main areas of interest. All that's left now is to speak with Overseer Sockless. Great. Let me quickly, so I think, yeah, 5 side quests, so it should be fine. Let's wait here for the time being, and I'll have lunch, I think. Take a break. It's going to be the usual 20-25 minutes break, and yeah, obviously really looking forward to continue. I'll be, well, not right back, but I'll be back in 20 minutes about. Okay. I think it was slightly bit longer break than I wanted it to be, but should be fine. Do I want to... wait. She's still following us, right? Yeah, alright. So we'll finish this first and then do the other ones. Ah, I see you've completed your tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of the various facets of Anagnorisis, but I thought it would be fitting to end this visit where it began, with you, Overseer Sokolos. I see. And what is your impression of the work we do here? It requires equal levels of passion and patience. I am glad we could help further your worldly education. I am glad to see you enjoyed the experience. At least, I hope you did. You're truly a masterpiece of creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such a robust cognitive and cogitative faculties. Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please, stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I've resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity, and one of Zem's no less. I wonder what insight they might be able to share with us. Touring Anagnorisis Part 2. How is our fascinating familiar friend? What is it about you that ignites my observer's soul? Well, now that we've been properly introduced, perhaps you can tell us more. Yes, I would very much like to know how you see the world, how everything large or small appears to your eyes. Assuming you are amenable to the idea, you must join Charmian on another tour. This time to take a wider look at the surrounding facilities. I'm interested in learning about you as well. I see, and we shall delight in teaching in each other. But where to begin? Which facility do you suggest, Overseer? Oh, any place you feel will best elicit a response from our guest. Right, yes, of course. Well then, come with me, and we'll visit the arcane entities on the south side of Anagnorisis. Let's turn in that quest first, I guess. Do the other ones over here. You are returned, -3 fruit samples, I presume? Is that so? Not one of them found it to their liking. They claimed my last attempt was too sweet, and now it's too bitter. Honestly, the nerve of these so-called experts. As they shall soon learn, I am not so easily deterred. For my next creation, I'll cross-pollinate sour and sweet varieties and see what they have to say about that. I'll show them it's these wildly varying results that come from adherence to natural processes that have the power to defy expectations. And as the familiar of Zem himself, I'm sure you can appreciate that. Absolutely. Well, obviously in a way, right? Because creation magic has one big limitation, which is it can only ever be what they can conceive of themselves, right? So if you want something that truly is surprising in nature, then well, it needs to grow by itself. Because only then can it surprise, correct? One second. Alright, what's that over here? I do very much like that this sort of quest hub is very, very central. I mean, it's literally, you know, the middle of a circle, I think, but yeah, still. You wish to speak with me? Ah, yes, I had a feeling she might say that. As I have told her, my decision has been made. But what about that winged creature? It was a success. Glad tidings, to be certain, but my work is done. This news was more than sufficient, and I thank you for it. Nothing can deter me from my chosen course, and I must join my predecessors in the hereafter. Tell Blaste to name the creature as she pleases, and that I wish her every happiness. Now, our brief encounter has reached its end. Farewell. That is indeed a rather curious thing, isn't it? That they choose to die themselves. I wonder how that process works. Can they, much like with their creations, can they sort of revert themselves to ether? Suspect that might be how that works, huh? It is very, very curious indeed. I do still wonder, though, do you think that their souls, I mean, if their souls have essentially endured all this time, even through the Sundering, I wonder if, even though they do apparently return to what I guess will be the Ethereal Sea in the planet's core, probably, I wonder if the souls somehow still retain their character in a way. And if the ether is then becomes, if their ether then becomes I guess another part of another person, if that person then is also influenced by those characteristics. And I also wonder, I have a feeling this also sort of definitely has to do with the lesson that Monteshane gave us in Sharlayan, with the memory and how that works, right? Because I have a feeling, at least back in their day, that the only thing that sort of death really does to them is that it sort of resets their memories. But the soul itself will just return to the Ethereal Sea and then, in another form, sort of be reborn. Although, obviously, I guess it could probably also rearrange in different sort of configurations, so to speak, right? And what I mean by that is, let's say, two people died, then, their souls are sort of adrift in the Ethereal Sea, and I guess, one half of the one soul and one half of the other soul could combine to then create new life, right? And in a way, I think that's probably true for all of the ether, really. And so there will only ever be sort of bits and pieces of characteristics in new people. Yeah. Much like, I guess, our bodies are made out of atoms that also potentially belonged to another being or to a plant or whatever at a certain point in time, right? What a pleasant surprise. You must be one of the most curiously elongated familiars I've ever seen. Is that because I'm Ellison? You look like me. What? Eurydice chose her representative well, it would appear. As a matter of fact, I too have an errand to ask of you, namely the delivery of these concepts. I've brought them all the way from the Academia Anida. 3 aquatic fauna specimens from the words of Metron, and 1 flora sample from the words of Halmarut, all very fascinating, as my counterparts here will soon discover. It would also be prudent to remind Eurydice not to let their captivating nature distract her from making her observations. Well then, there's no time like the present. Huh. This is a very fitting mount for this area. Alright, off to the east then. 5 quests, and then I suspect there's probably the Turing Adangnoresis part will have probably a 3rd quest as well. Sky always looks beautiful in this place. And then again, and I think I said that a couple of days ago, the sky always looks beautiful in Final Fantasy XIV. Oh wait, when was that quest? Oh. Dum 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 dum. They're sleeping? That's interesting. Oh, this seems to be sort of a place of relaxation, apparently. Huh. Interesting. So this is sort of the break area, then. Funny. What are you doing over here? I guess they're just watching the waterfall in their break. Is there anything more beautiful than watching the cycle of life at work? Yeah, I wonder really what they're doing. I mean, well, technically, you know what this could be for? Well, not necessarily for, but I think even on our planet, you know what this would create? Just clouds. Because the water would practically, like the water particles probably wouldn't be strong enough to stay in this form if they're falling like, I don't know how many kilometers it would be to the ground surface. So they might even form clouds through these waterfalls. I wonder if that's what they're for. Interestingly enough, that would also obscure the view from down below to this place. It would sort of always have clouds beneath it, But I don't know if that would really any. I mean, most people would probably know that this place exists, right? So I don't know if there would be any kind of purpose to that. Although then again, maybe it's a purpose. Like it could be a purpose because the creatures, not the ancients, the creatures themselves that live down on the planet might be influenced by the existence of such a place if they would be able to see it. So maybe they're obstructing it from view so that, I don't know, their creations aren't influenced by it. See how the ether of Lete, Vithi, returns to the star as it rains down from above. Naught is wasted. Oh, or maybe it's something else entirely. So this is not water, this is literally ether? So this is the ether of the, I guess, reverted creations then. I think. That's quite a lot though. I mean, maybe it's just some sort of plumbing system essentially, right? Maybe it's not that the waterfalls themselves are really all that ether, but maybe they just exist so that if they want to, they can sort of put the ether in them to be then transported back to the planet's surface or something. Maybe they're just using the waterfalls for that. It's not necessarily completely made out of ether. What brings you here, friendly familiar? Time for a meal, eh? Ah, yes, quite right. Thank you for reminding me. Still, a few more moments here can't hurt, surely. I dare say you've noticed how refreshing it is to even stand in this idyllic place. The air itself is permeated with rich ether, and the fine droplets from, again, Lethe, ease the aches from a hard day's work. Try a nice big stretch. You won't regret it. Oh. I guess sort of implying that the raining down ether might work in a way where it's sort of absorbed by the people that take breaks here, so that they can literally replenish their ether through that. See what I mean? The wind through the leaves, the waterfall's soothing spray, there's nothing quite like it. In our busy day-to-day lives, it's all too easy to forget to look after ourselves. Naturally, that includes familiars. Speaking of which, I'd best get something to eat, as you so kindly came here to tell me. As you seem new to these parts, my friend will probably be wondering whether you've lost your way. Go and put his mind at ease, would you? Sure. One second. Alright, sorry, just had to do something for work. Alright. Guess we'll do the other quest there to the right and then return. Is this... where is this? I didn't even notice. This is also one of the beacons. I mean, obviously that makes sense that there would be, but yeah. Ah. Let's see. He's supposed to be here by now, but who might you be? Oh, you're clearing the site in Phadias' stead. How very kind of you. Come then, let's get you on the Ampalos. Once you are securely mounted, ride it yonder and have it sneeze at the bushes. The noise will scare away whatever creatures may be hiding. It's a very interesting way to get rid of these creatures. Big sneeze. Those poor little fellows. The Emperor's mighty sneeze sends the creatures in the bush scattering in panic. Very good. You would think that they'd have another way of doing this, right? Maybe it's the most efficient, who knows? The creatures came running all the way here, frightened as they looked. I dare say they'll keep away from my sight for a good while. For its hard work, I shall treat the Ampulus to a spot of sunbathing. Meanwhile, you should return to Phadias. I'm certain he will have a reward for you too. Okay. And then, with these quests done, we only have the tour left. She's not with you. Did you at least find her? I should have known nothing would sway her. All I can do is hope she finds blessed respite in the ethereal sea, and that we may one day be reunited in another life. Until then, I will carry on her legacy, beginning with the naming of the creature she cared for so dearly. I think I shall name it after her. That way she will live on through her work. Forever. And that is a very good idea and sentiment indeed. I trust our guest was as enamored with you as I am. New concepts for us, and fascinating to the point of being distracting. What an odd thing to warn me about, though it does all sound rather intriguing. The Academia Anida always produces concepts of the most outstanding quality, and I'm eager to learn what treats we have in store on this occasion. Let me see. From the word of Metron, we have what seems to be an aquatic mollusk capable of storing ether in its shell. I can only guess as to what purpose that would serve, but I dare say all will become abundantly clear in due course. Though I do apologize, I already find myself mesmerized by these concepts, just as our visitor predicted. For your part in bringing me these wonders, you have my thanks. I'm almost level 82 on my paladin, what the hell? They're giving out a lot of experience through quests in this expansion. Although then again, I do like that. I feel like, especially the side quests in the past have been almost like, fuck, what's the word? Useless, right? Wait, useless? Yeah, they've been almost useless which is why people who don't like doing side quests don't even do them, right? They don't even do them for experience because it's just not worth it. You can just, in the same time, you could easily do like 2 roulettes and get way more experience than you would ever get with doing side quests in the same amount of time. So I do like that they've pretty substantially increased the experience. It probably won't still won't bring people to do them if they don't want to, but I mean, that's completely fine. Welcome back. Thanks to you, the site has been nicely cleared and we can release our new creation. It's a species of ambulatory plant, lest you wonder. While these have been popular of late, this one dwarfs the rest, a veritable tree that can use its branches like hands to catch prey. It sets my heart aflutter just thinking about it. My thanks again, and if there are any other exciting tasks, I will be certain to let you know. Sure you will. I wonder if all the side quests are gonna be here, or if there's gonna be a couple off to the side somewhere, like on the side platforms. I mean, there's still gonna be something in the west there, right, that we haven't been to, so there might be like another platform or facility there. Here to report on the successful completion of the favor I asked of you. How very dutiful of you. Would I be correct in guessing your little jaunt has paid dividends? Ha! No need to tell me, I can see you're practically bursting with vim and vigor. Why, even I feel better just looking at you, and I've done nothing but stand here the entire time. Yeah, well, cool. Alright, let's turn on the main quest and go the exact opposite direction. But yeah, at least I will be able to pretty quickly get Paladin up to 90, I feel like, after I've completed the main story. We have yet to register an official name for the specimen, so we simply call it the Bird of Elpis. What is your first thought upon beholding this majestic creature? That I've seen it somewhere before. You have? But we haven't even completed its evaluation, let alone registered a concept with the Bureau of the Architect. Are you perhaps acquainted with the entity's creator? In any case, I'm eager to hear more of your responses. You truly are unlike any construct I've ever met, familiar or otherwise. Let's continue southward, shall we? Would like to hear your opinion on this next facility. Wait, this wasn't... I guess it wasn't really a facility, more like a observation of one of the creations. Oh, that's up there. Alright. Oh, is it that thing off in the distance? Seems so. That structure over yonder houses some of our more unorthodox researchers. Rather than weave creation magics, they breed existing specimens in the hopes of begetting new strains and species. Ah, so more people do that. That is interesting. I mean, again, it makes sense, right? It's sort of a different approach to coming up with new things. So, you know, in our world as well, there are these techniques that you can employ, right, to sort of force creativity, if you will, where you, I definitely remember one of them where you sort of, I think you take two things, more or less, and you divide them up into individual parts, right? And then you sort of on the x-axis put the parts of the one piece, and then on the y-axis put parts of the other piece. And then you just write down where they intersect, what these two pieces would then be as a new creation, sort of, right? And that way, technically, you can come up with new things without actually thinking about it yourself, or without being limited by your own creativity, right? I don't know what that technique is called, or if it was even really a technique. I think it's definitely a bit different than what I just described it as, but the general idea, I think, is the same. But again, this would also, instead of only relying on their own creativity, also breeding whatever they came up with would serve to, I guess, just come up with new stuff. And even if it wouldn't really be successful, through that process, you might then come up with new ideas, or you might observe something that you hadn't thought of yourself, right? And then you could include that into some other creation. So it is a rather interesting thing, I think, to have that. The method is imprecise, the outcome uncertain. To my eyes, such research seems awfully self-indulgent, merely a means to sate the whims of one's intellectual curiosity. Our purpose in life is to improve Aetheris. In my opinion, we should steer clear of techniques which produce flawed results. What if the process created something unexpectedly incredible, beyond what you could imagine? A serendipitous discovery? I suppose it is possible. Thank you. I had sought to broaden your horizons, and here I am realizing how narrow my own views can be. Hardly a desirable quality in an observer. Time for a spot of rest and reflection, I say. Shall we move on to the morning dew? It's favored by many, an observer for its calming tranquility. Yeah, I've just been there, but alright. It is still very interesting to me that, they do have people who are willing to do other, or try other methods, right? They're not completely uniform and they're not completely uniform in their line of thinking, is what I was trying to say. I hadn't expected it to this degree, to be honest. I mean, I guess you could have known, or, I think just hearing about Zodiac's creation already, I mean, the very fact that Heidelin exists as well, right, tells you that there were probably more imperfections and more sort of differences between the ancients than they themselves would dare to admit. But seeing them laid out so, clearly, and even in context of their work and sort of their ideas, especially of creation magics, is just really interesting. And it just makes sense. It really does. Which is even more exciting to see. Oh, there. Welcome to our Garden of Respite. We can explore more of it later, but first, I want to hear more of what you think. Of people. Of us. I've often sat here musing upon the nature of our creations, and wondered how a familiar might perceive its creator. You are as deities. We are not so different. Perhaps that's true. You do seem far closer to us in nature than most other familiars. Well, let us set aside such musings for a moment and bask in the morning dew's serenity. The Morning Dew. It's an intriguing name as well. Familiar food. Are you well rested? One cannot perform at one's best without allowing the mind and the body time to recuperate. Here on Anagnoresis, we often encourage one another to nap, or partake of some of the fruits we grow. We could conjure such treats into existence, of course, but there is something oddly gratifying about plucking ripened fruit flesh from the tree. Oh, how remiss of me! How exactly do you sustain yourself? Is them supplying you with ether? No. But you'll fade away without the proper nourishment. The cure can wait. We must feed you immediately. Would you mind picking some of the white blooms to the west of here and bringing them to Overseer Soklas? Archistratus flowers, we call them. I'll have everything else ready by the time you arrive. I wonder what things grow on that tree, right? One thing I also wonder about is how are they? I mean, Atheris in their time still had seasons, right? I mean, seasons exist because of external reasons. So I wonder how they're testing for that here. But maybe there is maybe the ether that you sometimes flow through the air is doing that? I don't know. I mean, they could sort of conjure up ice ether, for example, to simulate a colder climate, right? They look quite beautiful. There's the last one. Is it gonna attack me or not? Of course it does. It's weird. I have a feeling that sometimes at the beginning of a fight you miss far less than, you know, later on. But maybe that's also just, I don't know. Maybe that's not entirely true, I don't know. I wonder if we'll be able to go up there, or if that's just background. I mean, it looks like it should be possible, but see, I guess. Charmian explained to me the crisis at hand. Have you brought the flowers? Yes. These are the ones we need. I'll add them to the fruits from Charmian's basket, and we'll soon have an ether-replenishing beverage for you to enjoy. It is the work of but a moment. And here we are, freshly squeezed Anagnoresis juice medley. Go on then, drink up. I'm curious to hear what you think of it. drink the juice, noting the complexities of the flora and fruity flavors. How good, it seems you're able to tolerate liquid sustenance. You didn't appear to be suffering from any loss of material form, but a familiar must have a regular infusion of ethereal energy. And now that we know you won't suddenly vanish, will you please reassure Charmion? She still looks terribly concerned. I'm so glad you were able to replenish your stores of ether. Overseer Sokla certainly is a wonder when it comes to food preparation. Still, I firmly believe that the consumption of food should be limited to restoring one's strength. Any reason beyond that is simply wasteful. Is it wasteful, though? I mean, wouldn't you still... Like, obviously you would take in more energy than you need for that particular moment, but you could expand it at some other moment in time. Eating for enjoyment alone is an unnecessary drain on living resources, and such a practice can only be harmful to our star's equilibrium. Well, that is kind of true, though. Which is why I have so much respect for Overseer Soklas and his culinary talent. He employs ingredients and methods which not only optimizes a dish ethereal concentration, but also produce flavorful results. Save your compliments, Charmian. I won't be flattered into making another batch until it's time for our next meal. Well, of course not. And I would never dream of attempting such base manipulation to begin with. Okay, but, I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't have anything against sort of perfect or near perfect meals in terms of flavor if, you know, that, you know, it wouldn't really be an issue to then not eat as much and only really eat what you need. I mean, not that I'm eating more than I need, but, you know, I don't know. I have a feeling, at least for me personally, that it's actually not that easy to always eat something that is truly special, right? I would say more often than not, you eat something, well, obviously you will eat things that you like, but, you know, it's more like, I would say on average, I'm sort of eating, I guess, a 7 out of 10 meal, right? And I'm not even talking about in terms of sort of nutrients in it or, you know, any sort of external factors, but just the taste itself, on average, might only be like a 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, right? Just because you don't, like, even if you had everything you wish for at your disposal, well, first of all, it also takes time or money, depending, but also, sometimes I just don't even really know what I would like at that particular moment when I'm hungry, right? I only know that I'm hungry, not necessarily always precisely and perfectly what I'm hungry for. So, you know, I guess you could sort of the efficiency of your own eating is certainly not at 100%, not even close, right? Even if you try to pay very close attention to it, I think it's still, because it's so sort of influenced by your own mood and your own exact sort of feeling in that particular moment. I mean, sometimes I have moments where I'm hungry and also have a lot of appetite, right? And that immediately, for example, if your mouth waters more, then your sort of fluids in your mouth will extract more flavor from whatever you're eating. But sometimes, you know, most of the time because of external factors, maybe you're really, really hungry because you haven't eaten in a while, but you don't really have appetite, right? And in that, like, even in that particular instance, even if you eat something that is really, really good, that you really, really like or has a ton of flavor, it still won't quite be as good as when you also have that appetite for it, right? So I wonder if, I mean, that doesn't even necessarily have something to do with them here specifically, because I don't know if they can sort of produce, like, they can produce maybe perfect food, but that wouldn't influence their feelings at that particular moment, right? So they could still, even with perfect food, in a situation where they just weren't able to fully enjoy it, right? But just thinking about that, thinking if we wouldn't have that limitation, if we truly could always sort of have that perfect meal for every moment, I think, most people would probably eat a lot less. At least that's definitely true for me. If I'm very satisfied with what I eat, if it's really, really good and also, sort of strikes my mood, then it takes a very long time for me to sort of crave the next meal, right? Not even in terms of being hungry, but just in general, sort of wanting to eat. If I've been really satisfied with something that I've eaten, then I don't really care for food for a pretty long time, actually. But if I eat something that is just really not either to my taste, or it's, I don't know, maybe there wasn't anything left in the fridge or something, but you were hungry and then you kind of, settled for whatever was left or whatever, right? In those instances, you get hungry really, really quickly, or at least I get hungry really, really quickly again, right? Not necessarily hungry, but also, get an appetite. Your body sort of wants that satisfaction from eating something. And I know this might be a bit weird to describe it like that, but, obviously I'm exaggerating a bit here, but, it's just this, the difference is what I'm talking about. The difference is really, really interesting, that a satisfying meal, completely indifferent or completely separate from any hunger you feel, a satisfying meal just lasts longer than one that just isn't to your taste, or for external reasons, maybe because you were really stressed when you ate it or something, and you can't really appreciate its, I don't know, flavor or whatever. That just won't last as long. And that is really interesting from an efficiency standpoint, because, again, if you would be able to, because of these sort of imperfections, I think a lot of people just eat more than they would have to, right? And probably also eat things that are, for example, worse for the planet, because their eating is inefficient based on these external factors that influence the satisfaction of one's meal, sort of. And I think a lot of people might not even realize that, or might not even think about it, but I do think that there's quite a lot of influence there. I mean, I think food in general does influence your own sort of happiness a lot as well. And again, some people might not even realize that, but I do think that it has quite a bit of an impact on one's mood and overall satisfaction. So yeah, that's just a really fun sort of theoretical thing to think about. Familiar fate. I feel we've grown to understand each other. But there is one last thing I wish to know. As you've seen, our purpose is to improve life on the star, and we each have our own way of approaching that purpose. Familiars, too, exist for a reason, often a very specific one, and I wonder what you feel about your place in the grand scheme of things. Charmion, perhaps you can provide our friend here with an example of what you mean. Such a nebulous question requires a more recognizable foundation from which to answer. Yes, you're right, of course. We must not skip the journey in our haste to reach the destination. Wow. That got deep really quickly. Where to begin? Broadly speaking, we study the wisdom and magics of our forebears, and choose our path as our interests and talents begin to crystallize. Even among the observers of anagnorisis, however, Overseer Sockless and I share a similar calling. Again, it may be more beneficial to simply show you what I mean. Please accompany me to the archives in the northwest. let's take a very short break. Or maybe not very short, but I need to go to the toilet. Be right back. Alright, let's get on with it, shall we? Never a dull moment with Charmian, is there? Still, her boundless enthusiasm is what makes her such a fine observer. Right, these are... It's interesting. One thing that I'm wondering about this place, right, is why they don't seem to have these crystals, right? These concept crystals. Maybe they just store them differently? This is where we keep all of the administrative records. Any of these documents will help give you an idea of what we consider to be our defining purpose. Feel free to browse. I shall just be awaiting you outside. Ooh. These books appear to contain detailed observation logs. The name Sokles is written on each of the spines. Well, that didn't tell me a whole lot. A stack of half-finished observation logs. Judging by the penmanship, the author is someone other than Sokles. Observation log 6124. You pick up the log and flip to a random page. Today there was an incident involving the hippocampus. Okay. The creature is extremely territorial, and 4 observers sustained light to severe injuries from water-based magics as a result of their perceived intrusion into its domain. A report has been sent to the Words of La Habrea outlining the dangers inherent in continued observation of their nominated subject, in the intent to shift our focus to the smaller and considerably less aggressive hippie. I wonder what prompted La Habrea to design such a creature. Because it also, in a way, I feel like maybe also highlights a flaw of them. Or at least of, in this case, La Habrea specifically, that he might also... I can definitely see them sort of not only striving for perfection, but also, you know, sort of the same flaw that humans have as well. Everything always needs to be bigger and better and faster, and, you know, even though that's not even really needed for anyone, right? So even if they had a creature that was perfect, maybe they said, oh, well, you know, we could I don't know, just make it look better or whatever. Maybe over the course of that they also sort of wanted to, I don't know, do even more. I also feel like, wouldn't there, again, there's sort of tendency to want to be as uniform as possible, everybody looking the same, everybody having the same robes, wearing the masks. Wouldn't then creation magic sort of be their only avenue of creativity, their only way to really truly express themselves? And even if they still have this idea of, you know, everything needs to be efficient and it needs to, you know, fulfill its purpose precisely, wouldn't there still be some element of sort of, what did I just say? Self-fulfillment in that? Did you find the observation logs enlightening? Overseer Soklis has built up quite a library, hasn't he? He logged comprehensive observations on every living being in Adagnorisis, not only objective physical descriptions, but also his personal thoughts and impressions. And that's why I'm here, to carry on the Overseer's invaluable work. When it comes to the continued success of Adagnorisis, our purposes are very much aligned. I cannot help but worry, however, that I lack the same degree of perception and ability, that I'm unfit for the task I have chosen. Even being in the same room as those logs is enough to make me feel uncomfortable. My insistence that you examine your purpose was, I think, born from the trepidation which surrounds my own. An uncertainty you need not feel. Overseer Soklis. As one of our newest arrivals, you have ever been quick to doubt yourself. Yet you were able to guide him here on an engaging tour through the intricacies of our duties, which clearly demonstrates the depth of your understanding. If all I wanted was someone to emulate my work, why, I would simply continue doing it myself. No, the reason I asked you to assume my role is because I believe you can take our projects in new and novel directions. Raising you as a competent successor is the final step of my purpose in life. Do me proud, Charmian. It is your growth, your efforts, which will facilitate my return to the star. I will do my best, Overseer. But don't be in too much of a rush to leave us. There are still so many things I need you to teach me. And speaking of teaching, thank you for this wonderful and enriching visit. It's been a pleasure learning about you, not to mention a few things about myself. Yes, you also have my gratitude for the part you've played in training my young colleague. You are welcome to return whenever you wish. Well, that was quite enlightening. Huh. Fitting end for these side quests. And now I think we actually get something on level 82 as a paladin, right? Yes. Holy Sheltron. Sheltron Mastery. And Enhanced Intervention. Right, we get both. Wait, I didn't realize that Intervention doesn't change its picture. Maybe because it doesn't change all that much. Upgrade Sheltron to Holy Sheltron. Extends the... yeah, that's because it only changes the effects of intervention. Extends the duration of intervention to 8 seconds. Grants Knight's Resolve to target, reducing damage taken by 10%. That's a lot better than the previous intervention, isn't it? Can I still look at the previous one? Of course not. Reducing forcing grants Knight's Benediction to target, gradually restoring HP over time. Cure potency 250, duration 12. So 4 ticks at 250 cure potency. So 1000. That's ridiculous. And also think about it, this is... like, you can just put that, for example, on your co-tank all the frickin' time, right? I mean, it doesn't really take all that long to get 50 gauge on Paladin. It's about, I think, 25 seconds, right? Depending on your GCD. Wait, are auto attacks influenced by your GCD? I can't remember, but yeah, about every 25 seconds or so. And this has a duration of 12 seconds, so yeah, it's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, well, yeah, obviously you also need Sheltron for yourself, but if you're off tanking currently, then this is really, really good. Holy Sheltron. Block incoming attacks, 8 seconds, reduces damage taken by 15% for 4 seconds, and also restores own HP. These are both really, really good. Alright. I think that's it for the side quests for now. I mean, there's gonna be more. I'm still missing 3 side quest ether currents. God, I have a feeling the zone is also gonna be quite a lot longer than I expected. To be completely honest. I don't know if I can finish with it today even. I mean, we'll see. I still have about, 5 to 6 hours. But, yeah. I mean, I also don't want to rush it, obviously. And there's just, I think, well, one reason why it's certainly taking longer is because there's just so much to discuss, right? So much to wonder about, so much to think about. So, you know what? Let's get that first. I thought the main quest was going to take me there, but maybe it isn't. So let's get the Wind Ether Current. Let's switch back to Paladin in case I discover a new location. Because I haven't been there, right? Pretty sure that's over there? Ooh, the structure on this thing also looks really interesting. Notaneus. Wait, is the Wind Ether Current here? Or is it somewhere else? Oh shit. Somewhere else, isn't it? Well, unfortunate. Whatever. It's a bit, it's a bit unfair that they sort of lead you to this place and then it's not actually here. Although there seems to be some more main quests, main story here as well. But interestingly enough, much like the structures on the moon, this has a much more elegant feel, right? Even though it's clearly sort of done in the same, I guess, design scheme as the other buildings, but this thing up top does have some elegant resemblance, interestingly enough. I wonder what this is. Clearly not a normal ether, right? Oh well. Maybe the main story will actually lead us here now. It is quite an extensive area, isn't it? Well, then again, I thought the same thing about all the other ones. They all do look very, very massive, especially if you don't have flying. But I guess, I mean, it's similar to other areas. I don't think that they're necessarily bigger than, Shadowbringers areas or anything, but, I mean, it doesn't matter. Their design is what matters. It's heavy. Hermes' pain. What happened here? Oh, right. The creature... Right, we were talking about a creature that ran amok. The occupede is no easy prey. With its hoofs and horns, it was designed to be formidable even on land. Yet they didn't stand a chance against the Ikeon? How do you pronounce that? A fearsome beast, the Ikeon. But where is it now? The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A Ikeon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emetzelk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Earcon did not escape. My thanks. Let's meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go ahead. Please follow him. Come, come. It's down this path over the bridge. The occupede. Oh, yeah, I already read that. So now I'm going over the bridge. I wonder what. I think that's just a lamp, probably, right? I also really like, by the way, I mean it makes sense, but I really like that it's never really truly getting dark here. Just a very peaceful feeling. There was another wind ether current here as well, right? Yeah. Pretty much... Oh, there it is. It's probably going to be a couple more cyclists here as well. And there is also an ether right here. Yeah, I do wonder if we can go up there. Certainly not on foot. Oh, wait. Yeah, we have to go up there. Because there was an wind ether current there, right? Was it? Or maybe that's... Maybe it was on the back platform there? But I think we will be able to go up there. What is that? Where's the next one? West, that's also on this platform. It's not too far away. That has to be an A rank as well, right? No, that's a B rank. What's your name? Shockmore. Interesting design. This is the 12 Wonders then? Ooh. Looks great. I would have thought that there would be like some very specific symbols here, but apparently not. But there are there 12 of these patches here, or not? Doesn't look like there are 12, maybe? There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Alright. Yeah, I wonder what these symbolize, or if they even symbolize anything. Oh. What an enchanting familiar. I would be delighted to assist in your little journey of discovery and personal growth. What kind of place is this? The 12 Wonders is the wellspring of Elpis' weather, after a fashion. Here do we employ the latest spellcraft from Amarot to maintain and adjust the assorted climes through which our creations frolic for test purposes. Again, I was wondering about that. Naturally, as any other part of Elpis, we also observe and experiment with set concepts, this conversation being perhaps one such experiment. What do you do here? My role is to maintain the wonders and thus the climate across Elpis. I ensure that our every environment meets the needs of our flora, fauna, and staff, of course. Environments representing each part of Aetheris are recreated here in Elpis, that we might gain a robust understanding of our concept's potential. As such, maintaining the appropriate balance region by region is tricky work, but more than worth the effort. So 12 wonders because it's 6 aspects of ether with both astral and umbral parts? Blonde-haired woman. Wait, what did you say? So he's a man with long blonde hair. I have so enjoyed the time I've spent with the Alluroi. If only all of our creations were so sweet. What? All of our creations? Alluroi. Let's return to the Aetheryte first. I wonder if there's 3 Aetherites here. There's still much of the zone left. I mean, if you can go there. I think you can, but again, it's not entirely clear. Should be there at the edge somewhere. Have you seen me eat anything today? Between my observational work and my writing, I've been so busy that I cannot quite recall if I did. That's her, right? Him, I think. Wait, that's blonde? Looks more white than blonde. Doros! That's Doros! Well now, if it isn't Meteon, what brings you here? I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Ayakeonis, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints, frenzied as they were, couldn't well return them to Petises. What are these names? Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that Ikeon slaughtered Occupites. As the observer in charge, you're of the opinion that they are not fit to be released. I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Wait, why is that a big L all of a sudden? Lycaones would threaten other species and upset the natural order. So it was an L. Oh, whatever. Could be that specimens observed are an outlier. Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them, all exhibit the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? Memory reconfiguration system, the chief himself created it.
It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Okay. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Pashtarot may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate the subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Once again, for the second time now, we've gotten a hint at memory manipulation. There has to be, a reason for that still. I mean, obviously, we haven't answered the question of why people lost the memories of the days or the events shortly following the Seventh Umbral Calamity, but I wonder how that's going to play a part in all of this. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. And now suddenly I realize where this is going. At least I think I do, but at least to some degree. So, what this, is hinting at all the time is, that their sort of practice of reverting living beings if they don't fulfill their sort of perfect standards, is sort of questionable. Certainly from our standpoint, because they literally sort of destroy life because it's not perfect, and then they create other life that is perfect. Now, if you only consider it, and that was, for the longest time, that was sort of one of my troubles in understanding sort of the nature of life in Final Fantasy XIV, is if you only consider the ether, right, then you would think the same, right? It's only, it's ether, and then they make something out of it, and then they unmake it and make something different. Technically, nothing really ever dies. It's all just ether, right? It's just, it takes different forms, right? But if we now assume that every living being, through some means, right, once it's created, once the ether is transformed into a living being, that living being will then also have this dynamos energy attached to it. But what happens if they then revert the ether, right? So if they revert the ether, wouldn't every time they do that, that dynamos energy has to go somewhere, right? And now if we consider how the final days work, at least from what we know now about them, right? People are desperate. And for some reason, and that we don't know, and that wouldn't also be explained by what I'm trying to explain here, but their ether gets stagnant and vanishes, right? Or at least it's reduced into a state where it can't really sustain life. And the remaining dynamos seems to manifest itself in these beasts, blasphemies, right? From what we... or that's what I think, at least. I mean, that has become fairly clear, I think, right? So now think about what they're doing here. They're essentially constantly doing the exact same thing, aren't they? They're creating something of ether, and then presumably this dynamos force gets attached to that ether, but they only ever revert the ether. They don't revert the dynamo stuff, right? So wouldn't that mean that somehow
the souls of these things is retained in this dynamos form, right? And now assume that you're doing that over the course of thousands of years. Wouldn't maybe this force, this dynamos, wouldn't it, accumulate over time? I wonder, right? It could also dissipate. Again, this is something we don't really know, but I just wonder if they're constantly doing this. They're putting a lot of emphasis on that, right? I wonder if through that process they fundamentally either change the dynamos' sort of properties, or rather they accumulate it somewhere. And then maybe what happened is that all of a sudden it got too much, right? And it's sort of some sort of natural balance was so fundamentally changed that suddenly all of this remaining dynamos manifested in these beasts, right? And now I also wonder, maybe it accumulates in the ethereal sea. So maybe it doesn't even get released or anything. It's just that they sort of take ether that is there in the planet, right? In the ethereal sea, presumably in the planet's core, whatever. They take that ether through their creation magic and alter it to be a living being. And that living being, then lives either here or on the planet, wherever, right? But then they decide, oh, this isn't perfect, this isn't what we wanted, so they revert it. Maybe what also could have happened is that the dynamos attached to that ether is sort of clings onto it and is also sucked into the ethereal sea, and then suddenly at some point it gets too much, right? So maybe the ethereal sea started as just that, it was just ether, but now, or I guess at the point of the final days, it suddenly became way more. It suddenly also had all this dynamos stored in it, and maybe after a certain point that dynamos wanted to come out, right? It was too much, it just couldn't fit into the planet anymore. And because it sort of burst out almost like a volcano erupting or anything, it something like that, it suddenly created these beasts on the surface of the planet, right? I mean, a few different ways this can go, but some of that, somehow this is, I think, the direction that they're taking this. I mean, it just seems logical, right? If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Kaenos have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from here. There. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emetzelk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. In a way, if you really think about it like that, if you think about sort of dynamos being attached to the ether in the ethereal sea, wouldn't that also even make sense in terms of
in terms of us having so much of it. Right? So another thing that is still obviously sort of up in the air that we still don't really know that much about is how Hydaelyn was constructed. But what we do know is that Hydaelyn somehow is linked to the Ethereal Sea. So if you think about that, wouldn't Hydaelyn sort of be able to maybe take that dynamos and attach it to specific beings, therefore becoming her warriors of light? I mean, that might explain why we have so much of it, apparently. We have a duty to the star, this I know, but it doesn't mean we don't also have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. I'm only missing 3 coffers, though. That's interesting. Sentimental gift. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Meteor, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with you. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Meteor in your care again? I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most, of all the creation in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 Wonders. Alright. Where is it? Northwest. That's not too far away. Let's grab that first. It's a cool chocobo body. Are these truly like 12 flower patches? It's kind of hard to tell. I think so, right? Isn't it 3 per quarter? Where is it? Close to that stone? Wait, how do we get back up? What's going on there? Oh, there it is. Oh. Northeast. Okay. Seems fairly close as well. Wouldn't I have run by that on the way here? To the north. That could also be up there. It's fairly hard to tell. Perhaps I shall petition for incorrigible to be added to the list of this concept's innate traits. What does that mean?
Right, is there a... I don't really see an optional conversation point here. Looking at these flowers does make you wonder where sort of their concept for beauty came from. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. Ooh, so big and bright, I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. You know, again, I sort of wonder, they seem to be a lot about sort of efficiency, right? Think not wasting resources, that kind of thing. It makes you wonder why there are these seemingly useless stone things with the flowers here, right? They just seem to be here for beauty, for nothing else. I mean, maybe, you know, there could be another reason for them, obviously, but does seem a bit odd. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Okay. Oh, right, it was, yeah, north. It's hard to tell, right, how far away that upper structure is. Could also just be behind that, but maybe that's closer. An array of beautiful flowers grow on the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Okay. Yeah, that seems closer, right? Than 300 something yards? I think so. What? What are you? You don't look very beautiful. Familiar plant. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a cuneon, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Sure. Let's take a look. I don't think that it's here, but you never know. Nah, that's too close, right? I mean the edge, not the wind ether current. Pretty sure that it's up there. Yeah. Definitely. Well, that does mean that we can visit all of this, which is kind of mind-blowing in its own right. I mean, I guess some of these structures might just appear larger than they really are, but still. It's also quite interesting since we've already seen 2 aetherites, so there's at least 3 in this area, I would assume. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there! Something big, huge! Wait. Morbo? Beautiful. Melodorus grass. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is a Morbo-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs in its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. Seriously? He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think? Would you like it? It's probably not the good sort of memory. So not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Rather curious what kind of creatures are here, right? I wonder if we can fly to some of those islands. I kind of doubt it, but it would be quite funny. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. There's nothing. A shiny thing over there. What could it be? Shiny. Oh. There it is again. I wonder what the connection is with Labyrinthos. Why did this flower specifically grow in Labyrinthos? Well, then again, maybe it just endured over time and some, Galena from Charlian came across it at some point and said, oh yeah, we definitely don't have this, let's take it. Ooh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're... How did you pronounce it? Entelakis. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly, the flower was dark in your home. Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? I dare say I have a few. I've known the pain of sorrow. I've known the pain and sorrow of loss. Felt great fury and frustration. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I mean, the third one would sort of make the Warrior of Light in this case feel almost make him a bit more human, right? I know it's my character, obviously, but sometimes hard to tell whether or not you're really plagued by doubt and anxiety, considering how you always jump headfirst into battle, right? So I think I'm gonna go with the first one, pain and sorrow of loss, because that is definitely true. I see. Hermes has known the same. A feeling that a part of you is gone. Again and again. But no one notices. Well, yeah, he would be in kind of a unique position in that regard. Not necessarily completely unique, considering that all of the overseers and researchers here definitely also have, a part of these creations and also their deaths if they get reverted to ether, right? But for him, as sort of the chief overseer of this entire place, probably sort of having to sign off on every creation and every time looking at them when they get reverted. Please, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow. Lend it? What are you going to do with it? I want you to make the flower dark, in front of Hermes. Oh. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Truly, you'll do it. Thank you. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Yeah, that probably would weigh even more heavy on your shoulders, right? And like, interestingly enough, I think, you know, a lot of people nowadays in our real world feel the same, right? They feel alone in a dark place, and they feel like they have nobody to talk to, nobody to talk about these dark feelings. But in our world, I think now there are so many, like, again, I'm not saying that's not difficult, or that it's not difficult to talk about or to deal with, right? Obviously, it really, really is. It's probably one of the most difficult things there is. But in this world, where everybody literally thinks of themselves as perfect and only accepts perfect beings, you know, being sad in this world is probably one of the most troubling things there is, right? Most difficult things to deal with, because you would truly feel alone. Which is, I mean, coincidentally, I do think that sometimes that's also that also happens in our world, right? Where we're just not willing to really talk about these feelings, where we're not really willing to share, even though a lot of people probably feel these doubts. And I do think that almost a bigger problem is that, quote unquote, no, I don't want to say normal people, but, you know, people who maybe don't have these strong negative feelings, or, you know, people who lead a fairly normal life and they know happiness and pain both equally, right? And, you know, they sort of lead what you would consider a normal life without too much pain and loss. But then there are other people, obviously, who have a lot of dark feelings in them. And I sometimes think that these people who have more normal lives, I guess, who are a bit more, you know, I guess, balanced in how they feel, they very, very rarely actually show sort of the more extreme sides of their sort of emotional spectrum, if you will. Because it's not really accepted, right? It's not really accepted to show really strong weakness. I guess in a weird way, or let me put it in a different way. Like, today, I feel like there is definitely a lot more acceptance towards, for example, psychological disorders, or just in general people who have, you know, clinical depression, those kinds of things, right? I mean, obviously, we still have a long way to go, but compared to how it was 40, 50, 60 years ago, I think we have made quite a lot of progress. But again, that being said, I sometimes feel like, you know, in those cases, it's sort of accepted as you know, again, some sort of disorder or maybe disability, whatever I don't really know the proper terms, but you know, if you don't have that, I think it's far less accepted in our society to then show strong negative or sometimes even positive emotions, right? That is sort of discouraged. And I do think that also sort of creates this divide, right? We try to sort of, I mean, as is the nature of humans, we try to sort of categorize these things. We think of, you know, oh, these people, you know, they suffer from depression. They have some sort of disorder, psychological problem, again, whatever you want to call it. And then on the other side, there is sort of the people who don't have that, right? And like, it sometimes seems when we talk about these things that there is this divide between them, but that's not true. You know, it's like one flows into the other, and there are certain people who maybe only really sometimes sort of slightly, you know, exhibit very sort of negative emotions, and then there are other people who maybe, you know, have a lot of negative emotions all the time, but at the same time are capable of sort of getting themselves out of that sort of pit of negative emotion, right? So they're like, it's very free flowing, but because we try to categorize it as such, right? Instead of just accepting it as something that can happen to everybody, given, you know, certain circumstances. And then, well, obviously there are other people who might have that because of some, you know, brain disorder, whatever. But just accepting that, you know, it's this free flowing thing. It's not, you can't really put it into categories and stuff. I sometimes think that's also a reason why, you know, we struggle with, you know, with accepting these things, but also we struggle with coming to terms with the fact that everybody can be affected by it, right? And we should look out for everybody equally, right? Not just the people who exhibit the strongest sort of negative emotions. I mean, obviously they should be helped a great deal, right? In terms of allotted resources or something. Obviously, the people who are strongest affected by, you know, these mental problems should be helped the most, right? Obviously, but even there, I think we also have this problem of categorization, right? Instead of having, I guess, sort of a free flow, like, I know that it's really hard to quantify these problems, obviously, right? But still, I mean, if you think about, for example, the money you might get for treatment, you know, people with severe problems might get a certain amount of money. People with slightly less severe problems might get a certain amount of money, and then there's sort of a cutoff point, right? And suddenly you don't get any money. Instead, wouldn't it make more sense to sort of have a linear function, right? Where the more problems you have, the more sort of funds get allotted towards your treatment, right? And I know, obviously, that's very, very difficult to categorize, but something to think about. And I do think that it would be possible if you really thought about, like, when I think about how certain things are sort of categorized in our sort of health system here, you know, it sometimes feels like this stairs system, right? And I wonder what would happen if we would make it, if we try to make it more like a linear function, and then allow sort of individuals to determine where on this linear function you actually sit, right? So instead of having like category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you would have people who sort of, you know, look at your problems and instead of having to categorize you with one of these 5 categories, they would be able to say, oh, you're a 2.783 on our scale, right? And so that would mean that you would get funds sort of close to category 3, but not quite as much as somebody who is like, say, let's say 3.1 or something. And again, I'm not saying that we can quantify these problems, but I am saying that in terms of sort of, in terms of what a sort of bureaucratic system could do, there is certainly, a lot of room for more individual assessments there, I feel like. Wow, that was a kind of an off-topic discussion. Well, not really off-topic, but yeah, real-world discussion, I guess. Let's get back to the game. Seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they've finished. Still very windy here, by the way.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Of course. What are you doing here, buddy? And he scurries off again.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful.
I guess that's not quite true for the imperfect creations, right? It's neither beautiful for them, nor have they fulfilled their purpose. Although, well, let's get to that after this cutscene.
Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteion's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Let's have no more brooding, eh?
Indeed. Difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you.
You don't have to, but...
The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters.
Has he sent beings like her to other stars? Is that maybe even why Midgardsormr came here? This cutscene is too much.
Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right!
Wow. Such an incredible cutscene. Where to even begin? Wow. And way too many parallels for our world. Not least of which the strive for discovering extraterrestrial life. But the thing about his self-doubts, right? I mean, that is really something that it's really difficult to come to terms with. And I don't think that there is a clear answer either. Because, think about it. If you had the ability, and the reason why this discussion is meaningful in a million different ways is because we currently on our planet are already on a similar course. I mean, we have the ability to, at least to some degree, change DNA. We have the ability to change, or at least look for certain disabilities within embryos, for example. And it isn't too far-fetched to assume that, may take 100 years, maybe it takes 300, but at some point there might come a point in time where we can literally create, well, not necessarily perfect, but certainly, enhanced humans, I think you could call them. And at that point, obviously, there will have to be a decision made whether or not that should be allowed at all, or only certain things. I mean, we already have discussions of whether or not certain disabilities that can be detected in embryos, should prompt the parents to maybe not carry out that baby. And again, I don't think there is a clear-cut answer. Everybody will sort of have to answer for that themselves, but then at the same time, we are a species on this planet, right? Some decisions affect others as well. Decisions that are made for, in the wake of our own sort of thoughts about a particular subject that don't necessarily mean that others, some decisions that we make influence others whether we want to or not, right? And again, it's also, if you think it through, or try to think it through, if you could wield some sort of creation magic, if you had the power to, for example, let's keep it simple. Let's say you can create a cat or a dog for yourself, like the perfect pet, right? Would you try until it's really the perfect pet? Or would you stick with the first one, the first creation that you made, simply because it's a living being and it deserves a chance, even if it's, I don't know, very much not perfect? And then I've always wondered about this myself. If we truly manage to, for example, through DNA manipulation, we would be able to eradicate cancer, right? Obviously, when you first hear that, then you might say, oh yeah, of course, we should do that. But, in that case, it might be fairly clear-cut, right? Obviously, cancer is, well, exactly that, cancer. But then think about what cancer represents and sort of where it comes from. It's a mutation of some of your genes. But
those mutations can also form completely differently, right? They can form, for example, in people that have 2 different colored eyes. That's very desirable for some people. But it is technically an abnormality, right? Something that is not, how it should be, I guess. If you would define it as this, well, what is a normal thing, right? But the process is almost exactly the same, right? It's some difference somewhere in a genome, or an accidental change due to, I don't know, maybe outside radiation or whatever, right? Could be anything. Sometimes it's harmful, sometimes it's not, but who gets to decide whether or not it's harmful or not? And again, in the case of like normal cancer, obviously that might be a very easy decision to make, but I can assure you that, there's gonna be, or there has to be, a line somewhere. And everybody will define that line differently, depending on their own experiences, their own context in terms of their own life, right? Everybody. You could probably ask 1,000 people, and 1,000 people would come up with a different answer of where to draw that particular line. And again, also in this case, if we return this discussion back to Final Fantasy XIV, then what creations should they make? If their goal is to truly make the planet a better place, well, yeah, of course, you would go with the better creations, right? With the more perfect ones. And I guess it's also interesting because, in a way, nature sort of works in a very similar way, right? Nature also doesn't really care about imperfect creations, because, in a way, only the, best suited for any particular environment will survive, right? The species that endured on planet Earth are the ones that were best suited, so to speak, perfect for their environment. And obviously that changed a lot about, throughout the history of our planet, but in a way nature does a very similar thing. And if you will, sort of genome manipulation, DNA manipulation, right? All of the processes that humans come up with through science, aren't they really just sort of a sped up process? Isn't it the same thing as what nature does, just faster? And in a way, I mean, couldn't you make an argument for it being better in that way, more efficient? Because you way faster reach the actual, the actual point in time. Let me complete this quest, by the way, until I get not that I get logged out or anything. But, again, wouldn't it be better to faster approach this moment where a species is perfect? Wouldn't you reduce the amount of suffering overall? Because logically, if you straight up look at it logically, wouldn't an imperfect species mean that it would suffer more than another one? Right? If you set out, again, a bear into a very cold and harsh environment, wouldn't it suffer more if its pelt or, its features wouldn't be as well suited for that environment? So wouldn't it be better to, end its suffering early and instead come up with a better bear that immediately suits these environmental conditions perfectly, so that it doesn't suffer? Again, I don't think you can really answer that question, can you? It's a very free-flowing answer, I think. There isn't really any... Everybody sort of has to answer it for themselves, but then there isn't any sort of real perfect answer either, right? I don't know. It's a very, very deep discussion. And again, one that, you know, as I said, probably doesn't even have any kind of answer, really. So maybe it's fruitless to even think about. Maybe we should just... So in this particular case, even though it might be, you know, hurtful as well, there might be suffering because some people would disagree and they would do another thing, and then they suffer because, you know, they look at it differently to you, but... Yeah. Let's get back to the game, shall we? That's a discussion that could last probably days, if not longer. Probably has also already lasted years in other places. The prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure. What? I did nothing wrong. Were you able to get some rest? Please do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. I worry we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. One thing that is really, really interesting as well, though, is that he is actually exploring the stars. That's incredible. I'm glad Hermes saw the flowers. Thank you. It will help, I hope. Today will be difficult for him. Verdict and execution. That's not an ominous quest title at all. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I turn to my next task. As Emmett Selk and Hythlodius are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architects to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodius has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaons have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to his study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. I'm not, however. I will do side quests. Quite a lot of them, apparently. I hope they're all on this island. That will be fairly quick then. Beg pardon? Crows, take that little sot. Where it's gone... Oh, I was unaware we had a visitor. Pardon my language. I should hate to give a poor impression of Elpis with my unprofessional behavior. Alas, I'm quite at my wit's end with this new cultivar. You're fortunate not to have overheard worse. Its restorative properties are superlative, that much is true. Yet what possessed its creator to give it such nimble little legs, I shall never understand. I really must depend upon those fools at the words of Halmarud. That not everything needs to be ambulatory. I've tried leashing it, fencing it in, staring at it with all my might, each to no avail. Its resourcefulness is far beyond what one could, and I dare say should, wish of a vegetable? He's talking about a vegetable? Given that it shows such signs of sentience, however, perhaps it is possible for another intelligent creation to commune with it. Are you willing to make the attempt? When it embarked upon its most recent bid for freedom, I sent my assistant after it. His own legs have grown quite powerful by this point, so with any luck, you'll find them not too far to the west. Right. Let's turn off the main quest once more, and turn off my helmet as well. see if this is another quest line or if it's just one quest. How many are there? 7, I think, quests. This doesn't look like a quest line. Otherwise, I think the quest lines always have a picture, right? You and the Aileros. My, what a familiar essence you have, like that of a familiar, if you're familiar with the concept. I've heard that joke before. Oh, just my little joke. I am Hippotho. Meow. Meow. Yes, we're getting to that. Say hello to our familiar friend here. She's an Aileros. The Aileroi are one of our newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in their environment. At the first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, which, mew loudly. Though we do our best to observe all of our creations, Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus have I taken this Allurus under my wing to further develop her capabilities in this area. She does enjoy our little walks. This evening we are testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that your task has begun, and she'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you've found them. We can't have beasts running amok. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh! Ah! A gal cat. Meow meow. Follow the Allurus and try not to fall behind. Let's see where it's going. It's a lot bigger than normal Galecat though, right? Guess it needs to be. For this particular... Ah, I already see it. Yeah, those two seem at conflict with each other. Meow. The Allurus alerts you to two nearby creatures that are facing one another down and looks at you expectantly. No, but I have to fight them both, yeah? Right, I can try my new and improved shell trunk, maybe. Not that it really, you know... Wow! That animation is a lot bigger than I was expecting. Oh, whoops. I ran past it. Where's that sound? Alright, that was fairly straightforward. I don't want to fight you. Of course. Oh, it was an auto attack that missed, I think. For a moment there, I thought that it was Confidio that missed. I wonder what prompted them to make the new tank defensive things only 4 seconds. Considering the GCD is 2.5, that's actually, you know, fairly hard to time, I'd imagine. Slippery Mandragora. Why do they always speak in... what is that even? Windings? Oh, that's what why he is, sort of prone to, screaming obscenities, I guess. Or not really screaming them, but because he works with these Mandragoras. Grillo sent you to commune with the Mandragoras. Best of luck. Mandragora emits a screech not unlike the sound of a Magitech airship's hull rending in twain, but it is unclear what this is meant to convey. Did that help? So even its fellow creations cannot understand it? What a pity. Granted, I did suspect its vocal organ was unique. Aha! If you took the same form, that may be less of an obstacle. Though I am admittedly unversed in the original design specifications, I should have little difficulty transforming you into its mirror. Shall we have a go? Wait, what? Wonderful. Now stand still. In order to proceed... Oh yeah. Oof. Hi there, buddy. Sure. If anything, you understand even less than you did before. How was that? One moment, please. Pardon me, I had not the slightest idea what you were saying. Would you mind repeating that? Foiled again. Nevertheless, we have gained valuable data. Have we? Uh-oh. Alas, please inform Gurlos that it may be some time before our return. Oh. It's probably faster. Still wondering why this place is called the 12 Wonders. Oh, it's actually not faster. Whoopsie. Wait, how? Why? What? Why do they only have such few entrances? Mount Researcher. Coming to grips. Where did you come from? Get back quickly. How odd. Generally speaking, this grips would sooner gore you than look at you. Did your creator imbue you with a special talent for soothing savage beasts, perchance? Curious indeed. I dare say this calls for further experimentation. I don't suppose you would be willing to attempt a flight on its back. I hope that the grips will find use as a mount, you see, but its aggression toward unfamiliar faces has precluded any real trials thus far. Please consider it. Okay. You're willing to ride the grips? Splendid. We can begin immediately, assuming you have your preferred riding trousers on. Are you and your trousers ready to ride the grips? Yes. Yeah, there are 12 flower beds. Huh. Where are we flying? Oh, we're just flying up. The both of you have wonderfully relaxed riding postures. What say you to a little tour of Elpis? As long as we return here? I don't want to have to run back here. Wow. 12. I really wonder what this with the 12 is about. Maybe it's just because of the ether, but I have a feeling there's... Our 12 have to have something to do with that, right? I mean, obviously they have, but I mean, you know, you do kind of wonder. How long is this quest? Probably gonna take a while, right? Noe Topheron's beauty is ever striking. Note the blossoms, which change according to Elpis' seasons and ethereal balance. A true masterwork. Oh, So there are seasons here, I was wondering. The grips seems quite content, a result of the flower's sweet perfume and your masterful handling, no doubt. I was wondering that, so there are actually seasons here then. I wonder how they do that. I mean, technically, it would only make sense to have the seasons on the same timescale as on the actual planet, right? In order to be able to observe the effects of it, you know, most accurately, I guess. These beacons are crucial to our operations here in Elpis and make convenient lodestars for flying specimens under observation. Successful concepts sight them from a distance and can approach without hesitation. The Grips has passed that test with flying colors, so let us return to solid ground. An elegant landing, another mark in favor of the Grip's utility as a mount. I believe I have the data I need. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm sure you're curious as to what today's trial means for our friend here. If you like, we can speak further back at the Wonders. Why didn't we land where we flew off? Now I have to again find a way into the city. Or not city, but, you know, 12 Wonders, place, thing, whatever. Yeah, I wonder if this is where the Alliance questline will begin. Or if that's going to be somewhere else. I mean, technically the questline could begin anywhere and then just lead us to this place, but... Did you locate the Mandragora? Seemingly incapable of comprehensible communication, is it? Perhaps its degree of intelligence bears further scrutiny. Of course, if upon further observation it is deemed sentient, it will be subject to even greater scrutiny to ensure that it can be safely set loose. To understand each creation in all its aspects and conclusively prove it beneficial or detrimental to the star, such is our duty and burden as researchers. At least we can say with certainty that its legs work. Great. Good for the Mandragora, I guess. She seems quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? As I expected. Well done, little one. Magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too, but it's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Alluroi are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? Oh, it is a quest line. Sometimes I'm confused by that. Sing, O Muse. I am so pleased that you're willing to join us in further research. Thus far, you have noted this Alluro's response to stimuli. However, the Alluroi have one more very special capability. Aren't you curious? You will be pleased to know that I have dispatched one additional Alluros to fly about the 12 Wonders then. If she is working as designed, the phenomenon should be clearly observable. I expect that you will be able to collect evidence of it from my fellow researchers. Say, Loris to Callion in Chloris? Do present your conclusions to me when you've finished. Okay. Wait, so they... like, the bell that they have is part of them, actually. Very interesting. Let's go here. Given its body weight and the effort, what? I would advise you to keep your head down. I saw some manner of creature darting about in the air just now. If it carries on like that, it's only a matter of time before it collides with someone's skull. It startled me so badly that I accidentally created a winged fish, of all things, which itself escaped to the skies ere I knew it. Seriously? Though, now that I have a moment to reflect on its speedy departure, perhaps the ability to fly is not so wasted upon aquatic creatures as I believed. Surely such a boon would give them heretofore unknown capacity to evade predation. Well, that's not necessarily great, is it? The recent fashion for flying concerts may have something to it after all. I really must pay a visit to the Bureau of the Architects next I'm in Amaroth. I doubt anyone has registered a winged fish yet. What the hell am I reading? You know what I just realized? A lot of people, well, I wouldn't say have been complaining, but they certainly have expressed wonder at the fact that a lot of the mounts can now fly, right? Even though they clearly don't seem like they would be able to. So I think this is actually a reference to that, right? This is probably a reference to that, and sort of alludes to the fact that all the mounts that we have were actually created here because they just had a fancy for flying things, and they just put essentially the capability to fly into everything they could, just because it was sort of the fashion of the day, if you will. It's quite an interesting thought. Every rose. Everyone certainly seems content to allow their familiars to wander about unattended of late. I must say it's become something of a distraction. I've been attempting to prune this bush for ages. Who's responsible for you? Them, you say? In that case, I suppose some degree of independence is to be expected. I take it you're the resilient sort as well. I mislike where this is going. You are an assertive one, aren't you? No matter, if I know a them, your curiosity will get the better of you soon enough. What? Wait, it actually doesn't? What the hell? You actually have to agree with him in order to accept the quest? You name it, I've been punched by it. That's wonderful to hear. The Akanta population around the Wonders is in need of culling, you see. The appropriate number of specimens has been moved to the Hungering Gardens, a far more suitable habitat, but the remainder need to be cut down ere they harm the local environment. You can attract one by tossing this nectar water to the wind. The beacon to the northeast should be a suitable breezy location, if memory serves. Why the hell can't you accept the quest with the other answer? Quite interesting. Welcome back. You will be pleased to know that based on these results, I'm confident the Grips can be trained to become the perfect mount. It scorns unfamiliar or clumsy hands, yes, but so long as it trusts its rider, it serves him incomparably. Given Hermes' own expertise, flying creatures are always subject to immense scrutiny before approval. Even so, I have no doubt that our proud friend will pass muster. I think it have. Wonderful. Aw, aren't you just adorable? Oh God. Adorable? Yes, yes you are. I need to send this to a friend, sorry. Well, I have to pick the first option, haven't I? I can't even read this. Hello! That's what I love about familiars. So whimsical. I have a task that is perfectly suited to one such as yourself. Oh, thank God. I thought she was going to continue speaking in that way. I would like you to inspect the flower beds north of here. I suspect they will have accumulated some ethereal masses. Should you find any, please bring them to me. Do look carefully now. If I needed someone to wander off with the task half finished, I would have asked one of the other researchers. Oh. Okay. Not a very high opinion of your fellow researchers, have you? Oh, let's go this way. A tiny winged creature. Do you refer to Hippotho's familiar, perchance? I did see it not long ago. I know not where it's gone off to, I regret to say. I would assist in your search, but I must put brush to parchment before I forget what I meant to write. Outside of my observational duties, I have been laboring over a treatise on aquatic flora, you see. Yet, rereading my work a moment ago, I was suddenly struck with how trite my conclusion sounds. I believe I know precisely how to strengthen it, however. I dare say even Halmerud shall be impressed by my insight. Wait, are we really searching for it? I thought it was... I thought it was meant to give me some sort of... what's the word? Why am I always forgetting these words? What the hell? I thought it was supposed to be giving me some intel. That was what I was looking for on certain places. Oh, there it is. Wait, how are you? Seriously? I mean, that would be much better for your neck and posture in general, right? To read like that, instead of having to hold the book for yourself. Although, you know what I would do? I would just slouch back anyways. Isn't this the most darling familiar you've ever seen? Behold its soft and fluffy fur, its pudgy belly, its charming little bell, its eyes that gaze imploringly into the very depths of your soul. It makes you want to dismantle it and gobble its adorable ether right up, does it not? I don't like where this is going. I dare not, of course. Whoever it belongs to would be quite cross indeed. Yet even to gaze upon it stoves within me a creative passion the likes of which I've never known. Mew? Yeah, better fly away until you get eaten. Alas, my muse, perhaps I need to create my own familiar of surpassing cuteness after all. You'll do that. Oh ho, you are Azem's familiar, are you not? I pose to you a question. Imagine an object you truly desire lies before you. What do you do? Shout need. What are these answers? Take it. I see. As rumored, you do show a glimmer of intelligence. What is that supposed to mean? Avarice is a mark of sentience, you know. Speaking of which, my pot of nectar has recently gone missing, along with the nymphi I was observing. Welcome as this confirmation of their intelligences. They aren't meant to eat all of that at once. Of course, should I pursue them, they will like as not hide for fear of reprisal while they devour the lot. However, they may respond if a fellow familiar expresses his doubt that so much nectar truly belongs to them, if you take my meaning. Seriously, what are these quests, or rather the answers you can give? Background research. Fortified enclosures. That would be dreadfully dull for all involved. Oh, if only there was someone who... Aha! You have impeccable timing, my friend. I'm in need of a bit of assistance, you see. Do you even have any money? What the hell is going on? What are these answers? If you insist. I assure you that I do. Now listen, we have been asked to design a new island for the purposes of containing and monitoring poisonous specimens. Alas, we know little of such concepts, and last I attempted a bit of research, I woke up 3 days later with far too much information about gripes. You, however, have the look of a familiar that could not possibly care less about the subject. Okay. Thus I do require your services. You need only ask the researchers at Anagnorisis for a brief introduction to poisonous creatures, and steadfastly ignore any niggling curiosity in favor of reporting back here. Seriously, I have to run all over there for this one quest? Oh well. Wait. This is the only one here, right? Let's do this next. Although, I have... No, it's only 5. That's perfect. What the hell is going on with these quests here? Again? With the beavers? Squeal? The nymph squeaks innocently in response to your query. Holy hell. But you could have ample reason to doubt its sincerity. So this is where they were originally created, huh? Squeal, squeal! The nymph, question mark, waddles away, looking rather pleased with itself. Yeah, because it's probably already eaten everything. Squeal. The nymph, question mark. Okay, I need to doubt you too then. Squeal, squeal! The nymph, question mark, waddles away, but not before you catch a strong whiff of nectar. Where's the last one? Oh, probably beyond these cliffs. I just saw that the quest marker went here. There it is. Squeal. Squeal, squeal, squeal. The nymph, question mark, squeals in a presumably disgruntled fashion and waddles away. Okay. Whoa. Butterfly Kisses of Death. Quite a lot of people doing the fates. I mean, they're probably... I don't think that they necessarily want bicolor gemstones. It's probably more about leveling up the fate thingies in order to be able to purchase more, right? You've returned, but where are my nymphae? The beavers. You should probably forget about those. What in the world are you talking about? Come now, Tell me what you saw. Spare no detail. I'm a professional. Strange, brown-furred creatures that waddled. What's up with the beavers? My nymphae were bright and winged, and... Oh no. No, that's absurd. Tell no one of this. Some things are better off lost. He is responsible for the beavers. Because he told nobody about it. I see you've spoken to everyone, and what are your findings? Exactly right. The Alluroi bless those they meet with inspiration. After all, we are at our best, and our brightest, when our hearts are at ease. With clarity of thought and faith in ourselves, we can do anything. What could possibly quell inner turmoil so well as a lovable creature like this? Mew, mew, meow. Ah, it seems duty calls. She senses another irregularity. Off you go then, dear girl. With today's results, the Allures concept will be approved in no time. I'm truly fortunate to have such wonderful familiars to work with, yourself included, of course. Oh, it's only 2 crests this time. We're only missing 2 more pieces. But we're still I wonder... We only saw about half of the zone so far. I wonder how this continues. Ethereal Mars. Flower bed. An ethereal mass floats over the flower bed, ripe for the picking. Probably. I thought there were poisonous flowers in these. Why can't we just run over them? Though we examine the flower bed closely, there are no ethereal masses to be found. But there is one. An ethereal mass floats over the flower bed. Ripe for the picking. Probably. Are those quests beyond the bridge? No, they're not. That's a small quest marker. It's interesting. Judging by the breeze, this must be the location Chloris mentioned, scattering the nectar water here ought to attract an Akanta or 2. This one. Where? Wait, do I have it? Oh, I just have to do it without looking at it. A sweet scent fills the air. Whoa! Okay. Odious air. Yeah, that long, like, regen that you get, it's quite a lot. Let's turn the main quest back on again. I assume there's going to be no more quests here, probably, right? Because there is so many more places you can go here. It's been annoying that you have to do... well, maybe it's not that far, I don't know. The scent of nectar water and fresh-cut vines. You did as I asked. That's much appreciated. The acanthi grow and propagate quickly. Too quickly, as I have learned. Their short life cycle makes them an excellent source of fertilizer in woodland areas. I had hoped this factor would be enough to keep their population in check, but it appears that without natural predators, they proliferate so fast as to smother the local flora. Moving them to the gardens will do for the moment, but I must find the means to make them less evasive as a species, lest they be deemed unsuited to this world. I couldn't bear to see that happen to my darlings. Oh, did I neglect to mention that I am the creator of the Kanta concept? A great many of those who research the creations in Elpis submit our own concepts from time to time, you know. It would be wasteful not to put the knowledge we gain from our observations to use. Just as it would be wasteful to allow my darlings to be sent to Lethe. I will make this concept work, I promise you that. You know, in and of itself, the idea of them also submitting concepts that then get observed here does make sense to a degree, because obviously, as he said, they would have the most knowledge about them, right? That being said, though, I feel like it shouldn't be allowed to watch over your own creations, because wouldn't you have sort of a positive outlook from the beginning? Like, you wouldn't be entirely objective in their judgment. And then again, I mean, to be approved, I suspect there still has to be an objective process, right? Of some form, or at least, you know, other people judging that particular creation. Did you scrutinize every corner of the beds? As I suspected, masses of earthen aspect. The gardens of the 12 Wonders reflect the balance of dynamic and stagnant ether of all 6 aspects, as I suspected. An excess of activity in a single aspect leads to this type of agglomeration. So what these flower beds represent, I guess they have maybe they put sort of the same flowers into each of them, but they're all aspected with a different, like with both, you know, either dynamic or stagnant ether from all 6 aspects. And so they can study, I guess, the effect of these different aspects on the flowers that they plant there. 'Tis these flowers' way of bearing fruit, so to speak. Beautiful as that may sound, ethereal masses indicate that we must adjust the ethereal balance in Elpis to maintain an ideal environment. There's naught for you to worry your dear little head about, of course. Such magic is as simple as breathing for us. Run along now. Or maybe it's specifically, maybe it could also be to sort of keep the balance in the environment. They're specifically planted like this so they might immediately, know. I mean, I guess the quest sort of showed where there were problems, so if the flower beds themselves all have different aspects with either dynamic or stagnant behavior, then sort of an abnormality in one of them would immediately indicate to you which aspect you have to work on, right, for the environment. I do think that it would probably make sense to finish the side quest first, though. Although it is a bit annoying. Oh, those are the creatures that they slew. Ah, there are Fenriers. There's some form of them anyway. That must mean that they survived to an extent, though. Wait, that's pretty far away. Let's actually... yeah, let's do this first. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles. They became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and him handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. Meteon, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes... The Lycaons must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you're intent on helping, then please follow my lead. I wonder if we need to save one of them, because they seem like... I mean, these creatures definitely exist, right? Oh, why do we have ominous music again? Let me maybe finish the side quest first. I have a feeling this might lead to something, you know. Oh, there it is. Why did they have to put one side quest where you have to run all over the place? Seems a bit annoying, but yeah, whatever. I mean, it's not that far, but still. It is a bit weird, though, that they play this music. Especially considering where we heard it last time. Poisonous creatures. Why, there's one right here. As you can see, its skin is translucent. The body within is, shall we say, squishy. Fortunately for it, those beautiful sleeve-like appendages conceal countless minute stinging darts. Most other creatures cannot so much as touch it, let alone devour it. It would be fascinating to see how it fares against non-aquatic concepts. Oh, perhaps it could even fly, should a light enough gas be incorporated into the membrane. What is your obsession with flying creatures, seriously? You've learned a disturbing fact about stinging invertebrates. Great. Ah, yeah. Whatever. Helmet doesn't matter for this quest. Doesn't have any cutscenes, I presume. You are soliciting ideas for an isle of poisonous concepts. In that case, you might ask after the new cultivar from the chthonic horns. I'm told it bears poison fruit. Yeah. I've already interacted with those. The quintessential example of a poisonous specimen is the Morbo Marquis. Of course, never was there a creation so foul, so pungent, hence the name. Indeed, the concept has lately been adjusted to prevent any further accidents. But the Marquis, oh, the Marquis, it blinds the eyes and paralyzes the body, even as the mind desires nothing so much as to vomit continually to purge its stench. Why did they ever make that thing? Yeah. I was wondering about that myself. Yeah, let's finish the quest first and then we'll continue the main story. Oh wait. Oh, there it is. Sometimes the entrances to these places are sort of weirdly placed, I feel like. I still really like the color scheme here. Especially when it changes, right? Due to the ether, I guess, in the air. I also really like the proportions of this place for some reason. I still wonder if they're going to explain how the Aetherites work, by the way. Because so far, I mean, I would obviously be able to teleport away here and teleport back in, but I have a feeling they're still kind of missing explanation for why that's possible. And also why we, for example, would change size again. There you are! I began to worry you'd become mid in the how do you say it? Minutiae, I think, right? 3 notes, enough to see our options, yet not so many as to lead us into the weeds. Well done. My, this Marquis is fascinating, isn't it? How might one contain such a specimen that it not befoul its environs beyond repair? Simply must know. Excuse us, we're off to see a man about a morbol. Why do they call it morbol, though? It's a bit of a weird thing, right? Since everything else has a different name. I actually wonder if the next dungeon's gonna be here somewhere. I mean, I have a feeling that I have to be close to being done with the level 86 quests, right? Where was it? Oh, is it creating ether or what? I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry. Within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. Yeah, I kind of know what that will look like. But fear not, by my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. Should I wait for them to finish? Or does that take longer? Well, that's a rat mage, right? Wasn't that the new animation thingy? I think they're done, yeah. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the new opener is. And if it does in fact include like if you start with Ruin 3, do your buff, and then immediately Bahamut? I would assume so. Probably make the would probably make most sense. Oh, that's where they're standing here.
Now.
Whoa. Holy shit. It is quite something to see them in action.
Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire.
Huh.
Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Again, I wonder if maybe the Dynamus in them somehow retains these words.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Ouch.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
They still chose him for the convocation? Did they not understand what he was truly suffering from? I don't know. I don't know what to make of Emmett Selk's assessment that he apparently does not belong here. I mean, obviously this place makes him suffer, right? But at the same time, it is precisely because he likes these creations so much, right? All of them. Although obviously that is in stark contrast to what this place is about, I guess. I don't really know what to make of this. Oh, almost lost my controller. I don't really... Like, what is Emmett Selk's goal here? Why be so insistent that he take the place of the former Fan Daniel of his friend, right? Because wouldn't that invoke the same kind of suffering in him? Where's the difference if he suffers because of these beasts or because he... I mean, there is a difference obviously, but I mean, the sort of meaning of that would be equally bad, right? To, as he just said, practically sort of confirm and how can I put this? To confirm the death of his friend in that manner, right? To reassure essentially that's the right thing to do. It is rather curious, isn't it? This whole thing, this whole place, this whole quest line. It has been quite an exciting visit for you thus far. Well, you weren't injured, were you? Good, good. Also, where is this going? The other Lycaons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Epis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes's argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Oh... Unfortunately, I think you will quite feel that. It is... That's also really interesting, right? That he's questioning why he feels why he has this feeling of loss, and then Emmett Selk himself is precisely the person that does the rejoinings because he himself feels this loss, because he so desperately wants to get his friends back. Although obviously the loss that Emmett suffers is quite more severe than a few creatures here, I'd imagine. But then again, I mean, Hermes probably has to see through millions of these, right? Over the course of his life. At least tens of thousands. I mean, Hermes' struggle is really interesting because he sort of just logically follows where this is going, right? Which again is sort of the same theme that we saw from Amon with what he did for Zande as well. It's just this basic idea, or again, you just follow the logic, right? As Hermes just said, well, if they want to die when their task is fulfilled, right? And strive for perfection for the planet. I mean, there might be an argument here that obviously they can never reach that perfection because they're not perfect themselves, but they don't think that, right? They pretty much think of their species as perfect. So they strive to perfection, and yeah, it would then logically follow that at some point everything will be perfect. And then they would just all die. And I guess leave behind a perfect planet? But that's, you know, that sort of logic I can definitely see that it would eat away at you, right? Because, yeah, what was it all for then in the end, right? If the planet is then perfect, but your species ceases to exist because of that very fact, who do you create that particular planet for? Right? It's sort of a weird paradox, almost. Oh, ha! What? So quests do, in fact, level up your company as well. Rank 9. Wow. Cool. Not that it matters much, but sure. I don't know what answer he's searching for, or if it is within our power to give it. But I believe he would make a fine Fandaniel, and that if he rejects us, out of hand, we will all be lesser for it. I mean, he's certainly very capable. Ah, it's a level 87 quest. Maybe I have, in fact, reached a pretty good point here in terms of experience. Because I'm now pretty much exactly one level above the MSQ, but I still have 2 levels to go. So there will probably come a couple of level 89 quests where I'll be already level 90, but shouldn't be too much of a big deal. Travelers at the crossroads. Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you? Will you continue along with us? If I can. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anagnorisis. I do think, considering that we need our trusts for the next dungeon, I don't think the dungeon will in fact be here. Right? The dungeon in this case might actually be the last level 87 quest, which I suspect will be when we return. But then again, the game has pretty much done the opposite. Well, not the opposite. The game has done things that I would have never expected in my wildest dreams so far, so, you know, I don't really know what to make of that, but I mean, it would be an interesting choice considering that the level 85 dungeon, that's the when you return to Thavnair, right? And you slay the blasphemy, the big one. And I think that was the first level 85 quest, wasn't it? Either the first, one of the first, at least. So it would be an interesting choice to place the level 85 dungeon right at the beginning of the level 85 quests, and then have pretty much a long part without a dungeon, and then at the end of 87 have one. I mean, not that it matters much, obviously the story is so good, and this place is, you know, so incredible. Why would I want a dungeon here, right? I mean, I don't need one right now, but it is rather interesting. But in general, it is rather interesting how they've made how you traverse through the Endwalker zones, because again, we still haven't been back to Labyrinthos, and I'd expect that to happen probably after the zone, that we sort of confirm or, you know, research a couple of our findings here and combine that with the knowledge that we find in Labyrinthos to come up with an actual solution for the final days, I'd suspect. And then, in order to implement that solution, we're going, I don't know, to the Ethereal Sea? I mean, that could very well be the last zone, although I don't really know. I mean, the dungeon that we saw in the trailer with all the crystals might very well be in the Ethereal Sea. But a zone there? Would that make sense? I have a feeling it's actually going to be something different, but guess we'll see. Didn't we part ways with Hermes not far from here? Given the size of Elpis, I expect our paths will cross again before long. Oh, somebody's already glamored the new stuff. Or maybe they didn't glamour it and just bought it. From here, we follow the path northwards to Netonius. There we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Oh, that's the teleporter. I should have suspected that. Yeah, that makes sense. Again, you know, it bears striking similarity to some elegant teleporters as well. Not exactly, obviously, but it looks so much more elegant. I guess the structure, because obviously the sort of the textures of it are the same as everything else here, but I guess the combination. Although then again in this slide, maybe not so much. Unless the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sight. 'Tis poor manners to spy on someone's comings and goings in such a fashion, so don't ask. Social conventions notwithstanding, perceiving ether requires deliberate and intense concentration, and we otherwise keep our eyes on the corporeal world. I think before I'll do that, I'll maybe grab a little bit more to eat, because I have to work tomorrow. I don't know how much I will be able to eat then, so probably do that now. And I definitely won't finish this zone today, which is a bit of a shame, but at the same time I feel like whatever is at the end of this discovery through this zone will probably be pretty mind-blowing as well. So it might be a good thing that I, you know, continue that when I have the proper time for it, I guess. Which I don't know if it will be tomorrow. I suspect probably not, but then again, we'll see. Yeah. Let me have a, well, not exactly quick break, but let me have a break and look for something to eat, and then we'll continue. Whew, alright. That was kind of a bit of a longer break than I wanted, but, you know, it's always so easy. I made myself a pizza, and, you know, it just takes a bit longer sometimes. I wonder, though, there is only one crate missing. I'm a little bit confused as to what else there might be here. I mean, we definitely still need 2 more Wind Ether Current side quests. We're like this zone is definitely pretty much divided 50-50, right? So now we're going into the second part of it. Let's see. Here we are, Latonius. This teleporter will take us to Calimelius Sephiros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way, and we can soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Calimelios Zephyros.
Calimelius Sephiros. Okay.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
What are these names?
Right then. Let's begin by...
Oh.
Well, well. An Arrhaeus. How delightful.
Where did he escape from? What are you doing?
What, pray tell, is that?
Ask Brea. I think he knows.
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures.
No wonder.
Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst, concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Whoa! Is that who I think it is? Is she... Wait? She...
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
Hi. Is she a paladin? She is, isn't she?
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Vanar, that we should meet you here.
What's with him at Silk?
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star.
She was part of the convocation at some point.
Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Whoa! Of course, I should have known. I was wondering about that the entire time. How does Vanar fit into this? I didn't even really think... I mean, I said this before, right? When they introduced Fandaniel? Or rather, Hermes as not Fandaniel at this point. I never really considered who sat in these seats before. But that also means that probably Azem wasn't even part of the convocation for that long when the final days happened, right? Because this does seem to be somewhat close to the final days. In terms of the timeline, or the point in time where we moved back to.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
Oh?
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
I mean, we rushed into... Well, we didn't exactly rush, but we went into a volcano as well. Several of them, in fact. Wait, yeah, we've been to several volcanoes.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future?
I knew she would know that. Oopsie, I guess.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
Oh.
Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
Well, she's smart, isn't she? Oh yeah, that's my magic. I haven't done that so far, so obviously it must come from the future. I mean, well, yeah, if you look at it logically, of course, but that would only follow if it truly was your magic, but then I guess they would be capable to detect that, huh?
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Our blessing of light. A traveler's ward. Does it protect you from enthrallment by primals by any chance? That sounds rather like the blessing of light. Yes, it does indeed.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
Again, I wonder, are we in the same timeline? Then Emmett Silk knew us. He literally knew us.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
But then Heidelin would know us as well, right? I mean, weren't there Warriors of Light before us? Although, well, I sort of answered my question already, didn't I? I guess she would have been looking for the one that visited them back in their time, right? So I guess by looking for Warriors of Light, she was really looking for only one. Us. The one that came back in time.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
I have a feeling, though, that we can't, because we've visited here anyway.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours.
Wait, really? What? Is that what she gleaned from that? Am I missing something here? Is it not the same future? Are we preventing the final days, like literally preventing the final days from happening in their past? Now I'm really confused. What kind of time travel are we doing here?
How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown. And there's naught more unknown than the future.
I mean, obviously you are when you were on the convocation, right?
Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Again, the reason why I'm confused is because we already had time travel. Grahatia traveled back in time. And we don't know what happened to his future. So whatever we do here, well, I don't know what it does. But in a way, I mean, by that same logic, if we're just purely going off of the same logic that Grahatia and his time travel meant, then by us purely being here already changes the course of this timeline, doesn't it?
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Well, ask Elidibus, he made me.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation?
And yeah, I mean, if we truly tell them everything, let's see where this goes.
I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest.
I mean, we literally, again, well, we can know, again, just by the logic that we already know of from Grahatia's future and him coming back to us, technically, now we've altered the course of history of this timeline by being here. With or without telling them why we're here.
If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
At the behest of an old friend, and who's that?
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it.
One thing that was that, you know, because she's Heidelin in the future, I sort of took her white robe for granted. But in this timeline, isn't that really weird to wear a white robe? Wouldn't everybody be sort of really weirded out by her? Or is that a sign that you have been part of the convocation? In order to identify you in some manner, because her mask itself is still the exact same, right?
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past.
Well, it wasn't your idea, per se.
It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Now I really want to know what they say to us revealing what happens in the future. But first, wind ether currents. I'll explain, don't worry. It's really close. Calamelius Sephiros. Huh. What's that thing? Why are they always somewhere? He's a normal mob though. And there I thought you were a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous talk of future this and changing history that can wait. First, I mean to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. The future? Our future? I am deathly curious to hear more. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept-engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. Oh yeah, we've seen that. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor, just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There is a small bridge leading into Python Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Sure. Southwest. What? They're just normal mobs here? Those huge things? What the hell? Oh, that's a player. I was wondering if that was an NPC. The west, alright. That's really weird seeing these things just roaming around as normal mobs. They're huge for normal mobs. Holy hell. Probably that thing there. Oh, there it is. This area is quite a bit more mountainous than the one down below, isn't it? Northwest. probably up there somewhere. Wow. I didn't realize from down below how large the structure was. I wonder if it has some kind of specific purpose. It's probably up there by the tree, I'd imagine. It's not. Well then. Let's actually grab the current first. It's not too far away. So many people standing around somewhere watching cutscenes. That's weird. Can I go up here? Yes, okay. It's quite a bit further than I thought. Oh, well. Ah, there it is. Northeast, alright. So let's go back to the quest first. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see now how this ends. Like, how this time conundrum ends. Because you also have to think about that this is a zone, right? So we can literally go back and forth in time as much as we want, I guess. At some point, at least. I don't know, this is all still very... I mean, not necessarily confusing, it's just... You can go into so many directions, right? That's what I'm so curious about. There are so many possibilities how this can go. What are they doing here? I always feel much better after taking a short respite to converse and debate with my associates. What are these three doing on the bridge? I consider it essential to exchange ideas with my colleagues regarding my observation work. Without such external stimulation, one has a tendency to lose the forest for the trees, so to speak. The Azems, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight, personally, but they have a habit of making M itself look as if he bit down on a sour grape. I can imagine. The problem you present is vexing enough without adding the old Azem into the equation. And she wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. Our last searcher returns. I am afraid the Ureas no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. Indeed I did. The crystal. Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Yeah, I guess you could say that. I've often been asked to do so. It's a pretty straightforward answer. Oh, you too! Some of us seem destined to always be searching for ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. Oh, 88, right. Now I have 2 stacks of my shield. Oh wait, wrong thing. Enhanced Radiant Aegis. Allows the accumulation of charges for consecutive uses of Radiant Aegis. I wonder, that's probably really fun optimizing your shield usage, I'd imagine. A past not yet come to pass. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I returned the stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Well, isn't that great? And much as I expected, there is another aetheryte here. And another morbol for some reason. What was on the agenda for today? I was observing the abysses here, and after that... Northeast. Maybe you do too would explain why it's taken such a liking to you. Yeah, that doesn't look like he's there on of his own free will. Ooh. There's so many people doing so many interesting things here. Meliagros. Interesting. I am a taxonomist, an artist in the medium of names. It is my job to adorn the flora and fauna of Etheris, such as these creatures you see here, with names befitting their natural beauty. Okay. To the east. Oh, okay. Probably up there then? You think we can also travel to the last island? Because it does seem like all the, although there's something as well. It does seem like all the wind ether currents are here. I mean, I'd imagine so, right? Look at that place. I don't know what that is. So I suspect the last one's going to be to the north, right? Wait, it's up there. It's exactly north. Yeah, it's up there. Huh, curious. I mean, there is another teleporter here as well. So this definitely hasn't been our last stop in this area. That is the last one though, right? Or have I forgotten one? No, it's the last one. Poiton Oikos. There are quite a lot of people here for her saying that that she has the place to herself. Yes, she meant the building, obviously, right? Are you quite alright? Even for a mere familiar, you appear to be suffering from a most distressing dearth of ether. Do let me know if you require help, yes. Well, this is going to be a very, very, very interesting conversation. Quite the lovely place. You needn't be nervous around Venat. Those white robes mark her as one of fair and impartial reasoning. Oh. Wait. So she's like a judge then, in a way. Aside from the emissary, Elidibus, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. So it is exactly what I thought it was. And Elidibus also has white robes, for some reason. I mean, because he's the emissary? Yes, this will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. Why do you have to call it an interrogation? Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. This is gonna be... God, the music.
Ah, a wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
This is gonna take a bit of time. I mean, my tale is about 8,000 hours of playtime long at this point, I think. So, The world has been sundered, broken into shards.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
It's a bit hard to talk about 12,000 years, right? We see everything, the start of our journey, the mother crystal. La Habrea. Amaranth. Zodiac's destruction. Whatever that was. How would you recount such a story?
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous.
And you think everything that I've seen here seems just normal?
What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did.
Well, yeah, nobody has really had an answer to that so far.
Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless.
Well, I don't think it was.
No. There must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance.
I mean, that it does in a multitude of ways, probably, but also I have a feeling, well, with that particular flower being here, with Hermes being here, that there has to be an answer here somewhere as to how this dynamo's energy works.
But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
So maybe she thought that these shards would endure and the source would flee? Maybe that's the reason for the sundering? Wait, who said that that wasn't the case? Didn't the Watcher say that? That the shards would cease to be? With it, I mean, that would be a good argument to sunder, though, because that's always obviously another question that we had, is why sunder the star? I mean, it makes sense with Zodiac, I guess, because you would sort of put his strength into multiple pieces. But the star itself...
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically.
Well, I mean, did you guide us here? Well, yeah, through the flower, I guess. Because that's what we asked Elidibus, which then prompted him to bring us here, right?
The capital in Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle. And we do not have all the pieces.
Well, I mean, Renard obviously knew that she was here, right? So bringing us back in time to this place obviously then would help us meet her?
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed.
Maybe we misunderstood? Maybe we're meant to do something different with the spaceship. Maybe we're meant to get help. Or something.
And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Emmett hasn't said
Listen to
anything.
yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
Did I say that?
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem.
I guess so, right? I mean, it does seem rather strange that their personality seems so different. Well, not so different. I mean, his personality clearly is the same that we knew from Emmett, but the ideals are different, I guess. So what could prompt such a drastic change in their behavior?
Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
Yeah, well, unless it showed us something, unless it would be the only way to tell us how to prevent the final days, maybe.
Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Because you knew that that was the right path. Because maybe that was the only way you saw to make us fuse with Arthur? I mean, it is weird, right? Now that he recounts it like that, it does seem very, very, well, just different to the ideals of their world today. And I don't, again, would his objective been that we were meant to, I don't know, understand some fundamental concept? Was that really the best way to do it?
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
I mean, now you sound like the Emmett we know.
You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Dynamis is key to all of this.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation.
Well, I mean, to think that we would just convince them that this future truly exists and that they somehow played a part in it, obviously that would be difficult, right? I obviously didn't expect them to just sort of believe that, and I don't know. But Emmett's words are weird, right? I mean, the thing is, there must have been something to change his mind, or there must have been, not even change his mind, but there must have been sort of a clear plan or something that would warrant his actions, right?
With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer.
Hopefully.
And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Well, of that we can be certain. I mean, so far there are still more questions than answers, right? Not that I expected to them just be able to hand us answers, but... Shall we begin our investigation then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. Bam! Side quests. I don't really know what to make of that. That cutscene sort of... I mean, it definitely didn't have any answers. At all. But it also... I don't know, I have a weird feeling that it does hold some truth that is just very hidden beneath it all. Just can't make out what it is. Again, I am wondering whether or not the future of this path actually changes. Right? Or whether maybe us being here actually is the very same reason why they then were able to do what they did in the future. Because there is the very real possibility that even with knowledge about dynamos, they still wouldn't be able to fight against the final days, right? So maybe, what if, for whatever reason, all of what they did, the Sundering, Zodiac, Heidelin, everything, was just to bring us back exactly here, 12,000 years in the future, or however long it would have taken, to get back to this very same place, to then be able to find a lasting, permanent solution to the problem. I really don't know how that would work, though. Again, technically everything that we've seen so far speaks against the fact that we sort of have a circle time travel thing going on here. Right? Everything sort of tells us that by coming back into the past, we actually actively changed the course of this particular timeline. But maybe for some reason that's different. Or maybe we are truly creating some sort of converged timeline? Maybe we actually take, I don't know, all of Elpis back with us into the future or something? Would you assist me, familiar? As I'm sure you are aware, the floating islands of Elpis were created to provide suitable habitats for our various creations. In order to maintain their respective environments, however, surveyors such as myself must make regular assessments of their ethereal composition. To that end, I was planning to take samples from the Melanian habitat with my partner, but it seems he had an urgent engagement. Something about an unscheduled meeting with a member of the Convocation of 14? Oh? Maybe Emetzelk is trying to find out more about this himself? Though I am now faced with handling this rather grueling task alone, waiting until he returns is simply not an option. As I said, it's important to gather data at regular specific intervals, and thus I am requesting your help. So, what say you? Would you be willing to accompany me in place of my partner? Certainly. Many thanks. I'll be sure to reward you for your efforts. Right, let's hurry along then. We'll need to make our way to the south. I also wonder why a lot of the quests here have this sort of dialogue option going on. sorry, Bernard, but I'm sure, well, if anyone would understand, it should be you that I have to do the side quests first, right? Naughty little ones. May I ask a favor? A colleague of mine from the Talasai is overdue to make his report, and I need someone to give him a gentle nudge. He's currently over at Rumination's Ramble, observing some life forms newly hatched from one of our creations, but I'm afraid I'll skew the data if I show up and startle them. A familiar like you, however, should cause much less of a disruption. Would you be so kind? I also wonder whether or not she really is a paladin. I mean, it kind of looked like a sword, but then again her attack looked more like that of a dragoon. Perfect timing, familiar. I have a favor to ask of you. It's my job to name the creations brought to us, but I can't seem to decide on one for this particular concept. It may be because I'm the one who designed it. It's a species of plant which I intended as a gift for my love. A clear conflict of interest, unfortunately. My names are always fair and logical and perfectly suited to the creation, but this time I'm not so sure. I do have a name for it, but what if it's not suitable? What if it's too personal? I thought of discussing the matter with my associates, but my dilemma is far too embarrassing. Would you ask if they think the name's appropriate to my stead? Don't worry, I wouldn't expect you to work without recompense. This is the creation, a yellow pansy. The name I have in mind is Mythos. A yellow pansy named Mythos? What's in a name? You're a familiar, aren't you? Perfect timing. A pair of researchers are scheduled to arrive today from Amarot, and I need you to collect the concepts from them. We've completed assessments for the creations, you see, and must make preparations to officially register the designs with the Bureau of the Architect. Please make sure to also ask for any provisional names they might have for their works. You're familiar, aren't you? Have you any prowess in battle? Good. I could use your help with something. You see, I was asked to assess a one-eyed giant created as a facility guard, and so pitted against a lotus to test its fighting skills. Not only did the giant fall to a single blow, the lotus went into a frenzy and escaped. In my opinion, compact familiars like you are far more effective than these overly large brutes, and this is my chance to prove it. Do you think you can handle our runaway combatant? Fine, I'll out. Of course, you'll be well rewarded for your efforts. Our experiment was conducted to the east, so that's a good place as any to start looking for the lotus. Alright. Then let's start over there, shall we? Wow. This looks cool. It has to be on that other island, right? I mean, I'm still missing 2 Wind Eater current quests anyway, so it's not like it really matters. Sephiroth 72. What are you doing here? Wrestle. Whatever that means. Familiar, can I help you with something? Oh, time to head back, is it? I was so enraptured watching the young ones frolic that I lost track of time. Come, come, everyone, we really must be going. Still want to play, do you? I guess we shall have to appeal to your bellies then. Would you like to try feeding them? They become much more compliant after eating some of these treats, and they're so adorable when they nibble. Sure. Russell, question mark? Well, at least that was very quick. Isn't it fun watching them romp around? And they really seem to like you. Do you work with young ones often? These babies are aquatic creatures by nature, but we're modifying them to adapt to life on land. They mostly eat marine insects and shellfish, and some of the larger carnivores feed off them in turn. They also carry their eggs on their backs until they're ready to hatch. Fascinating, aren't they? Oh, but that's not why you're here, is it? I really must head back. It was only 5, right? Yeah. Whoa. What the hell is going on here? Isn't that the... Is it? Isn't that the S rank from Azizla? Or am I confusing that with something else? I think it is. He looks knocked out. There it is. It would seem that the escaped lotus came back of its own accord. They usually feed off their foes to revitalize themselves, and I imagine it hungers after running amok like that. I'll take care of the situation here. The lotus is all yours. Sure. Should do it. Well, almost. The auto attack did it, I think. You certainly make quick work of that lotus. I had a feeling I could count on you. As for the giant, it's far too heavy for us to move. I'll arrange for some broad-backed creations to haul it away after we return to Poietinoikos. That's how that was pronounced, right? I think. I wonder if there's going to be more side quests here. Or if that's all of it. And who might you be? Ah, you're here for my concept. Well, here it is in the flesh. I call it the stone mole. It secretes a fluid that eats through solid rock, giving it the ability to burrow into even the hardest terrain. It can also toughen its skin by ingesting the rock it has liquefied. Based upon those traits, I humbly request that it be given a good, strong name. Okay. Familiar. Do you need something? A flower? That's beautiful. That smells so lovely. Is it for me? Oh, you just want to know if the name is suitable, do you? Have you tried asking at Kitsis Hyperborea? No one knows as much about naming as them. Here's a guidebook on the subject. Take it with you and let your master decide what to do from there. Of course it's up there. Do the other one first then. The rocks in this area contain ores that can tell us about the environmental ether. We'll have to break them apart with destructive magics to collect the necessary samples. You may find that difficult with your inherent limitations, but I have a little something to help with that. Here, use this concept crystal to shatter an outcrop of rock, then bring any ore fragments back to me. Start in the east if you would, I'll start working elsewhere and we can meet back here. Oh wait, what, there? With all these weird beasts around. Wait, this one. Distinctive magic concept, also called an explosive. How did you fare? Excellent. This should give me all the information I need. Let's head back, shall we? I can go up here from this side. I can do the other quest as well. If I can jump up here, that is? Yes, I can. Whoa. Was that meant to be? Can I help you? Of course, you wish to collect my concept. It's this creature I have with me. It doesn't have a proper name as such. From what I hear, the observers have been calling it Notice 642, a nod to the island it resided on. Right, well, I'll trust you to put this in Melia Gross's hands. What are you doing here? Yes, what is it? Oh, right. Ask about the flower. My, what a pretty flower. And you said it was called Mythis, a fine name. Many flowers are named with a special feeling in mind, so going by what you've told me, this one is in good company. Okay. If you hadn't been sent to fetch me, I might have been out there for days. In any case, it's only a matter of time before our creations are approved for release into the wild. I wonder what name they'll receive. Thank you for all your help today. Here, as thanks. Did I talk to you already? Well, aren't you a doughty familiar? I'm not one for fighting myself, but if I had one such as you at my side, I would no doubt feel a great deal safer. Okay. You could just create somebody like me, right? I mean, well, I guess not as strong as me, but... Thank you. Without your aid, I wouldn't have been able to properly observe how the introduction of melanoi has affected their habitat's ether. It's important to keep careful track of the environments here to make any necessary adjustments. The terrain, the flora, everything that makes up the habitat must be meticulously controlled to fit each subject under observation. Though I applaud my partner's enthusiasm for learning at the foot of a convocation member, we cannot neglect these fundamental, albeit tedious, facets of our work. I can turn on the main quest. How did it go? What did everyone think of the name? see. Well, that is good to know. I won't be needing this guidebook, of course, as I can't very well ask myself for my thoughts. Or perhaps I should. It wouldn't hurt to have some confidence in the work I do, after all. As I created this flower, I thought of my beloved, an artist, and the stories she seeks to tell through her plays. My hope is that, much like a myth or legend, her work is told and retold down through the ages. Hence, mythos. I mean, that is a very fitting name, then. I've decided. I'll keep the name and submit it to the Bureau of the Architect. Thank you for your help. I wonder if that's a reference to some real flower? Is there a flower that has a name similar to mythos? You've brought the concepts I asked for. Indeed I did. Very good. And did you ask for the provisional names? The Stone Mole and Notice 642. The mole's creator requested that I have a powerful sounding name. Some researchers do become quite attached to their creations, don't they? It may seem inconsequential, but the appropriate naming of concepts is one of the utmost importance. Allow me to explain. Once it has been determined that a creation is beneficial to the star, we can proceed with registering the creator's design with the Bureau of the Architect. First, however, the approved concepts must receive their official names, and as a taxonomist, it is my task to bestow them. When naming, one must strive for elegance and simplicity, all the while taking care to adhere to existing conventions and avoid repetition. The more creations we name, the more difficult it becomes to maintain this high standard. It is a demanding job, to be certain, but one which I am proud to do. For as long as this purpose guides me, I will fill this world with the most marvelous appellations I can imagine. Please, take this in exchange for completing your errand. Yeah, that is very interesting, isn't it? Sunset orange, pumpkin orange. Let's take the sunset one. No idea what that looks like, but whatever. It is a very interesting idea, right? Because sometimes you do wonder where things got their names. I guess a couple of animals maybe received them through the noise they emit, for example. But yeah, that is rather curious, right? If you think about a lot of words that we currently use in our language, you know, why are things named the way they're named, right? As I suspected, a smaller, more agile concept has far more facility for adapting to combat situations. Thank you for proving my theory. I'll be sure to keep your performance in mind the next time I design a familiar. Your reward is promised. Great. Back to the main story. I suspect there's going to be a couple more side quests here, but maybe by staggering them like this and also doing them, immediately, it's going to be a bit more. I mean, I really like the side quests so far. They're very insightful in this area. I mean, they're very insightful, and both here and at the 12 Wonders, most side quests were sort of in the area. Also the first ones in the beginning, so you never have to run overly far. Really well made. See you the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. Ismene? Ismene? She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Another one of these questioning things. The only thing that I wish that they would do with this is that it would be, I guess, a bit better integrated. Somehow, the way they've done it, it always takes more time than it needs to, I feel like. Although the basic idea is pretty cool. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Renard. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? I mean, the first question is really interesting, but it's also painfully hard to answer. Let's go with his interests first, although we already know some of them. His interests? Well, he is an authority on flying life forms and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person? As a colleague? Oh, she's just asking the other one? He is a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? Do you know of Meteon's abilities? It's no secret that she is a highly unusual familiar. Of late, the chief often makes his rounds with her, like a mother hen raising her chick. I understand that she's able... Wait. I think that's a typo. To read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you wish you knew him better? The chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though, if you wish to learn more about Meteon, you could try speaking with Tamalos, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the banks of the stream somewhere to the east. Oh, and, unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there's aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come. I think we've taken enough of his time. You are a familiar, yes? Belonging to Mistress Van Art? You couldn't have been blessed with a finer master. That's actually a lot more true than you think it is. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers, if you could track down the colleague Ismin mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with this Tamalos. Yeah, I'd imagine falling in there and then getting dragged out through that waterfall is not the best idea. Yeah, I feel like we already know quite a lot about both Hermes and Meteon, right? I mean, I wonder what his colleagues might be able to tell us. Timaeus. Yes, I am Timaeus, but please keep your voice down. You startled the birds. Oh, another one of these. Interesting. They've really gone all out with the amount of sort of dialogue and questions here in this area, right? So, what is it you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? A fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in and we can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. Alright, I wasn't supposed to do that, right? Yeah, anyway, I still want to know it. My deep and abiding love of avian artistry can be traced back to when I was but a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of a glorious golden-feathered creature my father had designed. It was then and there that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece. Timaeus launches into a rambling and unstoppable discourse. I forgot about that hint. Whoopsie. And thus did I secure an observer's role here in Elpis, and at last realize my childhood ambition. Here, the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality, in which I find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying life forms. An abridged recounting of events, as was doubtless to your disappointment. Is there any specific part you would like me to expound upon? You were hoping for my opinion on Chief Hermes' creations? Then why didn't you say so? Yeah, sorry. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Well, that's because he's using dynamos and he's literally able to transport beings through that to other stars. Meteon 2 is a marvel, then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelakis? Dynamis and Entelakis? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? That is... I mean, I talked about this already at some point, but it does seem strange to me that they would show so little interest in it. To a degree, at least. I know that they... I mean... yeah. I pretty much concluded that they aren't really interested in it because it doesn't really... It's not really in their nature to show emotions, I guess. But if it was discovered centuries ago, then it's still weird that there was never anybody who tried to find out what that's actually about, right? Or maybe there was, and that knowledge just either got lost or only Hermes knows of it, or only a select few were even interested in it, so only they know. Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to? Well, this wasn't insightful at all. What are you doing here? Fascinating, it's simply fascinating. You don't often see a familiar show such interest in someone other than its master. Oh right, that was one of the side quests. Ah, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So, have you any new findings to share? Not really. I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteion as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions.
I mean, Hermes was quite keen to talk about her. He told me quite a lot about her, so why not talk to him directly? Witness to the spectacle. Oh, wait a second. That's definitely the last gear coffer that I'm missing. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entalachies which can control it. I wouldn't necessarily say that they can control it. But okay. Well, then again... Well, I can sort of control it, but... Meteion can actually control it, right? Wait a second, I just realized that. If we were able to bring Meteion back to our time, wouldn't she be able to influence feelings as well? Sort of calm the people down so that they don't turn into beasts? Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth. Except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the chief overseer in this familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So, these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue. One we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripetia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. You know something that I just thought of? I mean, I was speculating earlier if maybe the final days were brought upon the planet because the ancients, sort of in their quest for perfect life forms, constantly sacrificed lesser life forms and therefore sort of created an abundance of negative dynamis, right?
But what if some of Meteon's sisters actually found intelligent life, and then that intelligent life sort of traced her back through sort of the flow of dynamis that she left behind, and decided, oh yeah, we're gonna nuke that planet or something, right? I don't know. I still wonder though if Midgardsormr, even though that's obviously a bit more into the future from this point in time, but I wonder if Midgardsormr was maybe tipped off about the planet, about the Theris, through one of Meteon's sisters, right? Oh. Well, let's go the proper way, I guess. Primordial Hipposurf. Okay. Well, seriously? Wait. Bye-bye. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripetia Crystalline, the facility where the archive of all Elpis's observational and testing records. The facility where they archive. What did I say? Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there and on. So we can't go in there? Oh, fortunate. I wonder why they're connected at the top. Peripetia Crystalline. Hi. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed, so if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteon? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteor heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Venat, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray, do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after the task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of the sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabaseus Talasai. Where the hell is that? She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Venard. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zem. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. That is a really weird concept, right? I shall rejoice the day you die. But yeah, of course, that's a different thing for them. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Garleen in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful. Thank you. The other archivists said naught we hadn't already heard, but this story of Galeen sounds promising. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabaseus Talasai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Wow. From so high on up, the clouds actually look a bit weird. I'd imagine that they've, it's probably like a problem with the skybox. Probably can't be bigger than what it already is. They probably pretty much stretched their limits with this zone, didn't they? And I mean, we still haven't been to those two islands over there. Wow, those are cool lamps. The tower ahead is still part of Peripatea Crystalline. We will need to ask for passage through to the upper tier. Mistress Venard, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway. Now we're even higher than before, aren't we? Huh. Can we see below? Oh yeah, those are the 12 wonders, right? What a giant structure this is, isn't it? Holy hell. I wonder why it's built like this. If it's here to, like... What did they say? It stores things as well? So I guess that huge house there is then the house of the chief overseer, is that correct? Or... I guess the office, rather. Not necessarily the house. That door leads into the Talasai, but perhaps we can trouble this person for assistance with finding Galeen. That's where we started, right? Over there. I was just wondering what that building was. But yeah, that's the start of the zone. Interesting. It's a weird perspective, right? From this point, it looks almost nearer than the other way around when you look up from there. This building looks much further away. Huh. Yeah. I'd imagine that's exactly the last one, right? 1 second. So my friend's going into the last zone. I'm really looking forward to be doing that as well, but unfortunately I won't be able to probably until Sunday. But I don't care. Still, I wouldn't have thought that I would actually have been able to finish the 5th zone today, which I don't know that I am able to do that, but I mean, maybe I could try. Depends on when I'm home tomorrow and Saturday. Maybe I could actually finish Labyrinthos on Saturday. Obviously, depending on whether or not we actually go there. But, yeah. Mr. Svenard, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. God, this music!
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Depends. It's beautiful as ever. Some parts, yes. Others, not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Very, very true. I wonder what we're telling her.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it.
I think she is, yeah.
A moment she can let go and walk unto the end.
Title drop, almost.
Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way.
That's why she did that, right? Because she felt that her duty still wasn't done. And in a way, she must have created Heidelin exactly for that purpose, and to sort of dissipate exactly the moment she knew that, you know, mankind would finally be able to do so.
You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
It has. Every step of the way.
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
Pleasant and very, very fundamental one.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
How would he know, though?
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
What an intriguing conversation. Both with Bernard and... what was her name? Galeen? Yeah, Galeen. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. Which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Yeah. I mean, that sounds rather ominous, but... somehow it must be that, right? Because nobody else knows about it. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Well, that is if he did it on purpose. There is also always the possibility that he did it on accident. Worthy of his back. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Oh, more side quests. Still no ether current costs? It's interesting. Maybe there's one on the other side? Floating like clouds. What a sight! An Apolos sneezed and sent tufts of cloud mallow flying every which way. But while highly amusing, I'll never be able to gather them all up alone, unless you're willing to lend a hand. Thank you so much. Let's split up and start looking for them. Be on the lookout for fluffy white plants floating around Poetanoikos, and bring any you find back here. Oh dear, I'm starting to worry some. It's my colleague, you see. We heard this horrid screech from a Millennium, and he went rushing off to check what all the fuss was about. I was thinking of following after him, but, well, just look at me. You, however, appear well versed in combat and all such sanguinary escapades. Perhaps you might see if aught is amiss and ensure my co-worker hasn't come to any harm. That's very kind of you to agree to such a request. The last I saw of him, he was racing for the southern end of Calamelios Sephiros. Do promise to hurry. I'm half afraid he has wound up in the wrong side of some nasty fiend's fangs. Aren't you a sweet-looking familiar? Tell me, to whom do you belong? Forbearing visitor. Why aren't you wearing your mask? Oh, you're a Zems, are you? He's a goodly sort, wouldn't you say? Always appearing in times of trouble to extend a hand to those in need. And given that I am one such, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I borrowed you for a bit. A lengthy debate was held in Kittis's Hyperborea regarding the value